What's going on, Tom?
Give me 1 minute. I'll be right with you.
All right, all right. On the record, on the record. So, uh, so Charles, what are your thoughts on some of the stuff we've been seeing here the last? I see the USS Eisenhower is now approaching the Persian Gulf. Um, eh, you know, Somewhat noteworthy. Um, I am seeing this poll circulating, and I wanted to address this early. This poll circulating was conducted in Gaza by the Arab Development Group, whatever. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's an accurate poll? Do you think that sort of shows the mood, or is that because I couldn't find out too much info on this organization? I didn't have the time to research every resource that they use. They're all individuals. So I have no idea uh, if this is reputable or not. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
Which poll is this?
God, it was by the Arab Development. Let me pull it up right now. A friend of mine had sent it, and basically it showed that a majority of Gazans and people in the West Bank support Hamas as a government, and
Yeah, I mean that's not without reason to believe that. Yeah, I mean it is an elected government. You know,
yeah, let's see here. I'm just
I mean
scrolling through here. It's called the
they're trying to make the argument that because there's polling that supports there's polling that Gazans support Hamas, that therefore they deserve what's happening to them.
Right. That's
That
how I interpret it. It's
that's
the
basically the game that they're playing, and
Arab World for Research and Development, ARAD, surveyed 668 Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza during the fourth week of the ongoing war. Face-to-face interviews, tablet-assisted, yeah, West Bank and in shelters and households in the three southern Gaza governorates. They said the polls include samples of all socioeconomic groups. Not sure about all of that. Ensuring equal representation among men and women, and so on. So it's basically trying to portray that Arab research has indicated that the Gazans support the wrong people, right? Is that sort of the way we should interpret that?
yeah, I mean, look, the Israelis want a justification for ethnic cleansing and killing. That's what's up, and they're going to keep doing that. Like that's the game. And there are divisions, obviously. Like Mossad has one view, and Israeli military intelligence has another. Likud has one view, and Yair Lapid's government has another. But yeah, I mean, there are all these tensions that are at play here, and it's spilling out into everyday life. So yeah, it's a real issue.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some
And
thousands
by the way,
arrived at a checkpoint
four
today.
weeks in, I mean, yeah, I mean, people are very disgusted at what the Israelis are doing. And you saw Erdogan's speech the other day, standing right next to Schultz, which was amazing. And he was like, "Yeah, we don't really have we had nothing to do with the Holocaust, and like get fucked. Basically, we think what's happening to the Palestinians is disgusting, and we're not a fan of it, so it's going to stop." And so I thought that was great. I mean, I think it's increasingly the case that people are working to topple Netanyahu. And, Haaretz had a story today about how numerous people in the Shin Bet are talking about assassinating Netanyahu. And when you look at his numbers and you look at, election models and all of that, it's very clear that if there were election held, he would lose catastrophically. So, yeah. Um,
Oh, absolutely. I think what's interesting, Chuck, for me is that I'm talking a little bit off the app about this with some of my friends who are Jewish, and one we sort of reach a dead end quite often. We're both very good friends. We're both pretty moderate people. We can both accept that Bibi is a real problem, that the settlers have been a major, major issue, and that ideally a return to the '67 borders would probably work best for everyone, but also
I mean, the settlers are the issue.
Oh,
But the
yes,
settlers,
exactly.
let's not forget, though, that the settler population has grown under Labor and Likud governments, right? It is uh, there are a group of Israelis that want to preclude and basically stop the creation of a Palestinian state. And there are a group of Israelis that have a very high birth rate and lots of children that want a greater Israel from Cairo to Baghdad. That is an objective of theirs. And we need to be just kind of like, clear-eyed about these people and about the power that they have. And we need to do what we can to eliminate them if we can from the discourse.
But I'm seeing, and that's why your perspective is unique in this, because I'll get a lot of pushback that, oh, if you just didn't love, the Russian position and wanted to promote like a pre-1917 Russian empire that you personally seek, you would understand that the United States is very much aligned with the Israeli interests and that it must be this way, and that the New World Order mustn't exist. And it's like, no, I don't believe any of those things. Yeah, I believe the world would be calmer pre-1917 setup. But I think this is a cop
Well,
out in the argument to accuse
I
me.
mean, there's a lot of people who try to confuse multiple issues at once. I mean, there are a number of us that are deep state affiliated that do not like the Israelis and do not like how they behave worldwide. And I think that what you saw today with the defenestration of Sam Altman from OpenAI, with Elon Musk getting all of his revenue cut, is you're seeing the U.S. and China, agree to work together on a number of issues, to the exclusion of a lot of these Chisraeli fucks. And I think that that's a very good thing for our society writ large. I mean, clearly
Wait, Charles, I'm
China
sorry
has
to
clearly
interrupt.
slit Bibi's throat. Like they don't have any patience for that, and you can
I
see
wanted
that
to
in
ask, are you
TikTok.
happy that Musk is being like hit this hard, or are you
Oh,
upset? Like, are you
absolutely,
happy or upset?
absolutely. I'm very happy he's being hit. Yeah,
Oh, you're happy. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know. So I
yeah.
was
I
like,
think it's a
sorry.
fake because I think the anti-Semitism stuff is fake. That would be the
Wait,
comment I would
what?
have on it.
What's fake?
Okay,
I
but
think
Chuck,
that I
Chuck,
think
why
that
do you think I'm gonna die?
oh, I think you're going to die because of what you published. I think you're going to be punished for it.
Oh
You
shit.
think Sheila Jackson Lee's gonna off me?
I think Sheila Jackson Lee's people are going to off you. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That wouldn't be cool. I think
I mean, she
current
is a mob boss. That's
It
what's
would kind of
happening.
suck. It would kind of suck. I still got some stuff to do, but
yeah, current when you mentioned that man in the hat vision that you had, I didn't know that it was long ago. I immediately thought of Sheila Jackson Lee sending over some
I
like
mean, if you're gonna go
handyman
out,
person,
if you're gonna get taken out, is that really how do I mean, I don't know, man. I just feel like Sheila Jackson Lee goon coming after you. There's got to be a better way. I don't know.
yeah, I want to get off by much somebody cooler than Sheila Jackson Lee. That would suck. Tom's right.
At least a Ken Paxton associate,
Yeah, something like that. Charles, can you arrange better or
minimum.
what?
Minimum.
Can you arrange something better,
I'm,
Chuck?
I'm not in the assassination business in the United States.
Oh, okay. In the United States.
It's an important caveat.
Well, see, there's foreign countries are on the menu apparently. So there you go.
Yeah, so today I briefly listened to a space that was discussing war crimes, and they had the poor Matt Wallace in there, who was berated into taking down his 9/11 post, and was also chastised and told that it's demonetized, so it doesn't really matter anyway. You might as well just remove it because we know you're not getting paid. And he's like, "Oh, I'll remove it if I can confirm that the Israelis weren't involved in this." And so someone suggested that they would send him the 9/11 Commission papers. And he said he'd read it. And they said, well, good, if you read it, then you should take it down because you'd understand what is what. So I don't know. I always thought that there was some nuance to that it wasn't cut and dried, Chuck, that it wasn't 100% that, oh, they had no responsibility, let's move on. Yeah, because I'm hearing a lot of these talking points to try to convince me that I should get on board the right ship. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's all seeming a little bit frustrating right now.
So, Charles, why do you think the anti-Semitism from Musk is fake? Why do you think it's fake?
Oh, I think that's a fake reason that they're cutting the money.
Oh, well, yeah, but I thought you meant like his questioning of the narratives was fake. I was like,
No, I mean, there's a role that these like secular Jews play, which is that the state religion is that you have to believe that anti-Semitism is a huge issue. But you never hear about anti-Gentilism, or you never hear about Jewish power being used to suppress people in the and economic spheres. Like there's like a lot of things you're just like not allowed to talk about with the Jews, and so it's kind of best in some cases just to avoid it. But what's clear to me is that the U.S. deep state does not want Elon in these positions that he sought for himself, and so they're doing everything in their power, along with their allies, the Chinese. They're kind of isolating Elon and entrapping him and trapping him in this kind of weird
I mean,
Twitterverse thing.
is it just
do you
about
think they're gonna end
Israel?
him?
Yeah, I think Elon's days. I think Elon. I would say Elon, Sam Altman, all these guys have like real problems that they're not going to come back from. Yeah,
Is
I
it
think
just
anyone
about
who met with
Israel,
I
or
think
is it
anyone
about?
who met with Bibi Netanyahu in the last like 18 months is in real trouble.
I feel like this is a lot more than just Israel. I feel
Fuck, I
like
met BB
it's
like 2
about
weeks ago.
Yeah, you're
speech in
fucked.
general that they don't like.
Oh,
It's
no,
all
current.
political. This is
No,
all
it's not
political.
political. The political thing is that's like the superficial understanding of
I
it,
don't believe. I believe it's
interpretation.
political. I don't believe it's about Israel.
Well, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but it's about
I mean,
it's
you
a
can believe what you want to believe too. I don't think it's about
Well,
Israel. I think it's
yeah,
about
yeah, but
speech in general.
no. Because there's lots of things on the internet that they don't want to be out there. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, I feel like they don't like the speech, and they're using the situation as an excuse to go in there and say, okay, we're going to pull our advertising now because we don't like all this freedom of speech essentially, and we're
Musk
winding
is
into the political
Well, I
Musk,
mean,
season.
they did
when
This
that
is
to
awful
Gab.
when you
convenient.
have an imperial age, which is what happens when you raise interest rates, is you have empires, and empires prefer to deal with each other in certain ways. And one of the ways they prefer to deal with each other is through approved channels of communication and approved channels of billionaires, like, kind of ferrying information back and forth. That's like how it like really works. And so when we look at somebody like Elon, both the Chinese and American empires find Elon increasingly annoying. So they're going to continue to make life very difficult for him in all kinds of elaborate ways.
very quickly before we go to Jen with the hand, I wanted to get your take on this. I'm hearing more and more this sort of this argument that the entirety of the Arab world is against Israel and is just sort of waiting to exercise some strength against them should there be any unity, and that's like the key word, unity, and there appears to be none. And I have a lot of problems with those types of arguments that the Israelis are completely self-sufficient economically. They don't really need oil and gas partnerships. They're domestic producers. They can supply their own economy, et cetera, et cetera. Rejecting the notion that Israel wants to be a part of a greater sort of energy market game and said, oh, no, 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 Arabs and Israelis won't work together. That's nonsense. And totally rejecting your notion about Lapid and the Mossad wing that would like to do business with the Arabs and become a net exporter, saying that's not true. That's the wrong view
Yeah,
of
whoever's telling you
geopolitics.
that like
What would
doesn't
you
know
argue?
Israel.
Like, what would you say in response to that?
I mean, there's lots of people in these spaces that are tacitly or officially Netanyahu's people, and they don't. Many of them have never even been to Israel, or to the extent they've been to it, they've been to like the sanitized, birthright experience. And like the reality of the situation is that on the border with Gaza, that whole area of Israel is a very, very, very anti-Netanyahu area, which is why you're seeing a lot of the family members who had their people taken, hostages taken, have been so loud and protesting Netanyahu and wanting their people back. So it's kind of like Netanyahu allowed an attack to take place. It would be like the functional equivalent of like George W. Bush allowing a 9/11 attack on like Berkeley, the Upper West Side, and like I don't know, Mercer Island in Seattle or something, right? Like there's this like I'm trying to think how I best put it. There's this attitude that Netanyahu was using this conflict to basically prop himself up, and Netanyahu, he has this coalition with the settlers. The settlers use the coalition that he has with them because they know that they can get whatever they want from him, because the second the government falls, he goes to jail. So from them, it's a very shrewd political calculation. And there's lots of people in the US who their interpretation of events is just to back whatever the Israeli government wants at any given time, because they're worried about being seen as anti-Israel, or they're a personal beneficiary of a lot of the kind of global criminal syndicate that runs through Israel. And there's a lot of people in the US that kind of fit into that category, unfortunately. Netanyahu, by the way, like, he's clearly fucked on many different dimensions. The Chinese don't like him, don't want to work with him. He's got an alliance with the Russians, but the Russians have their own problems with Ukraine. And he just doesn't really have it. Like, the Saudis increasingly don't support him. You know, he's not going to make it. And you
And
can
I'm seeing a
see,
lot of Jewish people speak out against him
yeah, now
too.
Most
you can see
Israelis
Jake.
don't even like him. They've been protesting him long before this.
That's right. So the way this all happened was Arnon Milchan was stealing nuclear secrets from the United States. He bragged about it sitting next to Robert De Niro on Israeli television. The U.S. government saw that, canceled his 10-year visa. He then demanded to Netanyahu, "Hey, can you use some pressure so I can keep my 10-year visa in the United States, because I'm a movie producer and a degenerate living in Hollywood, Malibu area." And so then they did all of that, and so what the deal was that he would get all these bribes paid to him, and from Netanyahu would get all these bribes from Arnon Milchan, and the Israeli prosecutors, the Israeli deep state, the Shin Bet, which were never fans of Netanyahu, they were basically bringing a criminal prosecution against him. Netanyahu didn't like that, so he changed the Supreme Court of Israel. And in so doing and changing the Supreme Court of Israel, there were all these protests against him. And so now he allowed Hamas to go and massacre all these people, because his government for years has supported Hamas rather than the more moderate PLO, because they want to foreclose the possibility of a Palestinian state. And so that's kind of where we are right now. And we have a lot of people in the United States that have a lot of relationships with Netanyahu, whether it's the tech sphere or the finance sphere, or the military industrial complex, or because they have religious views that they see their religious views being more in favor with Likud than with Yair Lapid and his coalition. That's how to think about it. I think it's just basic bitch.
Yeah, you've really got to look at. I mean, I've been looking at the Israeli politics thing for a while, and what's really interesting too is to look up the names of the political parties in Israel. There was I forget his name. Is it not Naftali Bennett's party is literally called the New Right, and that happened in 2018.
Yeah, Naftali Bennett's party is more like Russian affiliated, whereas Yair Lapid's is more like he's more like French, British, American affiliated.
Right, and then there's another party though that's very interesting called Jewish Power, which is pretty much like the furthest right political party that you can be affiliated with, and that's actually the political party that Jonathan Pollard is affiliated with.
That's right. Yes. So the way to understand this is there's no minority threshold in the Knesset. So like you can basically have very small political parties, and then if the margin is very small, they can basically blackmail one side or the other to get whatever benefits or things that they want, which is why most countries have a party threshold to participate. But Israel is, along with I think Italy, and I think I want to say like Hungary or something like that, they don't have that threshold.
I thought that their constitution was actually based on the Weimar Republic.
That's right, yeah, which led to who.
But what's really interesting is, and Chuck, I don't know if you've seen it, but Jonathan Pollard has actually been doing some interviews recently with Rabbi David Bar Haim of Machon Shiloh, which is like I guess it's a school of thought or some sort of like online thing. Anyway, but he's basically doing this interview talking about how Israel needs to use demona, which means use nuclear weapons. And then he literally gets a phone call from the Knesset and has to end the interview to go shuffle off to the Knesset to try to convince them to use nukes. It's incredible. It just was published 3 days ago. You got to watch it. I'll send you the link if you want.
But just as far as the domestic politics of Israel, there's sort of this notion that what we've discussed in the past, that there isn't that big of a divide between leadership when it comes to the Gaza issue. You think that's true, or would the other
Yeah, I
faction,
mean, the
Kiev
talking
faction, refer
point that a
to?
lot of these guys have, which is just not true, is that there is just a unanimity on how Israel is conducting the war. And like that's not true in any of the polling that we see, any of the social media sentiment analysis we do. It's not seen in any of the protests of the family members who are worried about their loved ones coming home. And so it's just like another bullshit talking point. They want to kind of rally around the flag thing because they want to rally around the Bibi thing. Because when Bibi goes down, which he will, there'll be a lot of people in the U.S. who are assets of his or allies of his who will also suffer accordingly. And that's going to play out over the next few years because there's lots of Netanyahu diaspora spies operating in our society.
Yeah, salve, Zagonel, salve from the Agri de Comates.
Kaiser, what did you
Scott.
What did you think of the leader of the Caliph meeting with your chancellor? What did you think when Mr. Erdogan was around?
You have a bad connection, Chuck.
I can hear Chuck. I can hear him fine. Erdogan, it's we know the Turks for the last 1,000 years. You never Charles. I will put it like this. It's like with the Romans and the Persians. It's it's an old friend, frenemy, adversary. There never ever will be any kind of long-term deal. I mean, it is what it is. From an old continent perspective, the Turks have their ambitions, we have our ambitions, and yeah, that's that basically. So let's see. I think the talk is about Azerbaijan. I think there's a real fear, isn't it, that Azerbaijan is now again pivoting towards Russia. I mean, I don't know what's going on there, but Ursula is not happy, it seems. Not happy at all. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, Charles. Azerbaijan, your take on it?
Oh, I think Azerbaijan is always going to be in the Turkish orbit. They're always going to move dirty oil from Russia, but they're always going to be in the Turkish orbit.
But that's the thing. This is the thing. The Turks will always be their own power player. That you never will be able to let's say to completely bind them into your let's say influence sphere. Like for example, what's possible with other countries. So you always have to be aware of that. I think that was actually my main thrust here. So yeah, Turkey obviously will never become member of the European Union. That's clear. I mean, that would be ridiculous. I mean, the European Union as is ridiculous. But I would say, I think at the moment, peaceful cooperation is actually mutual beneficial for both the Turks and the Europeans. So yeah. I think that is where it will land. And the Turks know it as well. I mean, look, with Erdogan, and you know it, Charles. Erdogan, and you know how the Turks operate. It's a lot of posturing, like the Italians, for example. A lot of talk, and it's but at the end of the day, when you break it all
Are you
down.
trying to tell me that Turks don't always follow through on their plans? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Kaiser?
I mean, what I want to say is, Charles, words are one thing,
They're always late to everything, and they never seem to get anything done.
Not actually, not Charles. What I want to say is, forget about the words. Words are just like for show. Actions matter, and at the end of the day, the Turks know that they need Europe. Europe needs them to a certain degree, and there's the economic prosperity. I do think that's the reality. And let's see. I mean, we are talking about oil and gas, and we lost Tom. That's a pity, but we will move. And you know it, Charles.
Was it a great loss though? Was it?
Yeah, come on. Tom is awesome.
I don't know, man.
But I wanted to say we will move beyond oil and gas. The time will come. Let's say maybe 30 years from now, 50 years from now, we will move beyond the time of oil and gas, and then things will mix again in a new kind of scenario. Will be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I think Turkey's on the march, and I think they're going to go and terminate all the net Yahoo
Charles, they
assets.
have been on the march the last 1,000 years,
No.
and
I
then
don't mean in the march like that. I mean they're taking out all the Netanyahu assets.
I
You
know
can
what
see that
you're,
with Eric
yeah.
Adams going down. You can see that, across our space of various tech people getting taken out in different ways. They're going after a lot of the Israeli lobbyists
But
too.
you must know, Charles. I mean, you know it. You know it very well. At the end of the day, when you look at let's say, if you look at the region, you have so many power players there, and it's basically there will be alliances out of convenience, but there are also some certain truths which will never change. So the Turks consider themselves, maybe rightfully so, as the hegemon of the region. You can make a case, maybe it should be the Persians or the Turks, but the thing is, I also know that maybe now within the Arab population, the Turks or Erdogan is relatively popular, but this within 5 years this can completely change, because I also know that the Arabs don't like Turkish overlords, and the Turks think they should be the overlords. And you see, there's so much tension potential. I mean, that's the fun about the old world, like the old world when you imagine an old ancient Greek map of the world, with Europe, with Asia Minor, with North Africa, Persia, and Arabia. This is the old world. That's the fun world, actually, because there's so many power players, and it shifts all the time. Nothing is ever stable. I mean, 100 years is nothing in this world. And so I don't think that at the end of I can easily imagine that the Turks will pivot again and will be very happy to make deals with the Israelis again. So I don't think that's something of let's say uh, permanently, But maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I mean, it's just speculation anyway.
I just got a very good file on the new CEO of OpenAI, which I'm going through right now, which should be fun.
Well,
I don't know.
speaking of tech, name what are your thoughts on the advertisement issues with Musk and the potential bankruptcy of Twitter?
Well, Elon Musk is fucked, and he's at the find out stage right now. Twitter will not go away, but he's fucked around too much. They were just waiting for a reason, and as you can see, they've all pulled their advertising at the same time. So, I mean, the reason just doesn't matter.
By the way, I love all
They
these Jews who say that we don't control the media, and then they blacklist anyone if they oppose them, or they cut all their
right,
advertising.
Oh my
exactly,
It's
God.
just kind
But
of like
hold up.
it's just kind of
Well, hold
like
on.
it's kind of hilarious. Personally,
Yeah,
I find it funny. It's like
It's
it
an
is.
odd coincidence.
we don't control the media, but if you speak out against us, we're going to cut all of your funding. Yeah, go on, name.
It's so true. I mean, good point. But the bottom line is they're not going to allow a social media platform that they can't control it by any censorship means at all. And he keeps making it so these voices are heard on both sides, but there's one side that the powers that be don't want heard because it's hurting them, and they're getting destroyed. I mean, Israel's getting destroyed in the propaganda, the information war right now, and the excuse of Musk's tweets are just dumb. It was going to happen anyway, and now this has just moved bankruptcy, timeline for me. Won't happen by the end of the year, but probably in the first quarter of March, because he simply, he comes out and goes, oh well, the company's valued at 50%. No, though, that's not true. You look at enterprise value, the debt's 13 billion, the equity is worth zero. Okay, and then minus whatever cash, this company is worth less than 10 billion at most, and that's a discount on the debt. Okay, and again, speaking with a couple Wall Street friends yesterday, that they haven't even started marketing the bank debt, which is a 13 billion or so. Okay, Twitter's bank debt hadn't even started marketing, and that is unheard of a year after an acquisition. But the talk and sort of the whispers are 70 cents on the dollar they're hoping they can get. these banks that hold it, Morgan Stanley, B of A, whatnot. But now after today, with basically whatever revenue, like they'll be lucky. I don't know who the stalking horse bidder in bankruptcy court, but this is going Chapter 11. Musk is going to be out. I'll give him to the first quarter. I'd be surprised if the runway is past the first quarter of 24. I will be shocked because he's basically defaulting on other things like leases and whatnot just to make the debt payments, the interest on the debt. It's just not going to work out. My advice to him, since this is recorded, not like he'll hear, but first, shut your mouth. Second, stop doing drugs. And
It's always a good idea to stop doing drugs.
Yeah, because he fucked up.
Don't start. People who nobody ever says, "Yo, that guy did so much drugs. His judgment is so good now." That's like never a sentence you ever hear.
You only hear that from people on drugs.
Only musicians sort of do things good that when they're on drugs.
We should base all of our politics on what musicians do.
To be fair, the CIA actually heavily recruits from people in the music industry because they're like, you guys have no morals and you know how to like navigate in a bunch of part of the world. But anyway.
Musk is done, and if he keeps fucking around, like the find out will go, as Charles has reminded us of the 3 grand juries. There's a lot of other shit that can come down his way, so he'd be best to just stop.
You don't think there's a chance at all he could turn it around?
Absolutely
absolutely not.
Because here's the thing, and Name obviously is way more eloquent, but this is like a lot of what I wanted to talk about too, right? Like Twitter has never been a profitable platform, but Elon has made it completely worse and managed to piss off anyone that would care, right? Like besides people that are saying things, but I'm going to be completely real, like the content on Twitter, the content on like what's on Facebook and TikTok right now is so much more anti-Semitic than like what's on Twitter. I actually don't think it's the worst content in that grand scale, right? And Apple is still like the number one spender, like one of the top on TikTok, which, like I don't really, they're using Elon's tweets as an excuse maybe now, but I think what Name said was spot on, it was going to happen anyway. And he should know better when he's running a platform. Like he should have talked to someone in social media, right? Like none of this is a surprise.
Look, if you're going to be doing ad-based revenue for your platforms, you need the Jews to like you. Okay, like it's not complicated.
Also,
and so if the Jews are mad at you,
it's also not.
That's a very bad idea.
I also think it's funny to say the Jews control the media and then also acknowledge that how badly they're losing, the propaganda war. Like, if they really controlled the media, people would not be talking in the way that they are.
Jews are not Israelis, for one.
So that's a good part, Chuck. That's a good point, Chuck.
Yeah, I said Israel's losing the propaganda war.
I just think in general, the advertising industry is a very Jewish industry. And if you are going to like talk shit about them, they are going to like hurt you in your business interests. And I think he's also pissed off the Chinese in different ways. And they are using a lot of their companies or companies that are kind of Chimerica. Pretty much every one of those companies that's withdrawn ad revenue is very Chinese connected, and they're clearly like putting the hurt to Elon. All to the good, I think.
Yeah, it is good, and it's going to get a lot worse too. There's a little net worth on paper, pretty much. Let's talk about that in a year from now. So,
I also don't even know what it means to actually be that rich, because like he can't sell any of that shit. He can't really buy anything. Like, what would you, if somebody gave you $1 billion, right, just liquid, what would you actually do with it? Like, there's not a lot you can do.
He doesn't even own a home. Not like that's a bad,
he's a prisoner. And by the way, nobody really owns anything because the government can just decide any moment that they don't want you to have it anymore.
Well, not a generational trust, though.
My friend also said, he's like, well, he'll just keep, pumping money. He's got money. He'll put it in Twitter. I'm like, no, he's not going to. That's not how it works. He's not going to like sell Tesla stock and make a cash infusion. He knows he made a bad deal. He tried to get out of it.
No,
in
I don't
Delaware.
think he tried to. I think what happened was that the powers that be around him thought it would be a good idea for him to buy Twitter. So he was actually forced to do this deal. And I think when he ends up with the deal, he's fucked. He's imprisoned by it.
Why do you think they forced him to?
I think they forced him to do it because they wanted to control Twitter ahead of the 2022 cycle, or excuse me, ahead of the 2024 election.
Okay.
Are you talking about the right-wing Israelis? You talking about them?
I think the right-wing Israelis, some of the Chinese world, some of the Saudis. I think there's a lot of people that want to go back to a world in which Trump or DeSantis is in power, and I think they saw Elon owning Twitter as a vehicle for doing that. They were like fighting the last war. They were looking at like 2016, and they were like, "Oh, we need to control Twitter because Twitter's being used and blocking us in different ways." And so they're like, "Oh, which asset of ours can we use to do that? Oh, let's use Elon to do it."
So you don't think Musk wanted none of this was a design of his of saying, "Oh, I love free speech. I'm gonna save."
How many billionaires do you ever encounter that are actually like genuine, honest people that always tell you the truth about what their intentions are?
I think Elon.
That's a good point.
I think Elon loves Elon-controlled speech, though. I don't think he's any different than the rest of them, right? I feel like there's also
obviously.
a
Also,
power.
who the fuck is he to lecture me about free speech? He's a South African. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I mean,
so what do you think about this war that's about to bust out?
Which war?
Well, I mean, Zag, I think you posted about the aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf for the first time since 2020, and then they also posted. Somebody posted about all the recruits.
It's posturing.
No, it's about all the army going back and getting everybody who was fired for COVID
They're
shots.
definitely, they're definitely acting as if they're mobilizing, whether it's for,
No. If you're in the Persian Gulf, right, what's clearly happening there is that it's there. They have two aircraft carriers, one on the side of near the Israel side. I think it's the Gerald Ford is there, and then the Eisenhower's in the Persian Gulf. And that's just for listening and for having range to be able to do anything in the Middle East. That's all it is.
They were sending out those stupid text and recruitment ads about getting people who were kicked out for not getting vaccinated. That was months ago. Okay.
Well,
people just string this shit together. But they just string this shit together to justify their narrative. Like, oh, you see, there's white people in the ads now. They're recruiting the military so we can go to World War III. No, you dumbass. They just realize how it couldn't be that they just happened to realize that the lesbian recruitment ads weren't working, so they went back. It has to be that they're recruiting for World War III.
100%. 100%. By the way, there's long been a history of people like many of the people who joined the military basically post the Reagan era. Many of them have been like evangelical white male Christians, and like that's just the reality.
Oh yeah, that was the entire Iraq War. I knew so many people that went. When you
actually like deal with those people and actually like meet our actual military, you see that there's a whole lot of like right-wing evangelical Christians in the military, and they were trying to break that up by trying to encourage other groups to join, but then nobody wanted to join because a lot of the right-wing Christian evangelical men like being around other right-wing Christian evangelical men in the military.
It's exactly the type of people who went over to help Israel with their crops. You saw that story about the Montana ranchers who went over to help the Israelis with their crops after October 7th. So those are the type of people that weren't recruited into the military that they are realizing, oh, we kind of need those people in there. You know, the good guys who are going to do what they're told, and not question much.
So, I mean, I'm generally of the view that we should have a smaller military. So when people are getting kicked out of the military because of vaccine issues or because of other issues, I'm like, good. We shouldn't have as large a military. We should be spending a lot more money on our intelligence apparatus and a lot less on our military.
There's also like a huge, which is crazy that people in Gen Z are like saying this out loud, right? But I think it's funny. They're like, who the fuck cares if we get put in jail for not fighting for this country? Like, we'd rather be in fucking jail.
Yeah.
We get free food, free healthcare.
They
say that until they're in fucking jail.
Yeah. Okay, second here, Charles, your notion about reducing the strength of the Imperial Army. I mean, what Charles is proposing is basically reduce the number of Roman legions and increase the number of auxiliaries. But Charles, here's the problem with that thinking. You can do that, but you must make sure that you don't run out of cannon fodder. Hashtag Ukraine. And second,
Wait,
look what
hold
the.
up. It's fine to have other countries be your cannon
But
fodder.
I know,
Why
but
should America
Charles,
be the cannon fodder?
but Charles, my dear
Make all
friend,
the
Charles, here
trannies the
comes the
cannon fodder.
and Charles, my dear friend, and here comes here comes the mistake. What the Romans did the same. The Romans said, we must reduce the number of our legions, too expensive. Focus on Italia first. And what happened then? The auxiliaries were overtaken basically by the very capable Germanic warrior tribes, and then the Germans came and they sacked Rome. And that's the end of story. So be careful. What I want to say is here, the lesson is,
if we have a very good intelligence
but intelligence. Okay, you are very pro. I know. Okay, that's a good point, but I do think that even there can be complacency. I always have the issue with intelligence services is if they believe their own hype, and it can happen. Look at the Israelis. Complacency will set in. That's always the problem with intelligence services. But you know it better, Charles. You know what I'm talking about here. It's very difficult. So, I mean, I don't know if you can do it only with, or let's say, majority with intelligence services, because again, as I said, if they are really good, and you will, let's say, sooner or later they will start to believe their own hype. The same happened with the KGB. Also, a big problem. You know it, Charles. They started to believe that they are basically invincible. The same happened with the MFS. And I think there's a tendency, and the same happened with the CIA, by the way, which was actually a quite capable intelligence service, I would say, 60s, 70s, 80s. But then in the 90s, something happened. The rot set in, for whatever
Trannies.
reason. Nah, Clown, that's too easy. Come on. You cannot only blame trannies. There's other stuff going on.
I just
I
want
mean,
to. Come on, let me blame
It
trannies all I
dropped its
want.
guard, Kaiser. It dropped its guard when the Soviet Union
but the
collapsed.
thing is, but there seems to be a certain.
There's a sense of victory,
What just happened to Kaiser's mic?
Oh, sorry. Someone was no, but Charles. I mean, what's your take on it? Because you are very well aware of the intelligence, let's say, world. I mean, for me, there seems to be a pattern that yes, you are very good in your job, but then you start to believe your own hype, and then you become complacent. There seems to be a pattern. It goes worldwide. What's your take on it?
I mean, I think it's just with anything that government institutions get complacent over time, and you have to kind of keep things moving. I think you have to move people around a lot more. I also think that the conflicts weren't as intense in the 90s as they were in the 80s and 70s. And so when things are more intense, people do more intense jobs. I think in our own time, though, when we have a giant military, there are all these groups that try to get us to use that military and suck us into various conflicts. And so I think that needs to be kind of understood, that we're not going to do that anymore. America's going to move from the world's policeman to the world's prosecutor. And that's kind of helping other countries prosecute their criminals, not invade countries as much, deal with terrorism as a law enforcement issue, not a military issue, invest in satellites and surveillance products, invest less in like aircraft carriers and all that stuff. Arguably, if the United States didn't have any aircraft carriers, we would not be pursuing the policies we've been pursuing in the Middle East. Maybe we should just invest in our submarine capabilities and be much more silent, much more ruthless that way.
Okay, Charles. I mean, but honestly, I don't even. But I do think aircraft carriers are very, very necessary for the U.S. power projection. I mean, yes, submarines. I mean, they are very.
No, my point is not that they're not useful for power projection. My point is that if we didn't have them, maybe we wouldn't always be in the Middle East all the time. Maybe we had to have other countries deal with the problems of the Middle East, not the United States.
Yeah, Charles. I don't know, man. Be
Why
careful
does
what you
America
wish for.
have to solve all the world's problems?
No, you don't have to solve all the world's problems. But the thing is, I mean, America's position in the world is one of the main pillars, not the only pillar, but one of the main pillars why America is where it is because you guys control the spice. You control the Middle East. And that is, and I mean, that was the weapon which destroyed the Soviet Union, which destroyed my country. Because Ronald Reagan was basically not forcing, but basically saying to the dudes in the Arab world, pump the oil, and
Pump
we will
the oil at
destroy the
any
Soviet
price,
Union.
drive down the price of the
Exactly.
oil,
And that is what fucked over the
and it
Warsaw
worked.
Pact. And
It
it
worked.
worked, yeah, it worked. Kudos to Ronald Reagan. I mean, the strategy it worked, man. It was a double blow.
Yeah, they went all around the world and they convinced any country that had oil to produce
Exactly.
it at any price.
And that you must imagine the Soviet Union at the end of the 70s was actually, from an economic point of view, they were relatively in a good position, good setup. They were the second strongest economy in the world. But what happened then? Afghanistan war very costly, and then after the oil price peaks in the 70s, the price completely deteriorated in the 80s. I mean, it was so cheap. It's unbelievable how cheap oil was in the end of the 80s. Crazy. I mean, we can't even imagine it anymore.
No, I can't imagine. I lived through it. I know exactly what the deal was.
Yeah, those were hard times for you, Tom, isn't it? Those were the bad times.
Yeah, my father stayed employed. He worked for Halliburton at the time. Halliburton was a different company back in the late 80s. But yeah, I've lived through it's a roller coaster ride. If you're going to work in oil and gas, you better be ready for it because there's so many things that affect the market. It is what it is. You better have tough skin and made nails, and you better save your pennies. I mean, and it was great for Americans. Look, we had cheap gas for how long? You could drive all the way across the country for what, $100 basically in a car, just about.
Yeah, no, I mean the cost of living was much lower, but as far as the aircraft carriers, their vulnerability is now increasing too, given the modern drone capabilities and so on. So, yeah, it's almost becoming not even a cost effective.
Nobody would fuck with an aircraft
Yeah, but
carrier.
to maintain them versus the amount of damage they can do, it's almost no longer worth it.
It's a propaganda thing as much as anything.
Yeah, it's a force projection propaganda mechanism that always will.
I mean, I'm sure you could sink an aircraft carrier if we really tried at it, but then
You could sink it without too much difficulty.
Yeah, but the question is who would do that, and if they would do that, they would piss off the United States to a degree.
Yeah, nobody would sink it in a non-war environment. If you were officially at war with the United States, perhaps you would.
Nobody would be at war with the U.S. though, because the U.S. is so fucking powerful.
Yeah, I mean, no one will go to war, and I think because of the scandals of Iraq and Afghanistan, it's going to be a long time before we commit. So this business of World War III, I think it's like a new sort of Cold War, but a little hotter than the last one.
The hot Cold War, I like it. It's very cool, very nouveau riche, right? No. So what about the January Sixers in the tapes?
Yeah, that was wild, wasn't it?
No. Now this is Mike Johnson, so Charles, I know you don't like Mike, but I wanted to ask Sag, what do you think about this?
Well, it's useless if they're not releasing the photos of the faces.
Yeah, there's that. And listen, I mean, Tucker's staff got the tapes while he was still at Fox, and he had, a handful of interns going through thousands and thousands of hours. Good luck with that process. That's incredibly time-consuming, and you have to pay people to do that. And anyway, and at this point, I think the ball was dropped on Jan 6 so badly by the government, by the people involved, and I think Joe Biden, frankly, should have pardoned most of those people. That would have been probably the smartest move for him as a president going into a re-election, and he would always be able to point to that and say, look, I mean what I say when I'm trying to mend the gaps and bring people together. But he didn't do any of that, whether he was told not to or decided, fuck it, I'm not doing that. I think
He may
Jan 6
yet.
was a great
He
opportunity
may
to sort
yet.
of move on
He
from a
may yet.
lot of the inter-party drama.
He may yet do that shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
You think
But
Biden would pardon him?
yeah, I think he would pardon him.
I don't see how that would be possible. His people would hate it.
No, I think
Yeah, but he's a whore for votes. You got to realize this. He's a politician first. Democrats say.
I think it all depends on what the who the person he's running against is in 2024.
I mean, if Donald Trump is whipping his ass and
I mean, Trump won
one of
all
the
his
cards he
court
can pull,
stuff
he'll do
today,
it.
so I guess he's running.
I mean,
Well,
Trump didn't win all of his court stuff. Trump won against the gag order. That's it. What are you talking about, May?
I wouldn't worry about
I don't know.
Trump.
Loomer was putting it on her timeline.
Oh,
Loomer's a dear friend of mine, but she's cracked out. I mean, she is. She is.
Hey, I didn't say that. Chuck said that.
I mean, listen, I've been with her when she gets like manic about Trump, and it's like, honey, Jesus Christ.
Do you think she wants to marry?
I'll put it in a jumbo. What she said.
Chuck.
Loomer is gunning for press secretary. I mean, we all know that.
Does she want to have Donald Trump's babies, Chuck? Tell us.
Probably. I think she'll take anyone's babies at this stage, though.
Do you think she's dumb enough?
God.
Do you think she's dumb enough?
Never mind.
Yeah, but
okay, she put the 14th
that
Amendment lawsuits that were filed and funded by. He won in Michigan, Minnesota, and now Colorado.
So he can. So what happened was they were saying that because he's an insurrectionist, he can't run for office, right? And of course, he can run for office.
Right.
Well, I mean, people thought he wouldn't be able to. Yeah.
No, they're saying they want to take him off the ballot in certain states.
He's going to go to jail. He's not going to be off the ballot. Like in March, when he's got the documents case, like the feds don't bring cases where they can't get convicted.
So when do they put him in jail, Chuck? When does this happen?
I think what they'll do is they'll negotiate it out. So first he'll get convicted, and then he'll go for sentencing, and then we'll see what his poll numbers are after he gets convicted.
Right? I bet you they go up.
I mean, most of the modeling of people who've gotten indicted, the numbers tend to go down, but I guess it depends on the trial. Like we'll see what the trial holds. Prosecutors get it wrong from time to time, right? I don't know.
I mean, who are these prosecutors? A bunch of Democrats, right? I mean, doesn't it look pretty biased at the end of the day?
I mean, that's your hope, right? If you're,
I mean, that's the facts.
No,
that's not good either.
It's a jury of his peers. He's going to have a jury of his peers. He's,
Oh, a jury in what county? Where?
Yeah, I didn't say it was fair. I just said what's going to happen to him.
All right. Okay.
Guys, as an outsider, can I make a suggestion?
By the way, if anyone's ever had any dealings with federal prosecutors, the second they bring charges against you, you're fucked. So
absolutely, man.
You should just cut a deal. And he doesn't want to cut a deal. So now he's going to get even more fucked. And so, he has his...
Well, yeah, would you want to make a deal with the devil? I wouldn't.
I mean, his chief of staff is fucking him. Okay? Like, that is not a good position to be in, all things considered. And listen, I like the Donald just as much as the next guy, but he's fucked.
But, okay, so Charles, let's just suppose that he is able to weather the storm.
Think it out, right?
So and get a not guilty verdict.
They're using
one of
RICO prosecutions.
What happens then?
No. This is what I don't think people understand, is that they're using mob prosecutor techniques against him, like mafia tech, like the techniques that they use
RICO techniques,
yeah. So what that means is that they're trying to establish him as the head of a criminal enterprise, which means that any crimes that his subordinates committed, be they Mark Meadows, be they any of the people, Jenna Ellis, any of the people who've, broken and testified for the prosecution, what that means is any crimes they committed basically hits him if he's the head of this criminal enterprise.
And we all know that if they keep trying to use this mob technique and it doesn't work to their, agenda, when are we going to get to the point where they start using the Hillary Clinton technique?
Oh.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I was
the Sheila Jackson Lee technique.
I was making I don't know what the fuck
That
either of you are
technique.
talking about.
He's
but,
talking about getting assassinated.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah.
guys, can I make a
Charles, it's
suggestion?
called being facetious.
I'm sorry, I'm an Ausländer. Foreigner, I take my time with speaking because I must make the sentences. A suggestion. Can we not? J6 sounds so pedestrian. Can we call it the Three Kings Day insurrection? I mean, that sounds way more.
It should be
Yeah.
Epiphany. It should be the Epiphany insurrection.
Yeah, Three Kings Day massacre or Three Kings Day insurrection.
I'm with
That
you.
that has a classic vibe,
I
you
call
know.
it the day the
I hate this
feds.
tendency to name things.
I mean, J6.
Speaking of J6, did it
BB
expose the
blew
deep
up the
state, Charles?
towers. That's what it should be called. It shouldn't be called September 11th. It should be BB blew up the towers day. You know?
Okay, that's too long, Charles.
Yeah,
that's too long.
I agree with you.
Disavow.
October 7th, BB let
is
Hamas
J6
kill those people.
Disavow.
Like, that's how it should be.
Is J6 important? Is J6 important now even more so because it sort of revealed that the government
Secondary, it's
a Fed day.
Three Kings Day. Three Kings Day insurrection.
There you go. And was
Fed day.
You know, and was just waiting for a small little uprising like this to sort of show their cards.
It's obviously there was a lot of foreign governments at play there, and they should release all the footage with people's faces on them. But they won't, because it'll show all the feds and it'll show all the spies there. And nobody wants to do that, so they just show all this bullshit.
Well, yeah, it's a half truth, and the half truth in itself is a lie. When they say they're going to release the tapes, I expect them all to be released, unedited, unperverted, all that stuff.
Yeah,
but
they're never going to do that.
They never will. Yeah, I know.
Well,
I mean, I heard that the Proud Boys had
upload those on a website.
Why would they ever do that?
They would never do that. They would never show that federal law enforcement was opening doors. They would never give the idea that something wasn't the way it was, other than 500 people, fanatics, crazed radicals, stormed the U.S. Capitol.
No, they were whipped up. They were whipped up by.
That's what
this was a production put on by the Democrats.
Well, I mean, it's already been exposed that 40 people in the Proud Boys were feds. So,
feds or federal informants?
Federal informants. So, I mean, it's like Charles said, their faces would be out there.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give too much info to the public about sort of an operation, right, Chuck?
I mean, they never released the Las Vegas footage, because to release the Las Vegas footage would be revealed that this guy was with the Israelis. They'll never release the January 6th stuff because a lot of the people who were involved in that are tied in with the Israelis, and you know the law. Can't upset Israel.
I mean, it was like pulling teeth to get the Nashville manifesto out too.
Yep.
Well, we still don't have the whole thing.
Of course, it was given to Steven Crowder.
Yeah, we still don't have it. They just fired the cops, and that was it.
Yeah, which is totally normal that gay guy known as Steven Crowder would have access to something from a tranny.
Well,
totally
apparently the cops got arrested got in trouble, right, and fired.
I don't think they got arrested. They got in trouble. I mean, they haven't released all the 9/11 or Kennedy docs, right? Like, why is that? Because the Israelis control a lot of things, and you can't learn about them assassinating presidents or blowing up towers. That's rude. It's maybe even anti-Semitic to learn anything about this.
I mean, how much do you think that the Israelis really have a thumbprint on, Chuck? I mean, honestly, they're a small country. 9 million people.
Zach, be careful with this questioning.
I just think they even struggle to keep their own domestic affairs in order with West Bank and Gaza. Like,
they
how
cause
are they
trouble everywhere. They cause trouble everywhere to get people paying them tribute.
So you're calling Bin Laden a liar, Chuck, right now?
I'm saying Bin Laden was a patsy, is what I'm saying.
A patsy?
Yeah, a 6'6" Saudi on dialysis did not do 9/11. Sorry.
Yeah, don't forget who he was working for, too, by the way.
I mean, and they find him living next to Abbottabad with the ISI right there.
So you're telling me one of the most famous Muslim terrorists out there was really in cahoots with none other than the Jews?
Yeah, many such cases.
But Charles, maybe why not the MI6? I mean, I could imagine the MI6 because with J6 or the Three Kings insurrection, how I would like to call it, you make the Republicans basically, you smear them. And we all know that the British would like to work together more with the Democrats than with the Republicans.
Did we lose Charles?
Yeah, he left. His phone probably died.
But he will come back. No, I was joking. I don't think that the MI6 was involved. But
I don't see
James Bond would not be involved.
I really don't see Israel involved in 9/11. I'm going to side with Zaganol on this one. I've seen no proof.
I'll hear him out.
Well,
I want to know if
suggesting that because there were some interesting things that occurred around that time that we can look at that are suspicious, but we still know for the most part, right? We believe we know the people that were flying the planes that day. So if that's the case, then
hey, those passports survived those eggs. We got to remember.
I mean, guys.
Well, there was that, but there are a lot of. Listen, I will say one thing, Kaiser. Any sort of like black box transmission, any sort of like, there were no eyewitness testimonies, things like that. So it's difficult to know exactly, but I don't know. I think it's still sort of fresh in the memory of a lot of people in their 30s, 40s, 50s who may have lost somebody. 3,000 plus people were killed. So I think whoever did.
a lot more than that died all told, right?
Yeah,
there's people dying from the dust and all that other shit.
The dust.
Not just the dust, but all the stupid, wars on behalf of Israel in all around the world because of the refusal to acknowledge what actually happened on September 11th. The real culprits were never brought. They were never ever they were never ever held accountable.
The real culprits.
Yes, the real culprits.
Chuck, do you think it's odd that they never charged, Bin Laden was never charged with anything to do with 9/11? And I put up his most wanted poster from the FBI.gov, and it says, it has nothing to do with what he's wanted for.
Yeah, look, he was killed, supposedly, allegedly, he was killed in Abbottabad by SEAL Team 6, and then all those guys died, right, in a helicopter accident later on, so that's interesting. There's a lot of stories around 9/11 that are just way more complicated, way more interesting than we're allowed to talk about.
It's weird that we haven't gotten all of the footage from just the airports that day. Because there's there's cameras everywhere. Even
by the way, who was running airport security at the time, Tom? What group of people were running airport security at Logan Airport?
Well, that would be an Israeli firm, Chuck. That was part owned by the Israeli state.
Yep. Israeli, interesting.
Charles, are you familiar with Ali Mohammed, who was reportedly Al Qaeda's kind of security director? He wrote their training manual. He was the guy who reportedly provided Bin Laden's personal security. Familiar with his background at all?
No, but tell us. Actually, I may know this story.
So you've probably heard it. It's pretty fascinating. He was part of an Egyptian special forces unit that was responsible for the killing of Anwar Sadat. And then after that, he went to go join he approached the CIA in Cairo and offered his services. This was about the same time that he joined the Egyptian Islamic Jihad organization. And he was running counterterrorism for one of the major Egyptian airlines at the time. And the CIA sent him to Germany, where upon getting to Germany, he immediately told everyone at the mosque he was frequenting, "Hey, I'm a CIA plant." The CIA very quickly figured this out, and they claim they fired him. A year or two later, he somehow makes it into the United States using a false name, joins the United States military, ends up at the 5th Special Forces Group at Fort Bragg, and he's part of these videos that are being shown at the JFK Special Warfare Center on how to prepare to fight Islamic militants. After that, he just kind of disappears out of the military, and he's later charged in connection with both the Nairobi bombing and the Dar es Salaam bombing. And it's at this point where he's supposedly writing the Al Qaeda training manual, and he's the guy who's in charge of Bin Laden's security. Again, he's finally arrested, and he's supposedly given a life without parole sentence in the fall of 2000. But Pete Blaber, who was either an officer or senior enlisted in Delta Force, Pete Blaber, in his book, claims that he met with Ali Muhammad after September 11th, and this was not taking place in a federal prison, as you might expect if he was given life without parole a year before that. He claims that they were briefed by Ali Muhammad before his Delta unit inserted into Afghanistan. And then there's really no reports on this guy for like another decade. But in 2011, Ali Soufan, who was kind of the main Arabic speaking FBI agent at the time, Soufan reports that this guy has still not been officially sentenced. And I've, tried to search the Federal Board of Prisons database. I mean, he just doesn't exist anymore. So where he was, what he was up to, how deep his connections with the CIA went, if they ever actually ended after Germany, that all kind of remains a mystery.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of examples of these people that kind of like bounce between different intelligence services. So none of that really surprises me, to be honest.
So, okay, so, I have not seen any evidence personally. I mean, even though there are compelling points. So let's just say the Israelis. Let's just say the Israelis did do
this. To
this.
be clear
Okay?
about it, my view is that Israeli military intelligence, the same group that Bibi is a part of and that others are a part of around him, or involved in the painting, selection, and destruction of the Twin Towers, and that it was a Israeli military intelligence operation.
So let's suppose that's the case, okay? Other than so the main objective is to keep the United States in the Middle East, right? Is that
well, not
essentially
just
the
that,
gist of
but
it?
also to build a surveillance state that could be run by the Israelis, which is what Chertoff was a part of, right? A former department, setting up the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, there's many like ancillary benefits to the Israelis and to their allies in the U.S. by the creation
Charles, why
of all
something
this.
so evil to do something where
What
you
do you
can
mean by
just try to
evil?
implement
I mean,
on a
what's evil?
covert
What's
level?
evil
Like why?
here? Like, what do you mean evil? Like,
Why kill 3,000 Americans rather than just get this done?
Because they want us.
Illegally, as
Because
the
they
as the
want us
government
to
does
be
things
like
in
them.
these cases,
They want us to be like them. They want us to have a
But if
surveillance
Chertoff
state.
was involved, that means someone in, U.S. government or someone in a clandestine agency was speaking to somebody of great importance that okayed this or said.
The U.S. government is deeply penetrated by the Israelis in all sorts of ways, just as there are other spy services that are penetrated here.
Charles? So hold on. Let me
That's a brutal.
let me interject something.
Man.
There
Yeah.
is there's the story of Angel is Next, which was Air Force One that was supposedly threatened on September 11th. And this is a story given by the pilot that was flying the plane. It says Angel is next. So it was like there was another maybe entity or faction of people that had taken over our apparatus and basically said, Bush, you get on camera when you land and you start saying bin Laden, bin Laden, bin Laden, or you may not make it to the end of the day. I mean, that was kind of the reality of it. I think that there was write-ups of that like in 2016.
Yeah, and by the way, had they assassinated Bush, they would have gotten Cheney, who would have been even more their bitch.
Is this could one make the argument that this is too sophisticated of an attack to be Al Qaeda?
Of course. I mean, anyone who's dealt with Arabs knows that they never show up on time for anything, let alone something that's as sophisticated as a terrorist attack like that.
What about the
multiple
airmen
targets
in training in the United States that local Florida law enforcement?
I think all of that stuff is way over-determined. My view about 9/11 is that the planes were remote controlled, not so much hijacked per se. They were hijacked and then they were remote controlled into their targets.
Yeah, there's
that's the Boeing software.
Yeah,
right?
who was
Correct.
it? Dov Zakim, who was he was like second to Rumsfeld, I believe, in the Pentagon.
Yeah, he was the comptroller of the Pentagon.
Wolfowitz might have been second to Pentagon.
Yeah.
To
So
Rumsfeld,
this
right?
Dov Zakim, the company he was at prior to that, they specialized in like a kill switch for airplanes and remote controls.
So who's prevented a lot of these details from becoming mainstream?
Segunda, I have to push back a little bit here. Charles, I'm sorry. I cannot buy this story at 100% for one very specific reason. Half of the September 11 hijackers, where were they studying for time being at least? Where? In Hamburg. Where's Hamburg? Former British-controlled area. So to think,
No, look,
Charles, come on! You cannot tell me that the Mossad or whoever was colluding with Arab extremists and the MI5
collude. By the way, they collude all the time. No, but
but Charles, come
Hey,
on.
Kaiser, it was leaked by British intelligence that Israeli intelligence was on the ground.
Can I just finish my fucking sentence, you guys?
Yeah, finish your point.
Let me finish my point. To think that this would go that the MI5 and MI6 will be unaware of this. We're talking about Hamburg.
No, they're the ones who leaked it. They're the ones who leaked that.
Then they work together with the Mossad.
No,
if you say and to say that I cannot. Sorry, I cannot imagine that. If there would be
every time there's been material that's come out about September 11th that's contradicted the official narratives, it's come from the British.
The left on September 11th.
Yes.
So
why
Kaiser, it should be pointed out that a number of the hijackers did their flight training down in Broward County, where there has been, a lot of Mossad activity kind of uncovered over the years in that part of southern Florida. And that's where a lot of the hijackers were based out of.
To put it mildly, that there's a lot of activity.
My point is a different one, FDM. My point is a different one.
No, the Hamburg
point. If you say that the Mossad,
let's talk about the Hamburg.
But Charles, if you say that the Israeli intelligence service were involved, I will say, yeah, okay, they're involved, but it makes only sense if MI5 and MI6 were also involved. Because we're talking Hamburg here, and we know the Echelon system, we know nothing, especially those times. You're talking the years 99, 2000, 2001. Nothing went unrecorded by the British. Come on.
That period comes from the British leaking the material out from the Hamburg stuff. So
exactly. Now, isn't it a little bit suspicious?
No, but the point is that they were tracking the Israeli involvement in Hamburg at the time.
The British also. Why did Tony Blair was gung ho going into Iraq and all that stuff.
Blair was certainly compromised by the Israelis, and we've talked about that before.
Why not? Why always the Israelis? Why not the MI5, MI6, the British establishment? Why not them? But if you say that the Mossad was behind all of that, or whatever,
I don't believe the Mossad was involved. I believe Israeli military intelligence.
Okay, the military intelligence. Then I can easily.
It's very important to understand the distinctions here because Yair Lapid is very plugged into the Mossad world, and Yair Lapid is not a fan of Israeli military intelligence, and so he has leaked material in the past about those dancing Israelis when he put them on camera. There's many examples of Yair Lapid being very helpful. Publicly and exposing some of this involvement of the Netanyahu world's involvement in 9/11. So,
Charles, are you of the opinion that the Pakistani ISI and Saudi GID must have had, some level of foreknowledge as well if they weren't directly
there was certainly
in the planning?
It's sort of like a Murder on the Orient Express thing, where different groups had an incentive to participate in different aspects of it. And I think it was actually wildly more successful than people thought it would be. Jeremy, you had this stuff about the Israeli Hamburg stuff, though. I kind of remember us talking about this like maybe a year or so ago, around September 11th.
Yeah, tiny bits of it, and it does look like that. I think it's important to break down the 9/11 operation into a military component. You're talking about painting targets, like Tom was talking about, and what you were saying, Charles, about planes not being allowed to be controlled by fairly amateur pilots, but being painted on targets to make sure they hit them. Then you're talking about things going boom. So you're talking about Israeli military intelligence front moving companies, a whole actually set of them, maybe about at least 3 in the New Jersey, New York area with white vans moving materials around in the lead up to it. But then you're talking about intelligence, which is the framing of the legend. And so then you actually probably are talking about at least elements of Israeli human intelligence, Mossad, that were involved, such as the head of Mossad on 9/11 was Ephraim Halevi, who was one of the closest allies of James Angleton, who was head of CIA counterintelligence for more than a decade and head of the Israel desk. And Halevi was a young man, but spent like many nights drinking whole bottles of whiskey with Angleton. And then Halevi ends up at head of Mossad for September 11th. So then you see basically Mossad probably handling and protecting the hijacker cells and making sure that they don't get caught by authorities. So then when you take it back to the United States in Florida, you actually see this whole other cell of Israeli intelligence that you can find in the Gerald Shea DEA report, where they're actually doing, looks like, aggressive reconnaissance on American justice officials, counterintelligence, counterterrorism officials coming up to their house when they're not home, making contact with their spouses, that kind of thing. And those elements were directly living around the hijacker cells when they moved some of them from Hamburg to the United States, especially Florida. So that's intelligence. And then someone earlier brought up who could suppress this in the media. Then you're talking about counterintelligence. How do you keep things covered up? How do you keep the legend intact? How do you introduce black propaganda, red herrings, 9/11 truth movements led by Alex Jones, the dirty uncle, all of that kind of thing. Plus, then how do you keep all of these basic facts out of the mainstream media in a serious way? And then final thing I'll point out about, Angel is next, the threats against Bush, that seems to connect to Israeli intelligence high up in the run-up to 9/11 in the Pentagon cyber back end, people like Amit Yaron, who ended up heading up the CIA's InQtel investment vehicle, who's deep in with the Israeli intelligence investment firm Guardium. And you have firms like P-Tech working with MITRE in FAA, in Pentagon, before 9/11 goes live. So it does make sense that there was someone inside of the American system that could then deliver a threat like Angel is next. And Dick Cheney, it looks like, from Michael Rupert's book, Crossing the Rubicon, it looks like Dick Cheney was the one who fed to Fox News, Brit Hume, Carl Cameron, this infamous story about the Israeli spying scandal was actually fed to them by Dick Cheney at a DC dinner party, probably to attempt to try to discipline the disruptive, quote unquote, junior partner, Israel.
I think
speaks for itself.
If this is the case, then there's lots of parties involved. So wouldn't that?
Yeah, I sorry, Charles, you were not convincing me, Charles.
Conspiracy theory. How can all these people keep quiet? I mean, what's the...
Charles? One thing here, you can. I mean, you can.
Other than
Ziggy, give me a chance here. I don't give a shit about domestic U.S. stuff. Internal security in the United States in the 90s was shit. Everyone knows that. But when it comes to Hamburg, if you say that a foreign intelligence service was the puppeteer, I will say only possible with British involvement. And Charles, the thing is, people don't know, but I know, and you know that shit. Hamburg was that was the backyard of MI5, MI6. That was British occupied area. The Brits run a tight regime when it comes to intelligence over their area, including Echelon. To say, and it's convenient.
I certainly believe.
If the Israelis are involved, only together with the Brits.
I certainly believe that the Brits knew that 9/11 was coming.
Okay, here we go.
That's a different kind of thing. But in fairness,
at least some elements did. And Tony Blair is obviously some kind of Israeli asset. And the British intelligence system has been riddled by both Zionist and then Soviet intelligence, even back to the beginning of the State of Israel. The Kim Philby background, it looks like Kim Philby was actually working with the Irgun, it looks like in alliance with the Soviets, to set up British intelligence to point them away from the King David Hotel bombing threat and then get them actually bombed. So there is a massive long-term compromise of the highest levels of British intelligence, especially in relationship to the Israeli and Russian sphere, I'd say.
And Jeremy, I will push back because this is the stupidity of this argument. The Brits have their own agenda. To say, oh no, they were just the puppets, that's wrong. And everyone who knows a little bit about the history of the British when it comes to continental Europe and let's say their geopolitical games, to say that they had no own agency, I'm sorry, I call bullshit on that one. The Brits always have their own agency. And maybe you guys will have been played by the Brits. Maybe the Brits wanted you to get involved in those wars. Maybe it's not okay if you say the Israelis wanted it. I can make an argument. The Brits had as much motivation for you guys to get involved in all that wars as the Israelis. I can make
you
easy an
describe
argument for
that?
that.
Yeah, can you describe the British motive for American involvement and British involvement in the war on terror, in the war in Iraq?
I mean, it's not like they got their Iranian oil interests back.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that the war on terror and the Iraq war were a total disaster on all fronts for the Anglo-American alliance, and even in the whole oil motive in
That's
terms of
inside, but that's inside. The British were
But
leveraging.
how much
That's
does it
it. I
benefit the
mean, Jeremy,
Israelis,
that's absolutely inside. What the British were doing, they were leveraging American muscle for their own purposes. You can say, look, what is the financial center of the world till today? It's London. London, exactly. Think about that one.
But describe the purpose, the British purpose for getting the Americans
because
involved?
The British were on the downward trend. I mean, guys, do you actually know your history stuff? Look at the United Kingdom in the 90s. It was a shit house. I mean, the powerhouses in Europe was France under Chirac, and it was Germany. The Brits were on the losing stick here. And I mean, you can easily imagine a scenario where you want to create mayhem. And which countries have been the most, let's say, in Europe, which countries had the most to sacrifice during the shit show of the last 20 years? Germany and France. The British don't let in all the immigrants. They have a tight regime on their channel borders. Which countries are being destroyed right now? Industries. Is it the British industry? No. It's the German industry, and the French, and the Austrian, continental Europe. This is an age-old game, guys. This game is being played for the last 500 years, man. And to say, I'm just saying, if the Israelis have an agenda, I can easily make a case the Brits have their own agenda. And I can make this case very easily. Because look what's happening right now. Who is suffering in Europe? It's not the UK. It's not the UK. And you can make the extension with Nord Stream. Same fucking modus operandi. Who is suffering? Not the UK.
Can I ask you?
So, guys, I'm sorry, man.
Can I ask you a question? In your opinion, does the city of London have the same agenda as the UK, like the government?
I mean, Charles knows this better than I will ever know. But I will tell you one thing: the British establishment, the political establishment, the upper class, the city of London, that's one and the same. There is no, you cannot differentiate. It's just, they have all the same. I mean, Boris Johnson. I mean, the dude, all these, everyone, the Tories, even the Labour Party to a certain extent. I mean, the establishment Labour Party, not Corbyn, they're all in bed with the City of London because they know it's the only real asset the UK has left. Oil and gas from the North Sea is going out. Look at the production figures. These assets are gone, and the money has been wasted. So what is the asset? What did the British actually have as an asset? Do they have world class? Okay, they have some research. They have some good research in the biological and pharmaceutical field. I give them that. But this is just niche. This is all niche, in the grander scheme. What do they have as a real asset? That's the City of London, and the setup of the world financial markets. It's all a British model. And it's enforced by the United States. But the masterminds, who is basically writing the playbook? It's the British. It's not the Americans who are writing the playbook. It's not the Americans who invented the offshore, let's say the offshore account system. That was the British. It is not the Americans who invented private equity. That was the British. I mean, come on, guys. And I'm not anti-British here. I love my English brothers and sisters. I'm just saying this is an age-old game.
Saying that we have to go invade Britain now so we can finally get who's responsible for 9/11?
No, but I do think
it's time. It's time. It's time to finish the American Revolution.
Yeah, but Charles, you're right.
Hastings 2.0.
I'm ready to be the real King Charles and get rid of that pretender.
I think America. I mean, look. The thing is, I think, but this is what I cannot know because I don't live over there. And Charles knows it way better because he's old school. He is basically Mayflower. There's always this dichotomy or this tension between those who want to align themselves very much with the old home, so to speak, and those who want to go their own way. And you must ask the question. I mean, the United Kingdom needs the United States. Does the United States need the United Kingdom? If you think about that one, I don't think so. I mean, yes, they're a good ally, they're convenient, but who needs who more? I mean, the US could easily take over, and let's say the playbook of the offshore system whatsoever. I do think sometimes the British establishment is very smart. They realized after India, when they lost India, okay, we cannot sustain our empire. How do we keep our assets? Let's say we need something. We need a leverage. This leverage was the United States as muscle, and the playbook was they were setting up all these, let's say, the offshore system. Bahamas, Channel Islands, you know what I'm talking about, even Luxembourg and all that shit. And this is where the money is being transferred to and from. I mean, Charles knows that, we talked about that. And I mean, sometimes Charles is making fun of it. I think Charles wants the UK as an ally, but as, I mean, you must know.
I think the UK has a lot of problems, which is big.
I mean, Charles, I would always say people should always know who's the cook and who's the waiter. Yes, the United States should be the cook.
To come back, but I don't.
As the waiter.
Problems there too, huh?
It's not the demographics. It's the problem is the financialization of the economy there. That's basically the issue. The issue is that they have decided to turn themselves into a giant laundry, rather than actually invest in building up institutions around the world. They're more interested in just an extractive, exploitative economy.
And Charles, you know what Boris Johnson said? What his dream is for UK?
Well, Boris
future?
Johnson is a British.
You know what he said, Charles? He said he wants to make UK the next Singapore. That was his dream for UK after Brexit. That's retarded, man.
Yeah, that was Dominic Cummings' view, and I mean, look, my view is I'm a Neil Kinnock fan. I'm not a Thatcher fan, and I believe in strong unions. And I what happened to the UK is kind of depressing, to be honest with you. But
by the way, in terms of Brexit and motive, we have Michael Oren, the Israeli ambassador, articulating the very same kind of motive that Putin had in relationship to breaking up the European Union and destabilizing it and breaking off the UK.
Yeah, and I guess the difference is that I would make it. I am pro-Brexit because I want to make the British our bitch, and I want to force the British to clean up the United States. And I think that's happening with GCHQ and all these other spying.
It was the road to AUKUS. And Kaiser, is this a German operation to try to break up AUKUS? This 9/11 British theory?
We just needed a stern British nanny, Charles.
Yeah, we do need a stern British nanny. I'll be real about it. America,
Miss Mary Poppins.
America is kind of a hot mess, and we need the Brits to come over here every now and again and just tell us how to what to buy and how to be cultured, and and we need a spanking every now and again. I mean, we really do.
You're saying we're the unruly children.
Charles, can you please do me a favor?
No, it's a pretty humble way to look at it. I kind of appreciate
Charles, can you do me a favor? Because
so by the way, I've been to all Five Eyes countries many times, and I'll just tell you, the reality of the situation is, if we Five Eyes countries don't work together, then we all kind of implode. And so the best way to get us all aligned is to force us out of all other relationships and to basically force us all together. So this is why
Israel is the second eye, Charles. Israel is the second eye.
Well, this is my point. This is why I'm against the binational security state, is that the closeness that America has with Israel is a huge problem for the survival of AUKUS and the survival of the Five Eyes countries. because basically, like Canada, if Canada doesn't have America like riding herd over it, it becomes Chinese or Indian within like a generation. If you look at Australia, it basically all they do is sell themselves to the Chinese. I mean, New Zealand is like flooded with weird immigrants from all around the world. And then you look at the UK and it just becomes a giant money laundry for the global rich ripping off their countries and wanting to have, nice properties in Mayfair or Knightsbridge. I mean, so my attitude, and then America becomes a kind of mob place if it doesn't have the Brits every now and again like hacking the phones of various compromised FBI agents or various compromised state senators. So, yeah, I mean, my view, just a very basic bitch about it, is that we need the British, and we need everybody in the Five Eyes network actually operating at the top of their game, or we all
Charles,
kind of
how do you think the
FTM,
Five
FTM,
Eyes became so porous to
can
that
you,
infiltration?
FTM, can you give me a second here? Because Charles, I need you to push back on a statement because I cannot do it, but maybe your take. Because someone, hey, this is all just debate. Someone wrote, wow, Eagle Eye, that's me, Kaiser, another bad take. The UK is run by an Indian and London is majority black. I mean, what to say about, yeah, okay.
I don't think that they're really in charge.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It's like saying, yeah, an Indian dude is not prime minister, whatever.
I mean,
whatever.
were the blacks
Yeah.
in charge of America when Obama was president?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I mean, thank you very much.
I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be,
Yeah.
I gotta be careful what I say here.
The half white, half blacks were in charge.
Yeah,
of America.
the Africans were in charge. Yeah, I don't think so.
But Charles, can I ask you, Charles, why don't you? I mean, Charles, my dear friend, why that United States? Why do you always side? Okay, it's the language. I get it, English. Why do you always go with the Britishman? Like, and this is this Nord Stream fiasco. I mean, that was actually, I
don't
think
think it's a fiasco. I mean, that's the issue.
I mean, it's a point in history, a divergence point where the American establishment could have made a decision. Like, okay, we blow up, let's say, or we let Nord Stream to be blown up, but then because we actually want the Germans, because hey, actually they are the center of Europe, let's give them a good deal.
I don't believe that Germany is going to survive as a.
Oh, thank you very much, Charles.
No. If the United States is able to solve the so-called Israel-Palestine conflict, then I imagine we could have a very strong AUKUS reassociation and an actual alliance rather than a domination with Germany, France, and Italy especially.
If I were in charge, I would withdraw immediately from Israel. I would basically, if I were in charge, I would be virulently anti-Israel, and I would align myself with the Arab world against Israel. And I think that is what the realpolitics demand. And I think that I would basically take any of the Jews that wanted to be Israeli and wanted to be American and come here. I would settle them here, and I would make sure that they had a guarantee of safety in the United States, because I think historically the real home of Judaism in the world is actually in the United States, not Israel. And there's sort of a lot of reasons I believe that, which we can go into about why I think Jews actually belong in the United States more than they belong in the Middle East. And so my view is that basically we should abandon the Israeli government unless it makes real structural changes to its overall economy and to its form of government, because it's just another Middle Eastern hellhole as far as I'm concerned. And I would just assume have other more powerful players there run it.
But I feel like there's a danger there. I almost get the sense we have to use 9/11 justice as our leverage to actually push for a one-state full resolution.
I definitely agree with that.
Because then we can bring the Arabs into the coalition with an actual democratic country over there, rather than just open up a vacuum for the Chinese and the Russians.
I think what will happen is that the Turks will rule the whole region. I think that just functionally that's what's going to happen.
The Neo-Ottoman Empire.
Yeah. I think that basically we're in an age of empire, and that a lot of these countries that are annoyances to the empires, they're just going to be run over. And I think Israel is one of those countries.
Even with the whole nuclear option,
I don't believe that their nukes work as well as their propaganda about their nukes.
But let's just assume the nukes work. What does that mean?
One of my biggest controversial takes, one that I don't talk about too loudly, but I think is true, is that nuclear weapons don't work nearly as well as biological or chemical weapons do.
Did you see a documentary It's Trinity and Beyond. William Shatner is actually the narrator, and they showed some of the U.S. and some Soviet testing, but predominantly U.S. testing. Ivy Mike, Castle Bravo, things like that, and they had like 30 or 40-foot titanium rods built into the ground with like special casings around what were then high definition cameras that caught all the blasts and the damage caused and all these things. And I mean, it was
So they
labeled as the
say.
most powerful.
So
Well, I
they
mean,
say.
like if you go to Bikini Atoll, you'll see the effects from nuclear testing.
Okay, let's go to Bikini Atoll. Oh wait, I can't go there. I'm not allowed to go there.
I know because it's a military facility.
Yeah,
but
there you go.
Let's just assume that that this isn't
No,
a
no,
conspiracy
no. I'm not going to assume shit. Like,
well, I
so
mean,
here's...
I mean, we've also seen the military watch testing.
No, I mean, there's a lot of debates about a lot of the. So first of all,
but I think it's almost dangerous to assume that things like this don't work because suppose someone tries to use it and it does work. You know,
people. All right. So one, like a lot of rockets don't hit their targets. We've all seen that historically. ICBMs are not exactly like they're not dialed in. They're not like perfect by any means. So thing one, there's also this question of how many of them are real. How many of them are real, right? That is a very, 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 and yeah, I mean, I think the way I would think about
Charles,
this game.
how are they able to supposedly deliver them? Real quick.
Well, this is the thing, right? So there's lots of questions here about like how do nukes actually work in practice. I think what happened is there's lots of countries that lied about how well the nukes actually worked. And it became a kind of game where people would lie to each other about it as a way of like scaring each other into claiming various things. So I don't believe nuclear weapons are as dangerous. I also don't believe they're as effective. And I also don't believe they're as real. And I also don't believe they're as many as people think.
But it's if they are real, which I think they are real, then we're also talking about multiple generations after the original generation of nukes. Like there were like
they have
NATO.
They have a half-life, right? Like the government allocates all this money to making sure the nukes work, right? Why do they do that? Okay, because they have a half-life. They decay over time. And so then the question is how many of our nukes could actually hit their targets and actually, work? And that information must necessarily be a closely guarded secret, right?
But I mean, they don't like hitting a land target. Yes, that's one thing, but an air burst, very easy, and that would be far more devastating for like imagine life on Earth, but with none of our modernity. We would go back to
Well, this is the whole. There's a discussion in this. There's this discussion in one of my favorite books called "Alone in the Universe," which made me much more skeptical of. That book basically changed my position on aliens, which is I don't think they're real, and I'm happy to make an argument about that later. But basically, there's this argument about like if we were to have a solar flare or something like that, that we would go back in time to basically like the 1910s or maybe even the 1860s, 1870s in terms of technology. And you could make a case that nuclear weapons create an EMP. This EMP blast takes everything out. All of that. That's the kind of story. That's the tale about all of that. But we have weapon systems now that can actually like disable water supplies, turn off electric power. We have a lot of weapons from space that can basically disable whole grids. So we have those capabilities already. We have space lasers, to put it mildly. Like so, we have a lot of.
I need one of those. I am Jewish. I should have one.
Charles, I have heard recently about this, what you're talking about with the nukes. I've heard it from many different people. If you can expand on it more, even if you think it's...
So here's the argument, right? So the argument is that we all agree that nuclear weapons work. We, the quote-unquote responsible powers, we all claim that they work as a way of having a club where we don't actually have to build that many weapon systems relative to each other. So if nukes aren't real, right? If nukes are just fake, then countries would spend lots more money on their military, and then they would therefore have a tendency to use that military. Therefore, a peaceful world requires us all lying about having nukes, although like rich, powerful countries. And so nobody wants to actually test this. So everybody kind of pretends that they have very good weapon systems. But as we've seen historically, whether it's been the United States at war in Afghanistan and Iraq, or whether it's been Russia at war in Ukraine, there's all these claims about our military and our capabilities and all this and all that. And then when we actually have to test them in the real world in battlefield conditions, they almost always fall down, right? So there's this sort of larger question here about how real are any of our weapon systems.
And Charles, to your point, I mean, it's actually an interesting point, and I think to a certain degree you're correct here. I mean, perception is reality. We all know that, but even let's say besides the technicalities here and the functionality.
By the way, just to be clear about this, though, I happen to think that this is true, but I also happen to think it's actually better for world peace if we just assume none of our weapons actually work, because that way we won't actually invest all that much in building weapons, which will in turn create this reality anyway.
I mean, but Charles, here's the thing. Besides that point, I mean, the nuclear deterrence for Israel, is it really actually a good deterrence? Like, I mean, maybe in the 60s, 70s, it was. But, I mean, okay, they have maybe 100 warheads, 150 warheads. Who should they bomb? Cairo or Damascus? I mean, here's the thing. It's even as a tabula rasa weapon. It's not in, let's say, it's not really in the advantage of Israel. It's a spiteful weapon, but the difference is to the British.
The Samson option, sir.
Yeah, and it's been openly articulated. I know,
but I know, Jeremy.
Martin
Yeah,
Krevel.
but the thing is, it will not achieve a lot. You can drop a couple of warheads on Cairo,
but that's
whatever.
why it's called the Samson option. It's about bringing down the whole house.
But it will not happen, Jeremy. That's the thing. It will not happen anymore because that's not the 70s. The Israelis don't have the nuclear capacity to really go Samson, so to speak. And that's the thing. I mean, look at an example. The British and French nuclear deterrence. On itself, it's the same situation. But here's the thing. It was always clear if the Brits or the French used their nuclear weapons, it would always be in, let's say, in alignment with the United States, and then a very specific target. That was the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union. So then it was an effective deterrence. But Israel, I mean, who should Israel threaten? Istanbul, or should we drop one on? I don't know. Maybe because the Hungarians were not going along on Budapest. Here's the thing: it will not achieve a lot. Yes, people will die, but it will not.
I agree with you. It's mainly game theory. It's expressed as game theory. But I do think if we were to look back at the actual history of the development of tactical nuclear weapons, like right after World War II, and then the CIA and NATO were very interested in the SADMs, SADMs, the special atomic demolition munitions, the backpack nuclear weapons, so they could set up stay-behind armies with just a few guys that could create serious damage. So my sense of what Israel's actual Samson deployment is that it's actually many generations forward tactical nuclear weapons that are utilized in relationship to false flag terrorism. And I don't want to deal with that right now because it's too controversial, but there's a reason that 9/11 World Trade Center is called Ground Zero, okay? And there's a reason that in the wake of the Cold War, there was such an Israeli interest in these decommissioned American nuclear pits, why is it that the former head of the Department of Energy, which is where the nuclear weapons are actually administered from, not actually in the Pentagon's where they're deployed, Department of Energy administers the actual nuclear program as such. But why were those people, the head of those programs, like Bill Richardson, targeted under aspects of the Israeli military intelligence program in the 90s in terms of Jeffrey Epstein? There's a reason Jeffrey Epstein had Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, and that it's strategically located very close to the heart of the U.S. nuclear laboratories.
And Jeremy, to your point, I actually agree with you.
And by the way, we never hear a damn thing about Epstein's property in New Mexico, do we? Ever.
Only thing you hear, Charles, is that there was a large portrait of Bill Clinton in a Lewinsky dress. That's basically all we hear.
No, that Lewinsky.
That was on the Upper East Side,
No,
right?
that's his Upper East Side home. Yeah, that's not in.
The thing
Oh,
I know
you're
about his
sure about
New
that? I thought that was
Mexico.
By the way, people have tried to buy the property, the Epstein property in New Mexico, and there's all these restrictions on buying it and being around it.
Well,
Apparently,
so it's surrounded like 360 degrees, like inside a much larger property, which, if I'm remembering this correctly, is owned by kind of this long-standing, well-established political dynasty. I can't remember what their last name is. And Epstein just kind of like carved out his own little ranch that sits entirely within their much, much larger parcel of land. It's very weird. And there was a report, apparently, like, I don't think Epstein was there at the time, but Hillary and Chelsea Clinton took like a family vacation there because they have like a mock dude ranch on, not a mock dude ranch, but like an old West kind of main street built there. Does that sound familiar, Charles?
yeah. I mean, look, the whole purpose of it was to spy on all the atomic stuff that was going on there. It's the same reason Josh Wolf is a part of whatever that Santa Fe Institute outfit is. I mean, there's a lot of espionage that takes place in New Mexico. Like this is a big thing, and it's been going on for quite a long time. But what I find interesting about it is there's all this discussion about Epstein and the Virgin Islands. There's all this discussion about him on the Upper West Side. There's very little discussion about Epstein's involvement in France. You never hear anything about any of his French activity. And there's very little discussion about any of his activity with the atomic, with basically in New Mexico, period. Never hear about it, never discussed.
By the way, do you know what just popped in my mind?
By the way, nor do you ever hear anything about the very credible allegations that Epstein was gay. Never brought up.
And that's the Ohio connection. Yeah.
That's the Ohio connection, and also his connection to that former laborite, whose name escapes me right now. Mandelson, I think his name is, the guy who's the homosexual who used to vacation with and go shopping with.
Peter Mandelson? No.
Yeah, who's the one who's the laborite? Tom will know. Somebody will know. But he used to call him Petey, and they used to vacation together. So this is like, it was in the FT. They did this story about this. He celebrated his birthday with him and everything.
Oh, they were having a gay old time in front of the big birthday cake. Him and
yeah, they were blowing out the candles together, blowing out the candles, so to speak.
I mean, Charles,
I don't know about you guys, but like, I have never been shopping with another man.
But Charles, do you think
or whatever, like
explicitly gay or bisexual? I mean, you say.
Well, I think like a lot of spies, he's whatever he needs to be when he needs to be it. So I do think his default setting is homosexual.
The Ohio
Charles,
Inspector
of course,
General...
Paris. I was just going to say, of course, Paris was also where his good friend, who was also kind of surrounded by gay rumors, Jean-Luc Brunel, lived. You know, who he ran the modeling agency, and who also died in prison, reportedly by suicide. But you know,
right? He was very close to Thor Halvorson, who's also gay, but occasionally sleeps with women, who was connected with the Nexium cult. And he was also, you know, he visited Peter Thiel a lot. What's that about? You know,
Ghislaine Maxwell had great tits. I just want to say,
fantastic tits.
I mean, absolutely phenomenal.
Tits. One of my real laments in life, it was never squeezing him when I had an opportunity one time. I think about this often.
You didn't even pinch a nipple.
Didn't even pinch a nipple.
Okay, Charles, here you go. The family that Epstein bought that property from in New Mexico, it was the King family, Gary King, who was the former Attorney General of Mexico and served as an advisor in the United States Department of Energy.
Yep, there you go.
That's right. And there was this in 2000, in the book Seeds of Fire by Gordon Thomas, who also co-wrote the Israel Super Spy biography about Robert Maxwell. He talks about this incident in spring 2000 at, I believe it's Sandia. I think it's Sandia rather than Los Alamos, where there was this big fire in the area. And then he asserts that Chinese and Israeli intelligence worked together to infiltrate and exfiltrate all of the Department of Energy's nuclear bomb squad material for things such as diffusing a terrorist nuke, which, by the way, on September 11th, the nuclear bomb squad was out of the country for the first time in 3 years for a drill called Operation Jackal Cave in the European theater. And one thing I just remembered about New Mexico in terms of this Angleton connection to Ephraim Halevi, director Mossad on 9/11, is that all of Angleton's children ultimately got into the leadership of the Yogi Bhajan Kundalini yoga cult, and all located out of New Mexico. They even started some kind of security contracting companies that works with the federal government. So I mean, that's an interesting New Mexico connection, I think.
By the way, I just shared the thing about Peter Mendelsohn and Epstein, where they're vacationing and celebrating Mendelssohn's birthday together.
You can't forget that on 9/11 there was like 47 different military drills, I believe, that were being conducted.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know about the Kevin Wesley video?
No.
Kevin Wesley he's a man who
By the way,
posted only.
I'm taking notes right now. I mean, I haven't had this much conspiratorial fun in a long time. So go on, FDI.
So only in like the last year or two, a man named Kevin Wesley uploaded footage to YouTube where he's standing in Battery Park, and it's some of like the clearest footage of the second plane hitting one of the towers. And his excuse for only uploading it, I think it was actually uploaded on the day that Soleimani was killed, or maybe it was a year or two after that. It was something else big was going on in the world when this video just mysteriously appeared on YouTube. And he said, "Oh, I uploaded this 20 years ago, and I had just accidentally had it on private the whole time." And people were, very curious. Who is this Kevin Wesley fellow who was able to? And I don't know, maybe you could clearly read this on the side, but he seemed to identify it as a United Airlines plane very quickly and had a very different reaction to kind of all the people around him as he was filming. And Kevin Wesley, it turns out.
Where's the video? Share it.
I'll post it up in the nest in a minute. But Kevin Wesley, it turns out Kevin Wesley worked for a while as like the head of the special flight test program out at one of the Air Force bases in Nevada, like near Area 51 and stuff. And then he was very high up in like Air Force experimental flight programs out at other Air Force bases in Nevada for a while. And it's just a coincidence that has kind of always made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Like, how was this guy, who was obviously connected to, Air Force programs that were probably working on remote controlled flight, just happens to be standing in Battery Park with his camera perfectly positioned to capture the second plane. And for whatever reason, this footage doesn't come out for almost 2 decades after. Very weird stuff.
It's like almost as I put that up in the Jumbotron. And
I will tell you, by the way, a major reason I would want to run for president is just to declassify all this shit. Because I guarantee you, if somebody if you ran on a platform of declassifying all this shit, you would summon all of the world's nerds to basically join you and all the conspiracy theorists. And
then we could solve everything else at the same time.
This is by the way why I believe that there are no aliens. This is another reason, because Donald Trump would have told us that. Like, he would have been like,
they were little guys, little green guys,
little green men, and
they came and talked to me. One of them got really nasty.
Yeah,
they weren't the best. They weren't the best people I've ever encountered, but they were very good.
Alpha Centauri. They're not.
They had faster than light travel. Pretty great stuff, folks. That faster than light.
Yeah, so that he would have done that, like 100%. That he would have tweeted that shit. Like, the second he got the word, he would have tweeted it. Okay, because that's how he is.
Very tough, guys. Very tough. Nasty.
And you know what the thing is that he was just totally incredulous, and he was sort of like, he was just not very curious at all about, about 9/11. Okay, so because he was probably told to don't go there on the 9/11 shit.
Well, the first day that he calls in on I think on the day of, he goes, "Oh, those were definitely bombs. There was definitely bombs that went off. There had to be airplanes, the airplanes, but there had to be bombs there." And then I think he got the call because the next
Yeah,
day
he got the call, and he like literally said the exact opposite the next day. Yeah, I remember this.
I mean, if
Yeah.
anyone ran on that platform, we know they would be assassinated, right?
Yeah, but the fact that they would be assassinated would actually like make it much more like.
I mean, it would speak louder than
Well,
words.
he
for
actually
sure.
did run on that platform. He said he was going to tell us who brought down the buildings, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, because he got in there and he got told by his president son-in-law, Jared, how the country was going to be run. But I'm just telling you, like, I think that the trick is to find a president in there who has like terminal cancer or who just doesn't give a fuck or whatever, and just tweets out all of the photos of all the 9/11 shit that they're not telling us.
Or just find the perfect vice president, make David Duke your vice president.
Yeah, I
or
know,
something.
right?
Like,
Assassination
or an
insurance.
alien or something. Yeah.
Assassination insurance. You have somebody who's even worse. Somebody who will release even more of the footage.
What about the weird film crew that was there making a quote-unquote documentary, which if you look at like
the two French guys?
Yeah.
The Naudet brothers, yeah.
Wait,
who ended up making a documentary about
share some shit with the Naudet brothers, and then give me that video that just came up there the first time. Did you just put it up there, Thomas?
Yeah, I just put that up there, and then with the Naudet brothers, there's like them, and I think there's like 2 other videos of the first plane hitting, but you can like barely see the plane.
Every French intelligence person I know believes it's the Israelis that did it, by the way, just for what it's worth.
Speaking of which, Ryan Dawson was in the audience. Did y'all bring him up, or is that wishful thinking on my part?
No, Ryan Dawson believes all kinds of crazy shit about 9/11. I don't want to have him up. He believes he like won't touch the Russian connection to it. It's just kind of bullshit, you know.
Well, I'm sure that it'd be a pretty good debate if you.
It'd be an interesting conversation
because he gets
you
mad.
can tell him how wrong he is.
He gets mad whenever I point out the Russian side of this, and then he like goes a little crazy.
Oh, have you talked to him before?
Yeah, and he starts tweeting all this like crazy bullshit at me, and it's just like it's a lot. He's a dramarama type. I don't know.
Yeah,
I second Charles.
How did the Russians get involved?
What about Building 7? What about that one?
Yeah, what about Building 7? That's where they were. That's where they were. That's where they were housing all of the material for their trying of the Italian mob, right? Because there was all this Italian mob documents and everything there ahead of a mafia trial.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of stuff in there. There's
a ton of stuff in Building 7 that were irretrievably destroyed in Building 7. So,
and if we believe that Building 7 was a demolition, which I think it's obvious that it was, then you have to believe that the other 2 were done in the same fashion, because why would they only do one?
And Charles, I would imagine the reason so many of your French friends feel that way is because I believe there was a Le Monde article, I can't remember when it came out, but reporting that in the months, I want to say in July of 2001, that French intelligence who were tracking bin Laden had reportedly witnessed bin Laden meeting with a CIA someone at least, tangentially connected to the CIA at a hospital in Dubai. I think The Guardian later wrote an article on that too.
Could be. Remember, Le Monde, though, is a very French rightist publication that's very tied in with the Israelis as well. So that's
yes, but they're also very, let's say, very French. That means they really have the French interest in mind. That would speak actually.
I don't know.
Charles, I think
Ehud Barak did a really nice job kind of telling us exactly how things were going to go a couple hours after everything went down on the BBC.
That's a crazy video. Do you have that video? Show that shit to people.
Yeah, and Jeremy can do a really good impression of Ehud Barak.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of BBC, you're mispronouncing Brits incorrectly.
Oh, fuck. My computer attacked me.
Oh my God, Charles, are you okay?
Right.
Is it the Israelis?
And no, it's just me being clumsy and not having my glasses on.
Space laser.
Wasn't
it on?
By the way, it's just me just walking right into the wall because I'm excited about this topic and I'm pacing.
Damn it, Chisriel, get off the chuck. We're coming.
Did you have any open containers?
No, I don't have any open containers in my home. I'm not drinking.
Oh,
I
it's the
had
Brits.
two
It's the Brits.
LaCroix. I had two LaCroix earlier. Though, I am having cigarettes a lot more lately. Just FYI. I'm not proud of it, but it is what it is.
I had one earlier for
Good
the
for the
first time in
stress.
a while. Just one. It is sort of fun.
You know what I do whenever I'm really upset about something? I go to the store and I look at all the cigarettes and I walk out and then I come back in and then I buy all the ones I wanted to buy. And then, the other day I spent like maybe $300 on cigarettes. And you know what? It's pretty great. It's pretty great
Speaking
hobby.
of cigarettes,
Are you
Like
just
to
gonna start buying cartons?
speaking of cigarettes,
No, I decided it's been a few years since I smoked regularly. So I just went through and had a list of various cigarettes that I wanted to try and just went
What's
through
your
them one by one.
brand? What's your go-to brand?
I
You
mean,
must have bought a lot for $300.
It's obviously American Spirit.
yeah, very good.
Charles, were you a
I'm more
big
of a
chew
puff
guy
Guys, a
during your
second here.
baseball
A
days?
second here.
And I want to know
was
which
a
color
Chew
American
fan.
Spirit
I
too.
was
go
a
ahead,
Chew
Kaiser.
fan.
Go ahead,
Charles,
Kaiser.
when America was still cool, actually really cool, when Marlboro had these advertisements in the cinema with the cowboys, they were awesome.
Yes. And the Western
Was it
landscape.
just in the cinema?
It was like you had these.
I was seeing this woman. I was seeing this woman who was like, when I was 30, I was seeing her and she lied to me about her age. She said she was 25, but I discovered later she was 19, and which is a whole separate subject for another time. But she was. It's legal, but it made me very angry to discover that. And then anyway, so I remember when she had a jewel on her, and we were like, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, and I threw it away because it just disgusted me so much. And she got all angry with me. We had a big fight over it. And I was like, if you're gonna like have sex with me and you're gonna be with me and you're gonna be like, ingesting tobacco products, you're gonna smoke real cigarettes, like a real person. And so she was like, oh, I don't know. And we had like a big fight about it. But I believe that basically, like, smoking is probably good for you on some level, unless you have a genetic predisposition to cancer or to heart disease or whatever. But I actually think like a major reason a lot of Americans who are smokers die is they just eat shittily. They don't get enough exercise. They don't do.
They drink.
They drink. Like, there's a lot of people around the world that smoke very regularly, and they seem to live like a lot longer than we do because they have like families, and I don't know.
I do think chewing is a much safer and pleasurable way to enjoy your tobacco products, though. I know some people find it a tad gross.
My father and I used to smoke pipes together. Like, I would go over to his place, and he had a pipe, and I had a pipe, and we would smoke pipes and talk about the news or whatever, and that was pretty great. And I'll occasionally have a cigar, but I can never really finish more than one. I have like a cigar maybe once every 6 months or so.
Now that I'm a family man, I basically revert to what I call dad blunts, where it's a little bit of nicotine gum in one pouch and then some edible in the other pouch. That's how I like to do it. That's blunts.
Fucking hilarious.
I don't have any. I'm not really a big fan of the marijuana world. I find all that stuff kind of gross. But I am a big fan of like just sitting there, having a pipe, lighting a pipe on your porch or whatever, and just thinking about the day's news when you have a pipe going, and wearing a nice thick hat. Yeah, I'm into all that. That's some good stuff.
I've been having a cup of tea next.
There's nothing better too than like when a woman is naked after you've had sex with her and she's having a cigarette at the window. There's nothing better than that, and then she gives you a kiss. Like that's one of the good ones.
I mean, Charles, you sound very continental, which I mean, I avow this. I appreciate this.
I mean, it's very Turkish.
I would say it's very continental. It's like I could sit like because what you're describing. Like I think, but people. I mean, look, cigarettes. Yes, they are bad, whatsoever. But
I think cigarettes in America are worse for you than they are.
I don't know about this one, but the thing is, people. Let's say I could make an empirical study, and I would be proven correct that people who smoke are more sociable. They're more chilled, laid back. All the obnoxious. I mean, all the obnoxious people. The people who are not really fun to be around. They're all this anti-smokers. I don't know, man.
I hate the holidays. So basically, from November 15th to about the day after Valentine's Day, that's typically when I do my smoking every year. And then I'll occasionally have a few cigarettes over the summer if there's a woman I'm seeing that's into it.
Why do you hate that, Uncle Chuck?
I hate the holidays because I think they're extremely contrived and bullshit, and I don't like the sun setting at like 3 o'clock. And I find that it's
Oh
just a
gosh,
pretty,
that is annoying.
it's a pretty miserable time, and you're supposed to fake being happy, and I find that really offensive and really annoying. So I don't like it.
It's probably mainly light
Chuck Scrooge over
seasonal
here.
affective disorder. But it
Oh,
is the
absolutely,
case
it's
that like
seasonal
the
affective disorder,
modern world was built on caffeine and nicotine. Very likely.
100%.
I mean, Charles, I used to, when I was still living in Bavaria, I used to sit with my cousin. We were sitting there for 2 hours, maybe talking 2 sentences, smoking a Partagas number 5 or number 6.
There's nothing better than having
He
that first cigarette in the
yeah,
morning.
he would drink a
Oh
coffee.
my
I would drink
god.
a cognac.
Oh my
After,
god.
and you
Yeah.
don't need to talk, like women don't understand this. Like you can sit there and you can enjoy each other without saying any word. That's awesome, like and we understand each other. And this is the old world, and we are losing
I
that.
think when you play, there's nothing better than a really intense game of chess when you're smoking some cigarettes and you're having maybe some tea or some coffee. That's the life right there. And the only reason I don't smoke more in America, if I'm honest about it, is that smokers are really discriminated against everywhere you go. So if there was a play, like if I could like figure out a way to just be exempted from the no smoking things, I would smoke a lot more.
I can see you sitting in a smoker's jacket with an ascot.
I love that stuff.
And Charles, there are these, these.
By the way, it's so easy to get laid when you're a smoker too.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And you just have the cigarettes, and she's like, "Oh, can I have a cigarette?" And then you have a conversation.
Exactly. This is how it works.
Whereas, like when you're in the bar, it's like very awkward to like talk to them.
Charles, when they established in 2007, they established the smoking ban in Bavaria in clubs. And what happened is all the people then go outside, they have a drink, a cigarette, and this is where you actually meet the girls or the women because you can talk with them, and they like, and you see, it's.
Every time I've been into smoking, I've lost like 25 to 30 pounds, and I end up being rail thin, and I end up just like focusing on smoking and relaxing and thinking more. And I do some of my best work. So this notion that it's bad for me, I don't buy it. I think it's a lie.
Charles, I love those.
It does smell terrible.
But mate, look,
this is of course.
Yes, but it's you get used to it. Look at when you go to this footage, the 80s. It's still the 80s. This, let's say, cabinet sessions, meetings of the governments. Everyone is smoking. Everyone. It was like, I mean.
Cigars smell good.
Okay.
Shit.
Yeah.
Like it depends on the cigarette, the quality, how expensive it is. It also depends on the person and how fucking trashy they are. Like I work at a bank and I can tell when someone smokes cheap ass cigarettes and they are just like a low quality human being. Like
I knew Trump was going to win because where I bought my cigarettes, all those people were into Trump. That's like, if I'm honest about it, that's how I knew. And I knew, and people were like, "Oh, you're going to Sheetz and you're buying." They're like, "All this, like I'm a fairly fancy man," and the fact that all of these like rednecks were into Trump and smoking cigarettes, and I was like, "All right, he's going to win."
That sounds like better polling than 538, actually.
100%.
And guys, I'm telling you,
I'm telling you, you go to any place where people are lining up to buy smokes, and you just ask them who they're going to vote for, and that'll tell you. Like, and I would just do that every time I went to buy cigarettes, and I don't think there was a single Hillary Clinton smoker that I encountered.
Yeah, these are all the obnoxious people, the holier than thou people. They're
By the
no
way,
fun.
a lot of the union smoking guys that I know, they're all for Joe Biden. So make of that what you will, friends.
And it does look like nicotine actually has long-term cognitive protecting qualities to it.
Who the fuck knows? Life is short anyway. Like I had a great aunt that lived to be 107 in Oklahoma, and she smoked, she drank, she gambled with her Social Security check.
Oh, same.
And do you know what she said?
Grandmother smoked till she was 90.
You know what she said the secret to her success was? She said being a widow at 49 and not getting remarried and not having to deal with men. And then the other secret to her success was always having dessert. Because she's like, if you're having dessert, you're chilling out, you're having a good night, whatever. That was her attitude about life. And she was a great lady, you know. She was cool. I kind of,
You know, Charles, when they introduced the smoking ban over here in Europe, you know, you couldn't smoke anywhere in public and not on TV anymore. You know, when our ex-chancellor Helmut Schmidt, you know him, greatest chancellor after Bismarck, he was smoking this menthol cigarettes all the time, and he was 95. He died with 95, I think. And he always said, "Okay, if you want to interview me, I will smoke. If you don't let me smoke, I will not come." And he said, "Fuck that, you know, fuck that fucking law, you know, I will smoke wherever I want to smoke." And this attitude, you know, we are missing that. We are becoming like we are transforming ourselves into simps and cucks, you know, like.
No, there's nothing better. There's nothing better than like a glass of wine with a beautiful woman, having a cigarette by the window after you fucked her. Like, there's nothing better than that. And so I am in favor of that. But unfortunately, America has. And by the way, I think the reason we're fatter as a society is because we smoke a lot less. Like, nobody wants to say that, but it's very obviously true. Because if we smoked a lot more, we wouldn't have as much of an appetite. And we wouldn't eat as much. We wouldn't be little fat little fucks, you know?
Yeah, we don't smoke as much, and women don't take as many amphetamines as they used to.
Yeah. And it's a worse country. We used to be a serious country.
Charles, I'm not kidding you, Charles. You know when America...
I'm not either. I'm being perfectly
I'm also serious. Charles, you know when America...
I'm kind of afraid that this is recorded.
But that doesn't matter, Charles. It's important. This is important talk here. You know when America...
This is important.
You know when America...
Right. This is even more important than
9/11. Absolutely. In the long term, yes.
It's certainly done more harm to the world.
Absolutely.
Smoking than
you know, Charles, when America lost the propaganda war, you know when they lost it? When they stopped these Marlboro commercials in the cinemas. And they were awesome. You're sitting there and you see the cowboys, you know, and then their hard man's work, you know, and then they have this.
There's no better way to tell. There's no better way to tell a European or an Arab that you are not like the other Americans than to light up a cigarette. There's actually an even better way, which is to roll a perfectly great cigarette in front of them, because their mind blows up.
Exactly.
It's sort of like a self-detonation.
Yes, you are based American. Wow, you guys still exist. You know.
When did they ban smoking on airplanes?
The late 80s, maybe?
80s? Yeah, I was born in 91, and I don't ever remember cigarettes on airplanes.
They had smoking on airplanes?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, she's calling us old. Oh, fuck you. What's up, Grandpa?
I remember it very briefly at, like, you know, Friendly's restaurants, which I'm sure Charles is aware of up in the Northeast.
I remember that.
You could smoke in Friendly's till I was probably like 7 or 8.
Whatever happened to Friendly's? Quite well. I just remember, like, my childhood, they were there, and then I thought about it a few months ago, and they don't exist anymore, do they?
Yeah, they're almost all shuttered. Unfortunately, the young children of New England these days don't even know what a fribble is.
Wow.
Traveling from DC or traveling from the United States to Milan, Italy, as a young person during smoking, there were always a lot of smokers on.
And Charles, controversial take here. A lot of the very, let's say, hardcore, liberal, boss girl, women kind of types, they would be way more relaxed if they would smoke. They're way more cool, you know, way more chill.
The surest indication that a woman will fuck you is if she's a regular smoker. Because, like, women who smoke poke, you know, that is 100% true.
Smoking means poking.
Yeah.
But if a man smokes too much, then that might be correlated with limp dick, though. That's an issue.
Oh, that's the other issue. Yeah, that's true. But you make a solid.
You know, women smoking back in like the 30s and 40s was like directly tied to feminism. That was how like Lucky Strike marketed it in their advertising.
Look, the first country to ever argue against smoking in a national way was Nazi Germany. And I think we all know how that turned out. So
exactly. Yeah, man. Hitler was also no fun. He was not like, oh, cool dude, you want to sit around.
I'm starting to like Hitler.
Well, Charles, wasn't it actually? Didn't King Charles II ban smoking in England, or like the import of tobacco for a little bit?
The most recent king of England, because the lesser King Charles, the new King Charles. In the UK, that other imposter to the throne, he just banned smoking in the UK, or they gave out a statement about banning smoking. And honestly, like, it's just, what joy is there in the UK other than having a cigarette after having a pint with your boys?
But Charles, isn't all of this just an avoidance of you announcing when you're actually
They're taking our fags
president?
Oh, I'm 100% going to run for president. I'm going to run for president on a declassify everything around 9/11, and bring back smoking. Let's just see how fast. like this is how I'm going to do it. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to run as a bachelor, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to be like, listen, we tried The Apprentice, now we're trying The Bachelor. This is how it's going to be America.
That's good marketing.
That's my
And
plan.
I'm a heterosexual bachelor.
But Charles,
You're
will you put Richard on your ticket as vice president?
No, of course not. I need an old fat woman to help the ticket.
Richard would be Secretary of State.
Richard's he's going to be Secretary of Keeping It Real. Like that's what he's going to be Secretary of. You know.
Was it Buchanan who was the bachelor? Do we think James Buchanan was gay?
Of course he was gay. I don't know.
I don't know. I got to be honest. I haven't done much reading.
He had dudes come over to the White House and sleep with him in the same bed as him. Like, do you think he's gay? I mean, you tell me. I don't know. I ain't never had a sleepover with another dude in my bed. You know, like, I don't know. That's a weird thing, man. That's a weird thing. Though, in fairness,
sounds like I need to brush up on my knowledge of Buchanan's personal life.
I think Lincoln also probably sucked a dick or two. I'm not going to lie. I think that's a possibility. I think we need to take it seriously.
Who's that?
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, I thought you were saying Nixon. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, Nixon was for sure. By the way, I think the law is very clear. Like, if you are a closeted person in politics, you get advanced. But also, if you're a flamboyant heterosexual, you also get advanced. So sexual extremists always get advanced in our society.
Yeah, look at George Santos.
Yeah, George Santos. By the way, George Santos' big error.
He's as queer as a $3 bill.
His big error was being an out Republican. The other Republicans had to punish him for that. So that's why
he was able to dress in drag and things like that as they aspired.
The realest thing about him was that he was a drag queen and he wasn't man enough to own it. That's when I knew he was done. You know, if he had just been like, "You're goddamn right, I was a drag queen and I was good at it."
It's like when you finally apologize for something, that's when they pile on you. You know, when
he would like such a thing. You know.
Well,
one of my friends has this theory that the real story about George Santos is that he's lying about even being gay, but he's actually just like a pure sociopath, and like everything is just a lie to him. I think
it's incredible.
I just can't bring myself to dislike the man.
I'm gonna miss him. He's gonna make somebody very happy in prison. That's what he's gonna do. It's gonna be
remember when he was on that space?
It might be Eric Adams.
Who knows? Yeah, maybe. Although I don't think brown and black mix in prison. That's my understanding of it at FDM.
Oh, I think in New York State they can actually mix a decent amount. That's California where they keep it very.
And is George Santos really brown though? That's the other thing.
Yeah, that's a good question. He's sort of
brown-ish.
I always thought he was Jewish, as he said, right?
But that's what they always call me, Jewish.
No, I knew he wasn't Jewish because he was really bad with stealing the campaign money. He would have done a much better job of hiding it.
Speaking of brown, Charles, I was watching a rerun of the primary debate, and this Indian guy, this Rashmi, I don't know the name.
Yeah, the call center guy. Yeah, I know.
But honestly, man. He was like the most convincing. Like, okay, good. He is smart. He's intelligent. He's sharp, but he has no chance again.
No. I imagine him working a boiler room.
This is not the United Kingdom, sir. We are not going to have the help be the president. That's not how it works here.
He has such used car salesman vibes that, in an odd way, I actually trust him more than any of the other ones because I just know he's going to fuck everyone over.
Yeah, but
there's
FDM
something kind of honest about just an honest, straight up con man. You know, there's something very American about it too. So I'm with you. I understand what you're saying.
But Charles, I bet you learned his name by now. You said you weren't going to learn his name. I bet you know his name. What's his name?
Me? Yeah. I just call him the call center man.
Talk about Ramaswamy.
I can't say it. I can't say it without laughing.
No, Charles refuses.
It's really hard. It's really hard for me to learn his last name without laughing. I can't say it. It's like I feel like I'm summoning some kind of demon whenever I say his last name.
But why, Charles? I'm Vivek. Yeah, okay.
And by the way, I know this other guy named Vivek, and it's spelled the same fucking way. So there needs to be some kind of deal that's set about like how we pronounce all these weird Indian words. But I miss the good old days.
I liked how he destroyed Nikki Haley. But what did she call him? A really bad word.
She called him
Scum. I
scum.
think she said
Scum.
She called him
She called him
scum.
the
Yeah.
pest.
Yeah. Nikki Haley. I mean, this
By the way, when I
woman.
saw them fight, I was like, "What the fuck happened to my Republican Party?" Right?
How
Like,
can she slap? How
we had
can
the
she slap? Fuck
closeted.
you, buddy.
We
Fuck
had the
you.
closeted.
Fuck you, buddy.
We had the closeted gay black man. Okay, we had the slut Sikh woman, and the weird Indian con man, and the fat mobster looking, Italian guy. And it's like, this
That's
is
your boy.
not the WASP Republican
Chris
Party, of
Christie,
which,
man. Don't talk about
yeah.
your boy like that.
By the way, I like him. I'm going to support the fat mobster who looks like Tony Soprano, but actually would have put Tony Soprano in prison. Like, I'm going to support the fat man. He
And
has
then
real
the
fat man.
guy in the little gay boots.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even talking about him. I mean, he
can't even enter the conversation. He hasn't risen to the level.
Those boots are ridiculous. The way he walks in those boots is ridiculous.
The thing to me that's funny
Are you
about Ron
saying those
DeSantis,
boots are not made for walking?
Yeah.
Those boots weren't made for walking.
The thing to me that's funny about him is he clearly focus grouped this, because when I knew him, he was just cool being a short congressman, and now he has to wear boots and everything. It's kind of embarrassing. I wish he would just go back to being himself. But he doesn't really believe in anything other than being that he needs to be president on behalf
they
of
for sure focus group tested that shit. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I have to say, Nikki Haley. Okay, this woman is hysteric. If she loses her cool and calls someone a scum, I mean, come on. Imagine this being your president. I mean,
we're never gonna have.
Yeah, I know. Will never happen. But
like that.
Finger on the non-existent nuclear button.
Imagine.
She's meeting with
right.
all that big money, though. All that big money's meeting with her and looking like they're trying to get money.
because they like the help. It's the help thing,
Imagine her on a period and then say, I will nuke Pakistan now.
Wait, has she not gone through menopause?
To be fair, she doesn't have a
We
period
call it
anymore.
Strawberry Week now.
Isn't she over 50? Has she gone through menopause?
Strawberry Week? Oh, that's funny.
That's what Alex Clark calls it. I've been informed.
Yeah, but strawberries are tasty. I don't like mixing all that up.
No, it's gross. I was just making a joke. It's gross and stupid. Sorry.
Hannah, no worries.
I like strawberry week.
Thank God it's not strawberry season, honestly.
Oh my God, remember when they had those stories about people sneaking razor blades into strawberries? Oh my God.
Remember when you actually believed that I took my children's Halloween candy to get x-rayed at the police station?
I mean, that's the smart thing to do. I don't know why you joke about it.
Whatever.
I believe it.
I don't do that.
In the future, in Charles Johnson's America, you're going to be able to trick or treat and get cigarettes like the good old days. That's what's going to happen.
I thought the real story was whenever you picked up candy from the Jewish homes, you just threw them in the trash or performed an exorcism before consuming.
No. The real story, the real game, okay, is all the patriotic smokers that are smoking and working and dying before they collect Social Security. Those people are going to be thanked. We're going to have a National Smokers Day. That's the plan.
No, Nuance. The way it works is that we ask all the neighbors how old the earth is, and if they say older than 10,000 years old, my kids go back and egg their house later.
Oh my God. Christian terrorism. Wow. She's just doing her part in the jihad Christian wars.
Repent or clean up a mess every day.
10,000 years, that sounds a little bit old, actually. I thought it was 6,000.
It is, but I give people a little bit.
Oh, you're progressive.
I'm just trying to be kind. It's a holiday.
They apparently not long ago in the last decade they found a 12,000-year-old settlement in Turkey. So I don't know.
No,
what
but
that sounds like fake news.
Everybody knows.
Göbekli Tepe.
Göbekli Tepe? No, that's like 3,000 years. That's after the Bible, after the Torah.
Has anyone ever been to a young Earth creationist museum? There's that one, I think it's in Ohio, where they have a giant replica of Noah's Ark.
Yeah, that's Ken Ham's thing, I think, right?
Right, yeah, I think that's it. There's one out in Montana, too. I don't know if you know that as well.
Is that where it is?
I think the big one, the Ken Ham one's in Ohio, but when I used to live up in Montana, we had a young Earth creationist museum nearby as well.
Yeah, I think it's in Ohio because that's where Fight Laugh Feast is. So, no, we haven't been, but I think we will probably take the kids at some
All
point.
right,
I don't know.
we're gonna make this illegal too when I'm president.
I'm a little sketch about it now that they're talking about rebuilding the Tower of Babel. I'm not saying that, God's going to strike it down or anything, but it just seems like a bad idea. Why are we doing this?
Wait, Hannah, what do you think of the movie Evan Almighty? Is that like heresy, or is that like you view that as like a historical like tale or something?
Oh, sure. That's what we watch for science class.
Of course.
I
And
love
then
how
we
you
watch
said Evan Almighty, but not Bruce Almighty. Is there a distinction that I'm missing
Yes,
between the
because
two?
Evan
Bruce
Almighty, I
Almighty was
think
kind of
Different name.
raunchy.
he built the ark in Evan Almighty, I think.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I ever saw that one.
One has Jim Carrey, one has Steve Carell.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
so
Steve Carell's in both of them, but in the second one, he is like the
He's Moses.
prophetic. Yeah, basically.
so my kids for science, their final project is to perform the monologue when he's like, "Why God? Why me?" And like getting mad. And then if they do it perfectly, then they get their science certificate, and they don't have to learn anymore.
The last month or two in the news cycle has made me think maybe I need to go revisit Exodus, Gods and Kings, that Ridley Scott film. I remember it being pretty bad when I watched it, but did you see that, Hannah?
Yo, Ridley Scott, isn't he the one
No, I
directing
haven't
the
seen that.
Napoleon movie that's coming
It's
out in
it's
a couple
like
of
it's
weeks?
the Moses story, Exodus, Gods and Kings, and yeah, Ridley Scott's Napoleon too. I mean, he did Black Hawk Down. He's done
Oh,
plenty of
I
stuff.
hope
Blade
that's
Runner,
good.
Alien.
I hope it's good. I think it'll be good.
Yeah, it will be shit. I can already
You
tell
think
you it will be
so?
shit. Yeah.
Oh,
Nuance: the early reviews are not flattering. It seems to be a pretty
oh
like
no.
an embarrassment of Napoleon, an emasculation of Napoleon, if
Oh,
you will.
I just, I wanted to be optimistic, Oh, damn it. We'll
Wait,
see.
but Charles, why would you make the Creation Museum illegal? Now you promised me that I was on board with like King Charles because you promised me that you did not hate Christianity the way that Richard does.
No, I'm definitely pro-Christian, but I also believe that you guys need to be persecuted. So
Mm,
How does
that's
that
fair.
make any
That's
sense?
fair.
Charles is taking the Roman position
yeah.
here.
No, if you
The
guys
Emperor
misbehave,
Nero.
I mean, you're at your best when you're being persecuted. Let's be real here. You've all gotten very
He
fat and
wants you to
lazy.
rise to the occasion.
Yeah,
But when are the Jews at our best though?
the Jews are at your best when you're doing a
Oh,
real financial crime.
That's a
None of this
dangerous
basic
question.
bitch.
Oh, I thought he was going to
Like
say
you all
something else.
pretend that you're interested in technology or whatever. Like
Genocide.
that's all bullshit. Like you're
No,
at your
but
best
maybe the Jews are
when
best when we're persecuted too,
no, I
socially.
don't think so. I think you're at your best when you're running some like very sophisticated financial scam that only a handful of us understand. And then what you do is you buy off the government
Madoff
that's
style.
investigating it. Yeah. You have to sacrifice one of your own. Like you'll
No,
give
but
us
is
scam
that really
banking
our best
or
though?
your
Is that our
You're
well,
good at
best?
producing music
best in what sense, I guess?
and
At your highest
managing
form or your
sports
best
teams.
form? That's the question. At your highest form or your best form? I think the best Jews out there are actually the ones that like actually love everyone and try to make the world a better place. But the problem is that they all smoke weed, basically. The best Jews are basically stoners, if we're just honest about it. But we're not ready for that conversation yet.
How
Seth,
impressed were you
Seth
by the
Rogen.
financial scam that was exposed by Hindenburg Research related to that? I think it was like the Indian dude or whatever. Remember?
Adani?
But yes.
I mean, Hindenburg is Mossad, right? Like that's their that's their public face or whatever of Mossad operating and doing short selling reports. So
Then why did they try to take down? What was the name of that? It was fuck. Nicola. Why did they try to take down Nicola?
Nicola is Mormon.
And that's why they tried to take it down.
Yeah, because it's a Mormon scam.
Oh.
The Jews
I'm
hate,
sure you talked.
The Jews hate when somebody else is running a scam that they think they could run better. So that's what happens. They get mad and then they take the scam down because they're like, no, that's our hustle.
Is that your thesis behind the Elon attacks right now?
Oh, Elon's a traitor. I mean, we've been over this.
But
you know?
you
don't like
saying
you
the
don't like to have this
Chinese
conversation because you think it's like you just want to believe that Elon is like legit somehow, and he's not, and everybody knows this. So it's kind of like,
yeah, but Chuck, you're saying the Chinese deep state's like taking him down and putting the knife in him right
he's
now.
done.
You
He's
have
done.
the Israeli types like attacking him.
Yeah, he's done. He's
But
done.
he just made a deal with
But all the
Jonathan
people you
Greenblatt.
hate, Chuck, all the people you hate
That's
are
what I was
attacking.
trying to say to him, Nuance. I don't get why he's
Just
happy about this.
because he needs to be sacrificed.
It seems like everyone's attacking him, Chuck.
Yeah, because he's done. He's done as a. I mean, he's done as an asset. He's no longer useful. It's asset disposal.
You could actually see it in the way he's tweeting tonight. He's panicked.
Yeah,
He's fucking
he's
done.
panicked because he's on the.
Hate to blow the party for
You're
the,
you're either at the
Elon
table or you're
fanboys,
on the
but,
menu. And
no
he's,
offense, Nuance.
and he's
just
fucked
like, he's
around.
done.
And he's finding out.
So name, tell me. And Chuck, don't answer.
Yeah, what is he tweeted name?
Hold on. No. Name. Tell me. And Chuck, don't answer.
Sure.
When do you think he's gonna like go to jail or lose all of his money?
Okay.
Or like let's say $100 billion. When do you think that's gonna happen?
Okay. Well, I can't predict jail. I mean, that's come on.
Okay. When do you think he's gonna lose like the majority?
Within a year, his assets will probably decrease. His net worth will probably decrease by 50% because it's mostly paper.
Okay. Should we? Do you want to make a bet on it or?
Sure. How much?
All right. How much are we betting?
By the end of 24, we'll mark his net worth today, and I'll bet you whatever you want.
Let's put a number. Like, do you think his net worth is going to be below 20 billion?
No, I said 50%.
You think
See, now here you go.
Listen,
dude,
if he's not done,
you're walking back.
Hold on. If he's done, they're going to let him be a billionaire if he's done.
You just said
here's the way it could go. Here's the pro Elon take. He is super depressed. He, agrees in the error of his ways, and he creates the Musk Foundation that's run by the CIA. That is a possibility.
Oh, I'm hoping he creates the foundation.
Remind me what you asked, but I thought you said when will his net worth
most
decrease
likely,
by 100 billion?
I think he'll be dead in 3 to 5 years. That's my read on it.
Is my connection working? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
So
I think he's going to either commit suicide, or he'll be suicided, or his plane will crash, or he'll die in a masturbation accident.
I'll bet you whatever amount you want, Nuance, that his net worth is decreased by 50% by the end of next year.
Yeah, what the fuck is a masturbation?
Hold on. Now, when we say decrease, let's get the
Batman scene when you hang yourself masturbating.
You're going to stroke it so much. Like, there's a time when you stroke it so much that your soul leaves your body through your dick, and that's what's going to happen to him.
I thought he was going to be doing self-driving Tesla while he was jerking off.
No, yeah. I want to get the parameters of this bet right. So, obviously,
no, this is boring. Stop being so Persian.
I want to get the parameters right, so we don't have to be unclear of. Oh, why do you fucking leave?
Because you were talking about money. Because you're being a little Persian Jew. Stop.
No, we have to figure out the parameters of the
don't.
bet so we can make
though.
the bet.
We don't.
So we're not going to make the bet? I want to make the bet.
No, you don't have to make the bet.
Yeah, I'm having really bad.
All right, well, name, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, well, I'll
maybe
DM you, but I'm actually serious. If you want the bet, I'll take it. We'll just have to.
Yeah, we just have to figure out the parameters, and then we'll make the bet.
Okay.
I think
you better be careful, Nuance.
I mean, I'm not going to make a bet on jail because that's these.
Elon's dead.
Wait, what was that, May?
I'm not going to bet on.
I said you never lose. You never lose.
I'm not
going to bet against Nuance.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I've lost a bet that I've made through.
I'm not going to. I can't make a bet on him going to jail because he's got 3 grand juries and these things take years to play out. So, I would say that there's probably a better chance that Chuck's right that he'll die before he goes to jail, but either
which bet I'm excited about? The bet I made.
I don't wish for death.
Said by the end of the year, he thinks the third temple will they're going to destroy the rock.
I love trash.
Who let
this
Persian Jew up on stage, Nicole? Was this you? Who
are we talking about? Who's this?
Nuance. Who let this Persian Jew up?
I think Chuck is a Persian.
He gets in here and he just starts running this place as an illegal casino. And he starts
Persians may be white, but they do not breed.
And he starts talking about his
Chuck.
Boy.
Is it because the house always wins? Is that why?
I mean, it's just
Am I getting charged usury while I'm in here?
We were talking important things. We were talking about having sex with women and smoking. We were talking about
these are important things. You're right.
These are important things. We were talking about friendlies. We were talking about our childhoods and how fucked up they were. I mean, we were talking about real things, and then this fucking person
9/11,
too,
Epstein.
9/11, Epstein. He comes in here and he's a little entryist, and he turns this whole place into an illegal casino because he can't accept that his fanboy, or who he's fanboying over, who he cooms to, that Elon is in real trouble. Like
He's
he can't.
Samsonotic in the
I would
space.
just say
Dire
this.
straits for Elon Musk.
Maybe Elon can move in with Netanyahu.
The better question is
Maybe.
today: would you go long Elon or would you short him? And I would
Dick sell
push
for
all
Elon.
in on shorting him right now.
Well, the problem is everyone who was shorting him like
That's fine.
5-6 years ago, they all lost a lot of.
That's fine.
Dick sell for
I'm
Elon.
talking
You
about
guys are
today.
just trying to manufacture Elongate just like he wants, I feel like.
Look,
Every,
I have no doubt.
every
There's
empire
no
collapses,
doubt that
my
all the
friend, and
powers that be are trying to destroy him.
he is
I
the
understand.
poster boy of this bubble. That's all
all
I'm
right.
gonna
So
say.
think about this: if everyone's trying to get you, maybe some of them are going to get you. I don't know.
That they've been trying for a long
No,
time.
they
and they've been
haven't.
getting
No, they
kicked in the
haven't.
balls.
No,
No,
they
they
actually haven't. SEC investigations
His whole
are
money,
not
his
serious.
whole money is all about access to cheap Chinese and cheap Saudi and Emirati cash. And the second that dries up, which it's starting to dry up, then he's
And
fucked.
government loans.
Yeah, and ripping up the U.S. taxpayer. But it is what it is.
All good things come to an end, and it's going to be sad over the
I just want
next
his
year.
death to be spectacular, not like some bullshit, like whimpering, like pitiful thing. I want it to be like he's on the rocket himself going into space.
I was just gonna say, like, he was blown up in space.
Yeah, like if it's not like a horrific car accident, or it's not a giant masturbation accident, it's not like stabbed by one of the crazy women he made.
What if at a
By
Tesla
the way,
demo
has
he
landed
drives
on,
and then the
Like,
Tesla malfunctions?
you know what I mean? Like, if you find out that Elon has cancer and he dies of cancer, it's gonna feel like very cheap. I'm gonna feel cheated. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna feel.
Did you feel that way about Steve Jobs?
Yeah, I do feel that way about Steve Jobs. He should have gone out in a hail of gunfire.
Elon should die while colonizing Mars.
He had that bulletproof Maybach or whatever he'd always like ride.
Yeah, that's all bullshit.
Poisoned?
Well, that's the question. Was he poisoned? Did Tim Cook get him? Was it the gay mafia striking again? I don't know. Many people are saying.
Remember when they changed the license plate law, so he just kept like buying or leasing a new car every 3 or 6 months and just to get around that law?
Yeah, that's fine. That's not a big deal. People do that.
I just thought it was funny.
I don't know why anyone really follows the license plate laws. Personally, I just think that's kind of ridiculous.
I'm just telling you this this ad boycott today, they're not coming back. That's it. Until Twitter is under new ownership,
I just think it's
and they
hilarious.
can get a grasp on
I think
censorship
it's
again.
hilarious that we
He's
live
done.
in a world in which if you say the Jews control the media, they prove it by canceling all of your ad revenue.
They literally confirmed these quote
like legit
conspiracy.
funny, and you can't say that. Like if you say that, you're like an anti-Semite. So you're supposed to be like, oh, well, there's a climate of you have to like use all this like euphemistic bullshit, and it's like, no, there's an economic hit out on Elon. I support the hit. Frankly, I think it's kind of lame that it hasn't happened earlier. But it's just funny that we can't just acknowledge that like the Jews are coming for Elon. And that's pretty funny to me. Like it's objectively pretty funny. And of course, he was a dumbass and he met with Elon, or Elon met with Netanyahu 3 weeks before all this shit went down. And it's like, he gets destroyed. Elon gets destroyed because he pissed off, basically liberal Jewish America. And liberal Jewish America is not to be fucked with. Like they're
all right. So David's not to be fucked with. In other words,
well, David is a gentleman, and David
exactly.
is not.
Liberal
David
Jewish
is not
America is
to be
not to be fucked with.
Nor is Jeremy to be fucked with. Like I don't fear the Jews. I fear specific Jews. And the thing is that like
Jeremy, who
is that anti-Semitic? Jeremy to say that? I mean, not Jeremy. David, is that anti-Semitic to say that?
Oh, this is Jeremy. Okay.
I was asked one time if I was an anti-Semite, if I hate all the Jews, and I said all of them, no, but I do have specific Jews that I hate, and I also feel like I'm joined in my hatred by other Jews who also hate those Jews. So frankly, I think it's perfectly legitimate.
And it all depends on the Jew.
Yeah, and Jew-on-Jew crime is my favorite kind of crime, where they rip each other off because it's funny. It's objectively funny.
Charles loves this.
I seem to notice.
I call it jujitsu, though. That's what you have to learn how to do. Jujitsu is very important. It's where they come after you and then they can't quite get you, so they get somebody else. And Elon has not learned the art of jujitsu. That's why he's going to have to go. He has some bad juju coming.
Well, maybe that's why he's delaying the fight with Zuckerberg.
Well, of course.
I find Elon very confusing.
You know, Charles, among younger millennial Jews, who I grew up with lots of them, I notice a real distinction between in the attitudes towards Israel between those who have gone on the birthright trip and those who have not. I don't know what takes place over there on Birthright, where they pair you up with a hot IDF girl for a few days and then
It's
again.
self-selection.
But they all come back very committed.
Though. It's not random. Like the people who are already more pro-Israel are going on.
No, they go over there and they fuck.
No, you're right about that nuance.
Listen, if they gave me a hot chick when I was like 17 to 19, 20 years old to go fuck and like hang out with in the desert and shoot Galils, I don't know. I might be Ben Shapiro. I don't know. Who's to say?
I knew people who were pretty apolitical before that trip and came back very committed to the Israeli cause.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know, man. Like,
no, I know lots of them.
A lot of people just like a hobby. You know what it is? You know what I mean? Like, they're just people. There's a lot of people out there whose lives are pretty boring. So they're like, yeah, it's the war. We got to protect the Jews. And then there's like all of that goes on. There's like LARPing. LARPing has become a sport for a certain part of our population. Like, let's just be real. You know? Oh, really? Like, you're so worried about, Israel or whatever? I don't know. It's just ridiculous.
I think it's the Zionist skeptical
Everett
men.
in the Stern gang. He's a LARPer.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Everett Stern is like the greatest example of this. And you know what it is that a lot of people's lives in America are too good. You know? That's really what it comes down to.
But there are a lot of stories of the birthright trips that are bad for Jewish women, where they get sexually assaulted.
Of course, they pimp out their women all the time.
I mean, this my.
I haven't heard any of those stories, but I'm sure they exist.
No, it's true. Yeah. I know a lot of Jewish chicks who go over there, who've been really like molested and maltreated when they go over to Israel.
It's called.
Well, I know way more guys that have gone on the birthright trip than girls. I don't know if girls are kind of predisposed to not support Israeli politics, or at least the liberal Northeast ones that I grew up with. But I know way more guys that have gone on the trip.
But the whole thing could be resolved if there were an actual one-state resolution and it wasn't set up as this military garrison warfare state. Then you could have birthright trips and it would be like the Jewish global diaspora meeting up to exchange genetics and culture.
If there was
things
actual
like that.
birthright trips, only Arabs would go.
Do you know what I would do if I really wanted to do this like properly? I would declare some new place the home of Jewish America. I don't know where it should be. Maybe it's the diner in Seinfeld. I don't know where it is. Yeah, maybe it's New York, but like
it's called Brooklyn. That's the ancient Jewish homeland.
Yeah. So there's going to be some place, and we're going to declare it like that's where the Jews, the liberal Jews are, and we're going to have a birthright for liberal Jews, where they complain about the price of things, where they hang out together, they watch Seinfeld, they talk about how much they love Larry David. Like that's what we're going to do.
Seinfeld's hilarious.
Absolutely. Sure. What's
the deal with their life?
What's with these people who love Seinfeld? Yeah.
Yes.
You guys still find Seinfeld funny?
Scarsdale, that's what Scarsdale.
Guys. No, but I will not. I'm not going to lie to you. Like Elaine was the first Jewish chick that I was like, yeah.
Elaine isn't Jewish.
Elaine's not Jewish.
She's from the Dreyfus family, though.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus is definitely
from the famous
Dreyfus. I'm pretty sure Dreyfus is a Jewish.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yeah, the Dreyfus affair. Pretty.
What are we even talking about
French
here?
History.
Are you trying to scam me here? What is this bullshit? Julia...
David's trying to claim her.
Yeah, David, you might be surprised, but I'm pretty sure Dreyfus is like as Jewish as a name gets.
Nuance. He's not truly Jewish. Bet you that the
arguably the Dreyfus affair that FDM was referring to earlier is like what inspired Theodore Herzl to establish the state of Israel in the
Bingo.
Yeah, but
Jeremy, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
FDM, a second.
Wait a minute. I think Name was talking.
Okay.
Name was talking.
Yeah, okay. I'll put out another bet.
We just start talking about the Jews, and then the German wants to speak, and then nobody lets.
I feel like Charles was about to admit to some kind of masturbation.
that I noticed that Kaiser, you still are human too. You're human too.
I know, but I'm a foreigner. I mean, I'm a foreigner in this space. Today, I'm a foreigner. This is more like an American space, so I have to be respectful to my American overlords.
We know. You have to give your boilerplate
I like
disclaimer.
Kaiser is an American demi.
He sees the American flag profile
Especially on a
pic that
recorded
Name
space,
has,
Kaiser.
and he's just like, "Ah, shit, gotta be
Kaiser's
polite."
cool in my book. You're cool in my book, man. Don't listen to these guys.
You guys are awesome. I like you all, so that's cool. Actually, I forgot what I wanted to say.
I think we should have a rule, though. I think we should have a rule.
I think Name was going to speak.
Everybody who likes Israel so much, they have to live there. Everyone who doesn't like Israel so much,
So does that mean Tom's slogan?
Actually, I have lived there. I lived there for 6 years, and I have family there too.
All right, so you have to live there now. You have to go.
Okay.
Are you sure?
No, but I want to be able to visit there without feeling like I'm breaking some kind of human rights embargo. We have to. The United States has to use its power to actually resolve the situation.
Do you even want to go there? Be honest.
I would.
I would. I think it'd be very cool.
I've been there. It's kind of
and
boring.
plus the Palestinians.
Certainly not for the food, right?
Really cool too.
I don't know. There's better places.
I'm sure there's great food.
Depends where you go.
No, the food's not very good. The food's expensive and
challenge on the food.
Listen, they basically copy like all the Middle Eastern.
No, but the food, because most of the countries won't sell them shit, and so the food there is not that good. It's just not like it's not as.
You're right. Yeah, they grow like all their own food and shit, or they'll import it from countries,
and it's expensive and it's shitty. It's not.
I mean, what is Israeli cuisine anyway? By the way,
yeah, exactly.
It's basically
like
the cuisine of all the
round
countries around
cornbread.
I mean,
like,
is it literally their own
nuance?
No, I'm serious.
But nuance. I have to push back a little bit here. I have to push back.
I prefer Khazarian cuisine.
The Mediterranean cuisine is a thing which has been existing for the last 3,000 years. The Arabs, actually, the Arabs are coming from the Arab desert, okay? They are actually also just appropriating the Mediterranean cuisine. So if you accuse the Israelis doing so, you must accuse the Arabs as well. I mean, nuance, we have to be honest here.
Listen, First
you
of
must
all,
be
a lot
honest.
of these dishes, a lot of these dishes didn't even exist until maybe like 200, 300 years ago. A lot of them are like fairly modern. Once new dishes and like ingredients were introduced into the area, they hadn't exist always for 3,000 years. Like tomatoes weren't super common throughout the entire Middle East for forever, right? So like and corn like wasn't super
okay
common.
Fair enough. Tomatoes,
exactly.
That's true. That's true actually. We sometimes forget that tomato, 400 years ago, 500 years, okay, let's take it 500, they didn't exist in the old world. It's crazy to think about it, you know.
Yeah, they're both from the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
It's crazy. There is like an old developed Yiddish cuisine though. I'm like the fucking most Jewish WASP guy ever. I worked at a kosher. I worked at a kosher supermarket in high school. I was a little. Hey, Hamantaschen, Rugelot, they've got some pretty good baked goods.
Yeah, I want to know, do Israelis eat chicken liver and onions like my grandmother
I
used
understand that we have a bunch of Jews in this space, but there's no need for anyone to talk over each other. Okay?
But I have a practical question, Charles. Maybe to know.
Hey, this includes you, German. Okay?
Dankeschön.
Okay? Slow down. Okay? Raus. Okay? Everyone be good. All right.
Langsam.
Okay, I have a question to Nuance, and that's a practical question about halal and kosher. So, if about meat, is it mutually intangible or not?
No, they have to. They're different. Like one's like Muslim, the other one's Jewish. So they Jews think if like a non-Jew touches the stuff, it's tainted.
So. Right, that is true.
You can't even mix meat and dairy.
You can't mix meat and dairy. No cheeseburgers.
No, so here's the funny thing, Kaiser. They have a process where like Christians will go over because they're like obsessed with Jewish stuff. They'll pick the produce, but then at a certain point there's a cutoff and they're not allowed to process anything or touch it anymore. Otherwise it's not kosher because it's goyim. It's like not Jewish hands dealing with it. So then it becomes non-kosher if they touch it.
David,
when I worked in the when I worked in the kosher supermarket, if you were opening in the mornings, sometimes you would see the rabbis that were there on specific days when there were, specific fresh cuts of meat to like perform the ritual blessings. It was very interesting. But yeah, the stuff like, couldn't be put on the shelves if the rabbi hadn't said the magical words over it.
You mean prayer?
Yes, magical words, prayer. Yeah.
I mean, nuance, correct me if I'm wrong, but halal is not so difficult. You basically, when you slaughter an animal, you have to say a prayer, and that's that. I mean, it's not, let's
There's
say,
a
a big.
certain way I think you have to slaughter to. For example, they want you to like hang the animal upside down and slice their neck open and let the blood drain out, something like that.
Honestly, it's more of a
Yeah,
spell.
that's right.
And they do say that if you're Jewish and kosher, that the closest you can get to if you don't have kosher available is halal. So,
And if there's nothing halal nearby, then you have vegetarian stuff.
Disgraceful.
Which is just gay.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. The bolt gun works well too, David.
But I actually, honestly, I don't keep kosher. I am not as religious as I used to be.
You eat pork?
Yeah, I.
Good for you. Good for you.
I don't eat pork. Pork is disgusting.
No bacon? No bacon?
I haven't had pork since I was 19 years
Pork
old.
tenderloins.
Oh my goodness,
Charles, delicious.
Nuance.
What about
I'm
shellfish?
more Jewish than the Jews.
Nuance, what's going on? I mean,
I'm like
you don't.
Jesus like that.
I cannot imagine that you eat bacon, Nuance.
I eat bacon all the time. What are you talking about?
Nuance lives in Texas, doesn't he?
You're
I have never had.
You can't really say no to pork.
I'm not Muslim, Kaiser. I don't know what you were thinking.
I have never.
I thought you're Muslim,
He's a
Nuance.
Persian Jew.
No.
He's a
Wow,
Persian
Kaiser.
Jew.
I grew up Muslim, but I'm not.
He's a Persian Jew.
No. You are
No,
cultural
it's
Muslim, so to speak. You're cultural Muslim, like
not
many.
really.
No, he's not.
He's a little short. He's a little short kid who eats Greek food with me.
So
You're like the same height as me, Chuck. I don't know.
That is not true.
But
we'll take a picture.
Charles is actually tall.
No.
Okay, I can confirm. 5'11".
We get really good beef bacon here in Kansas, like from a rancher.
I am kind of
it's really
absurdly
good.
tall, but you know what my big problem is I hunch because I don't smoke enough. I'm too fat. I bend over too much, and I need
You're
to stop.
not fat, dude.
No, I need to stop. I need to be like a lot thinner, and I need to smoke a lot.
Why are you so fat, Charles? What's going on?
He's
I don't know.
not.
I'm really depressed lately, and I've just been eating nothing but tacos.
Maybe eat
yourself
some
short,
bacon.
man.
You might lose
Nothing
weight.
wrong
Eat
with
bacon.
tacos.
I've been eating nothing.
You can
but
do worse than
tacos.
that.
I'm not even lying. I go to Bar Taco and I just eat Bar Tacos and write my Substack and run my companies from Bar Taco. It's great.
Make sure you get enough vitamin D in the winter. It'll help you.
But Charles, do Döner de Rüm is better for your health than taco.
I mean, I love Turkish food, but unfortunately, there's this big problem, and the big problem is that the big problem with my Turkish favorite restaurant is that those fuckers sold it. They sold it to these other Turks, and there's not this attractive Turkish woman there anymore. There's a bunch of dudes running the Turkish restaurant, and I didn't go there for the food. I went there for for everything else. So yeah, it's a problem. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
He went for the Turkish delight, is what he's saying.
No, I think I may need to go watch the old Palestinian chicken episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm later this
That's
season.
a great episode.
One of the best.
I don't think
Is it basically what Nuance said? He's a communist, so to speak. He believes in nothing. He's a commie. Now I get it, Nuance.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take it.
No, I'm joking.
It's about the picture in the jumbotron.
I mean, it seems just as ridiculous.
Tactical. The above one, you look a little thinner than the one below. So, what was your workout plan during that time? Is that picture up here?
That picture is from the picture. All right, so both of those pictures, one is from like 2014 and the other's from 2015. So that was like, I don't know, what is it, like 8 and 9 years ago? Yeah, I was skinnier then. I was also like a lot more angry about the world, so I didn't eat as much. I'm too fucking happy now, and I have enough money to buy anything on the menu. So it's a real problem. Like, and I don't have enough women around me. Like, I mean, occasionally I'll have sex with women, but like when I had like a real girlfriend, they would like judge me, and they'd be like, "You little fat fuck! Like we're going for a run or a walk or a bike ride or some shit." You know, I even had a friend's dog stay with me, and that dog like forced me to go out and walk around. So yeah, like I need some like accountability. Unfortunately, I'll just stay at home and drink nothing but chamomile tea, and then walk to the restaurant and eat bar taco all day, and that nobody's helped out by that. I had 41 tacos last week. Okay, that's a lot of tacos.
That is a lot of tacos. Trying to kill yourself there? Jeez.
I don't know.
That's about 6 tacos a day. So if you spread that out over
No,
3
no. That
meals.
wasn't in one day. It was in like 2.5 days.
Oh, you said last. Okay, so not over the whole week.
20 some odd tacos per sitting. Wow.
I mean, like, did you eat that many tacos and not eat for like 4 consecutive days?
No, I mean I had other food too. I had a bunch of Italian food because I'm a fat fuck, and like
Bro,
I don't know,
come on.
like I've been running around like making bad food decisions and
Well,
smoking.
emphasize on the running around part.
Well, I haven't even been running. I've been driving around and doing all that. And yeah, I hate this time of year. I basically hate American life from like November 5th, from daylight savings time until the day after Valentine's Day is like the worst time of year. And I hate this time. I hate everybody around. And all
The
I want to do
untouched, the
is smoke.
sads,
All
the
I want to do,
SATGs.
yeah, all I want to do is smoke cigarettes, work on my businesses, and eat tacos. Like that's
Can't you
basically all I
afford to
want to do.
pay for like AOC's personal trainer or some shit?
Oh yeah, whatever. A personal trainer. No, what I
No, he
want
doesn't.
is
That's accountability, dude.
no. What I want is basically some woman to come over, whip me into shape, live with me, have sex with me, and then leave me the day after Valentine's Day. So I need like a girlfriend for like basically like we can write up the contract and then they'll be gone, and then I'll be happier.
Why
Well,
don't you
maybe you
make
can
an
have like a
addendum to your?
seasonal harem.
That's what
Yeah,
I need. I need a
make
seasonal
that an
harem.
A
addendum to your
seasonal
personal
harem.
I'm
ad.
not even kidding. That's what I need. I need a seasonal harem. That's
So
what I
Chuck,
need.
you like to
Find a
Chuck,
getting
you like
cold.
to see beautiful women. Get a gym membership. You go to the gym
No.
regularly.
The gym is for fags. I'm sorry, Nuance.
Oh,
It's
that's
for
just
fags.
cope,
Charles,
Chuck. That's
that's
just
science.
cope because you don't
No,
want to
no,
go and work
no.
out.
It's not
And
about.
Women
Listen,
might get all like titted up and
you need
hot
to
and go to
work
the
out. You
gym,
need to
but
work
they
out.
don't
No,
actually
you
want
know
to
how
get
easy
hit
it
on.
is. Like it's very simple.
Badminton.
Okay, you go to a gym if you're a fag. Okay, it is what it is. I'm not happy about it. It
That's
is what
just
it is.
cope. That's just cope.
No, it's not cope. It's very easy
It's
to get a woman
completely
when you're
cope.
It
rich.
sounds like no accountability.
No, it's not accountability. I don't want to go anywhere. I want them to come.
Exactly, it's not accountability.
I want them
All
to
right, then
come
buy the
here.
equipment
Right.
for the house. Work
I
out
have
at
the
the
equipment for the
house.
house. Come on, be serious. It's not
All you
working
need is a
out.
kettlebell,
It's
his and
not
hers
it's not a working
kettlebells.
out issue. It's and by the way, like it's very easy to work
training.
out. What the issue is, it's depressing. This time of year is depressing. So I make bad food decisions.
Well, let's get you on some
And
Adderall and some
what I need to
Yeah,
do,
steroids
we
to
can
no, I'm
combat
reduce
that
the
telling you,
depression.
I'm
appetite.
Yeah,
telling
dude,
you,
no,
very
no,
simply.
Take a fat
I
drink.
have a
you need
very
to start out
wonderful
on
home.
70 milligram Bivans.
I don't know
That's what
who's
you
been
need.
here. I don't know who's been to my home, but I have a lovely home. I live alone, and I need a woman to basically like come over and like force me to leave the house and do various things and have sex with me. That's what I need, and then she can leave.
Chuck, you're not willing to pay
On
the price. You won't do any drugs.
yeah,
You won't go to the gym. It is. I gotta
yeah.
say,
I
it
won't
is a
suck
little
any
bit of coke.
dicks. I mean,
You don't like purple-haired Iranian
it's ridiculous.
dissidents.
Yeah, no purple-haired Iranians. Jesus
Thank
Christ.
God.
But Charles, maybe
What
Nuance
By
about
the way,
can
I
purple
saw her
hair?
at the grocery.
maybe
I
Nuance
saw her
can
at the
become
grocery
your
store the other day and gave her
personal
the
trainer.
finger. I don't know if I did. I tell you guys
Nuance,
the
would you
story
do
that I
that?
saw her at the grocery store and gave her the finger.
I was thinking of starting a personal trainer.
Nuance. You
We'll
could
see.
give Charles a routine, and you could give
No,
him
I don't want a routine. I don't want to. I don't want a personal trainer that's the dude. Okay, I want a personal trainer that I can fuck. That's the whole point. Okay, like let's be real
anything
here.
accomplished other than fucking. Then, and you can just fuck.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah, fucking is personal
The
training.
plan is to
So you
hibernate
don't want to get
and fuck and do work. Like that's the plan. That's
No,
the
but
plan.
Charles, you should get a red light sauna for the winter and just get in it naked every night. It really help you, I think.
Do you have one of those, Jeremy?
Yes, my
Red
wife
light therapy
wanted it.
is
Yeah,
good.
red
I
light.
would
It's good.
recommend.
You get in there,
Chuck wants a red
sweat.
light district to himself.
That's totally right.
Is this what you do on your own time?
What's the science behind red light therapy? I'm not that
Oh,
familiar.
look into it. Make sure you want to make sure it's high quality and not some bullshit that you get at like Planet Fitness. You want to make sure the wavelengths are correct, the ones that are actually studied and are proven. So good companies are like Mito Red or Platinum LED.
I have a few of those lamps with the fucking lighting. I have all that shit. That's not
What
on top.
about the ice? What about the big ice buckets that you submerge yourself in?
Oh, cryo freeze. How do
Yeah,
you
I'm
not?
thinking about
Well,
getting
that's a
one of
bit
those.
different than cryo freeze, but yeah,
But
those are
going
fun.
back and forth, like here in Kansas in the winter, from the sauna out to some snow, it does feel good.
They do
And
that.
Jamie, that's crazy. You are, I mean, you're of Jewish heritage and living in Kansas. Like, wow, man, that's crazy. I never heard that one combination.
No, it's wild. My cousin, who's Jewish from Brooklyn, he moved here with his family actually during COVID too. So I'm from LA, he's from New York, and the two Jewish boys ended up in Kansas with their women.
And Kaiser Lawrence is it's a university town. It's a nice place.
It's true. It's very Jewish friendly.
Germany's there to steal technology, though, covertly for the IDF.
That's right.
From the KU. From KU.
That's
right.
Wait, Jeremy, I wanted to ask you, Jeremy, how much, if any, or what sort of recruitment takes place on those birthright trips by like the Israeli intelligence services?
I don't know personally. I never went on one, but I have heard that it is a sort of opening of the door to Israeli intelligence, and that it's the beginning of a sorting process for certain people. Because you do find like certain key operatives first went to Israel on a birthright trip and then ended up becoming foreign service officers and things like that. So I imagine it's just one other portal for the Israeli.
It's like Pledge Week. They vet you and shit, figure out your
involved in this sort of
personality
process.
traits.
Alana Goodman, that was she did all that. All the Washington Free Beacon chicks.
And actually, like a lot of the psychological testing stuff does seem to emerge from like the Talpiot program and Israeli military intelligence, where they got really interested in assessing their young people via testing for things that also related to like group dynamics and not only sort of pure intellectual power.
Interesting.
That's how they got Loomer.
Loomer said she'd been, I think what she said in her debate with Dave Smith, she'd been 6 times or something like that. And she said she went with like a Christian Zionist organization, and they were mainly focused around wall tech. No, it was some kind of what was the name of it? I forget.
Christian
It wasn't Kufi.
United from Israel, Kufi?
No, it wasn't Kufi. It was something else. And they were focused on like border security. And she said that Trump had actually talked to the Israeli designer of the Gaza border fence about putting that technology in at the southern border.
You would unironically name it or a Kufi. Like, are you serious?
No, it's a real word.
Yeah. But guys, a question here. A question to Lawrence.
John Hagee's deal.
About Tom. I mean, is Tom one of these dispensational millennials?
Yeah, he is, but he doesn't even know it. That's his eschatology is so like he's just like a standard.
Isn't Tom just gay for oil? I mean, isn't that just what it comes out?
But he's also an like a Baptist, like evangelical Christian.
Yeah, so
he doesn't even know what any of these.
So
things.
he sucks dick on the weekends, and he sucks oil on the weekdays. I mean, it's what he is.
What, sucking oil, Derek's gay for oil?
Yeah, he's gay for oil.
I like Tom. Honestly, I like oil and gas Tom. I like him, man.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Well, then you can be gay with him for oil.
No, Charles, come on, man. Please,
come on, man.
Don't go there.
You know,
don't go there.
I called him a piece of shit in the space the other day, and I've actually been meaning to catch him up here so I can apologize to him. It was rather uncouth of me.
No, I think it was apt. It's fine.
Just buy him a barrel of oil, and that'll make.
Yeah, just buy him a barrel of oil and give him some lube, and he'll be good for it. He'll be good for it.
But buy the barrel of oil from some other state. Tell him it's Texas oil.
Texans need to be mistreated more.
I'll buy from Venezuela.
If Texans aren't mistreated more often, they get a little crazy. So you have to
get him a nice barrel of
again.
Iranian oil.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
There you go. There you go. Now you might be. No, I think sanctions don't cover that, right? So I think he'll be fine.
What even are sanctions, Nuance?
Why
do your people, you Persian Jews,
sanctions are a way to stimulate?
Why do you want to sanction those poor mullahs, man? Like, what's up?
And what are boycotts?
All they do is figure things out.
You know what I saw today? Do you guys remember when during the Trump term when he tweeted "sanctions are coming" in the Game of Thrones font? It looked like a Game of Thrones poster for a new season.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
It was kind of cringe, but also
what a
funny.
ridiculous president he was. I mean, can you imagine, like, one day you're going to have to explain to your children or grandchildren the Trump presidency, and it's going to be an extremely awkward time because you're going to be like, they'll be like, Daddy, why was a general, Eisenhower president? Oh, he was a general. Oh, why was so and so president? Oh, he was a governor or senator. Why was Donald Trump president? I mean, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have to be accountable for that.
Now it's time for us to have the talk, right?
But I mean, Charles, it depends how you spin it. You can say he was a self-made man, a businessman. I mean, look at George W. What is George W?
But nobody.
Okay, I know.
George W. was the governor.
But he was the son of a former president
And he was
CIA director.
And blue
he was
blood.
also a governor, and he also served in the military.
Yes, he
He's
did
blue
serve in the
blood.
military. Yeah, I know.
And he was also gay.
No,
That's
he's
right.
not gay. He's not
No,
gay.
he's 100% gay.
Yep.
No, come on, guys.
He's 100% gay. He sucked lots of dicks in Texas.
Oh,
I'm not making that up. There's nothing wrong with sucking dicks, Kaiser, okay? You should be proud of that.
And go look even at the boys' call scandal during George H.W. Bush's administration. That seems tied into George W. Bush.
100%.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy.
I mean, next you're telling me that Barack Obama and George W. have an affair, or what?
Well, they were both gay, and they're both friends with Ellen DeGeneres.
Not out of the realm of
Make of that
possibility.
what you will.
Okay.
Listen,
Leave
I,
Ellen
for one,
DeGeneres out of this, Charles.
well, she's already out.
They are good friends.
She has the courage to be out, unlike Barack Obama and George W. Bush.
You guys are going to think I'm being racist again, but Ellen DeGeneres has done a ton to save the mountain
George W. Bush is going to come out as a gay man before he dies, and I think he's going to beat Obama to that. And I think everyone's going to say, oh, George W. Bush, he did all these terrible things. He killed all these Iraqis, 9/11, blah, blah, blah. But he died as a hero because he came out as the first gay president.
Or he did all those horrible things because he was gay.
Oh, even more interesting. Ooh, that's interesting. That's the dark version. That's the HBO version of it.
Yeah, that's the Samira version. I mean, Samira would say because he was possessed by satanic demons, he was
And Bush will give Obama the courage to come out.
No, but he won't do it because he won't do it. He won't do it. He likes being gay too much. He likes being in the closet so much.
Yeah, and he's getting kind of old too, so they might just pin it on his like senile geriatry-ness. So they might not count it.
Yeah. Yep, I think that's right. All right, friends, I've got to go to bed. Good night.
Gute Nacht, Charles. Gute Nacht. Schlaf gut, Karl.
So,
Kaiser, stuck in your throat.
Kaiser, this is totally switching gears here, but I just saw your post from earlier about the peopling of Northern Europe by the different Germanic groups. Is there any trace to? Can you still find people in Germany who identify as Pomeranians today, or has that just been totally erased? You never hear about Pomeranians in the same way you hear about some of these other Germanic
I think
subgroups.
there's still dogs that exist.
Yeah, they just
I was about to say, isn't that a dog?
No, it's
Most Americans think it's a dog. I would say 98% of Americans, if you say Pomeranian, think it's a dog.
Are you saying it's
well,
not
it
a
is.
dog?
Well, no, it is a dog. But before it was a dog, it was a
owned by
region and a
facts and
people.
logic. I accept your apology.
It's a man.
No, but yeah, obviously people identify themselves as Pomeranians still. Yeah. And Silesians
Call
as
them,
well.
Furries, actually. They have conventions.
But honestly, I knew you will laugh, but there was this Nazi Albanian girl, wait a second, FDM, Donika. And I was saying, yeah, my origins are from Pomerania. You're so stupid, retarded. This is a dog race. This is the people I'm dealing with, On a
Kaiser, what is Pomeranian culture, though? Is there a distinct...
Catherine the Great.
Pomeranian culture is it's a fisherman's culture basically. It's very similar to the, let's say, Frisian Northern German culture. I mean, those people are fishermen. The dad of my grandfather was a fisherman, and my grandfather never met his dad because he was lost on sea. So I mean, it's basically this kind of culture, fisherman culture.
Interesting. Your great grandfather was lost. Was that in the Baltic or?
Baltic Sea, yeah. Ostsee, the Ostsee, the East Sea. We have the North Sea, the North Sea, and the East Sea, or Baltic Sea.
Interesting. Yeah, that was a cool post you made. So does your family line identify more with like the Elbe Germanic or the East Germanic?
I'm it's a mixture. I mean, I mean, those maps are never super accurate. You know, you can say, okay, the Langobard, for example, the Lombards, okay, the Langobardi, they were living around the Elbe region, and if you go east, you had the Gothic tribes, Gothonen, later become Visigoths and Ostrogoths. But obviously, even during the migration period, not everyone was moving. You know, like this is there were people still left behind, so to speak. You know, and it's a mixture as well. I mean, then the Slavs came around with the Avars,
And the Wends, right? Is that the tribe? The Wends.
one speculates because look, you have to see one thing. The names of these tribes are made up by the Romans, you know, obviously, you know, for some tribes how they called themselves. But for example, the Vendi, that was a Roman name, and it's very, let's say, logical to assume that those are the Slavic tribes, you know, the Vendi. But I mean,
but you could also see how close that might sound to Vandal as well. And what the Vendi, they would have been the ones north of Berlin, kind of that area.
No. The Vendi were actually what today is Belarus, Ukraine. That is the region where the Proto-Slavs were coming from, and then they were moving.
I thought they made it all the way into like northeast Germany, and that area kind of had to be like re-Germanicized after centuries
they
of
did
Slavic.
In 550, around 550, 6th century. When it is like, I mean, people were always migrating. That's the funny thing about migration. No, it's nothing new. When the Avars were a confederation of pastoral nomads, you know, and they were basically being pushed by the Gok Turks from the east. They were pushed westwards, and the Avars, they were pushing basically the Slavs with them, or the Slavs went with them. And this is where you have the Czechs coming from and the Poles coming from, around 550 to 650, and also the southern Slavs, they then moved southwards, you know, the Balkans. But this is a topic for Prodigal. And the Avars, and then later you had the Bulgars, the Proto-Bulgars, who were actually not Slavs, but they were also pastoralist nomads who then mixed with the Slavs.
Were they Turkic?
Maybe a little bit more,
or like Finno-Ugric.
Yeah, something that a mixture, and they became completely what do you call Slavicized, or
Slavicized? I don't know.
Slavicized, yes. And the funny thing is with the Magyars, it's the opposite. The Magyars, Finno-Ugric tribe, who came around the 10th century, and there was a very famous battle on the Lech field. And the thing is that the modern Hungarian population is actually mostly Slavic, but they speak the old language. You know, it's interesting how that stuff always works out. You know, with the ethnogenesis, who takes over what. You know.
Well, wasn't most of like the old Hungarian, you know, Magyar aristocracy was all wiped out in like a single battle, right? With the Battle of Mohawks or something. Something against the Ottomans, I believe.
Mohawks. That was 1525. Yeah, when the kingdom of Hungary was basically destroyed. Yeah. But you know, the thing is, it's never that clear cut. Like people, I mean, excuse my language here, people have sex, you know. I don't want to say fuck. People have sex and they have children. They always intermix, and this is never so clear cut. You know, this is the problem with the LARPers. They want to make it a clear cut thing. It's all a mixture. I mean, everything. Look, I consider the old world. What is the old world? That is, take let's say a Greek atlas, a Greek map. That's Europe. That is a little bit to the east, let's say up to Moscow maybe. Then you go south, Asia Minor, Anatolia. You have Mesopotamia, Persia, a little bit of India up to the Hindus, but that's that. Arabia, Northern Africa, Egypt. This is the old world. And you must imagine in this region over the last 5,000-6,000 years, people have been mixing all the time. All the time. This is why you have, I mean, look at the Levant, for example. The Persians came and went. You had the Goths were at the Crimea. I mean, they were settling at the Crimea, and you had Goth communities up until when the Mongols were conquering them. So you see, it's all mixture. The Vandals went over to North Africa. So there is Germanic blood within the Arab blood. It's all mixed. And then the Arabs came back to Sicily and Spain, and the Turks came over the Balkans. I mean, Portugal will always make the case, I'm a pure blood. This is the funny thing about Albanians. They always say, we are pure blood, we are the pure Illyrians. We never mixed with the Turks. But that's obviously nonsense. Everyone is mixing with everyone. And this is the reality of life, This is the reality of the old world. And this notion of purity and of migration, it never existed, man. History is a long process, and yeah, it is what it is, man. Like, I for sure have Slavic ancestors, absolutely for sure, man. Like, one of my ancestors would have been in love or fucked around with someone else, that's normal. Like, there is no purity. This purity nonsense is complete nonsense.
Yeah,
Utterly
I mean,
nonsense.
I've done a good amount of research into my ancestry, and we like to think in my family that almost everyone just came from the British Isles, England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales. But I've found just going back on all of these different lines, mom's side, dad's side, I found Germanic ancestors who were living in Finland or in Estonia before they departed for Pennsylvania in the 1700s. It's very interesting stuff.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. There's one story we tell ourselves, like this is the Hollywood version, like everything is clear cut and so. But the reality is, people were moving all around, everywhere, all around the time, and they were mixing. And it's the same with the Huns. We always think about the Huns like the Huns of Attila. Oh, those were basically, they were also a mixture of everything. This is always happening. The concept of nation or of ethnicity in that regard is a very modern concept. I mean, it's normal. Go back to the time before the train, before you had trains, like 200 years ago. What was your reach? What was your horizon? Your horizon was basically maybe 50 miles, a radius of 15 miles, or let's say 20 miles. This is what you could walk in one day. That was your life. That was the horizon of your world.
Well,
imagine that,
riding, of course.
But this horse was for nobility, Zagonel. Nobility and clerics, that was like 1 or 2% of the population. 98% of the population, that on the horizon, that was their world. Like, for example, if you let's say, I don't know where you're living, FDM. Let's say you're living in Kansas City. What's the nearest town to Kansas City? Big city. What is it? St. Louis?
St. Louis,
yeah, all the way on the other side of the state. Yeah.
Okay, that's too close.
I'm in Denver, and Kansas City is actually the closest city to me. If you head east, major city, and that's about 9 hours of open plains driving, maybe a little less, 7 hours.
Imagine this is like maybe, I don't know how many miles, 400 miles.
Oh, it's got to be more than 400 miles, right, Jeremy? What, Kansas City to Denver?
Kansas City, yeah, it's probably 500, I'll bet.
Okay, that is basically 500 miles. We are talking about 20 days net on travel. And then you need breaks. Like, you cannot, this is the thing, you cannot travel. I mean, people really underestimate that. You cannot travel every day. So, let's say, you could maybe travel 3 days, and then you need a day rest. Then you travel 3 days, day rest. So imagine you would be 1 month, over 1 month, you would walk. And that is what most people would do, let's say, at least in Europe, because horses were for nobility. 1 month to get from Denver to Kansas City. And I mean, at 1 month, you have to get food from somewhere. You need the money. It's crazy. You see how our perception of the world has changed. And yeah, So this again, the thing about purity, and so this is all very much anachronistic. Like it's a concept which is a modern concept which we then transport into the past. But it was never a real thing. That's very important to mention here.
Yo, did you guys see this
So
tweet by Greg Brockman in the last like 10 minutes or whatever, where he said how the firings came as a shock to both him and Sam Altman, and he kind of explains what happened? It's pretty wild.
I didn't see that. No.
I'll post it in the jumbo. Give me a second. But basically they called, like, they had an entire meeting with the board on Zoom where they like called Sam in, and it was everybody except Greg in that meeting. And they basically told Sam they were going to fire him. Then they had another meeting and they spoke to Greg, and they said they're removing him from the board, but he's also still essential to the company. So he's being kept on as whatever president or whatever it was. And then like they didn't really explain why, I guess. And it's fucking shady. This is so shady, but it's really fun to watch. This stuff is this shit goes deep.
I got to be honest, I haven't really followed any of that breaking story today at all.
Oh, you should. It's like, again, Sam Altman was like the top guy at OpenAI, and he was like emceeing at all these recent events for OpenAI and everything. And then all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, both of them being caught by surprise, their board fires them. There's some shit going on. This is pretty wild.
Did Brockman give any reason for his firing specifically?
I think he's saying no, like this is coming as a shock, and so far, I guess they weren't given a reason. So I don't know. I'm so fascinated to find out what the real deal is.
It is interesting. Sam's sister starting to talk more recently about things that happened during their childhood and potential abuse and stuff. So that might have been part of it. Who knows?
Isn't she also like crazy?
A little bit. She's traumatized. It seems like she seems traumatized.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that shit. I mean, there's crazy people out there. I saw someone post a picture where it looks like, I mean, I don't know how real this is, but that she apparently posts on Instagram like a picture of her like naked, looking like she's getting fucked from behind. I don't know. Like it seems pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, she has done, like, I think she talks about sex work and stuff, and it does seem like there's some kind of trauma in the background in the relationship, the way that she talks about it and approaches it.
Well, maybe Ryan has some information. Ryan, have you been keeping up with this Sam Altman OpenAI stuff? Do you know what the real deal is there?
No, I haven't been paying attention to that at all. I'm just focused on Gaza.
Well, so Ryan, I saw that Suleiman
has
had
a one-track mind.
posted that the Israelis did 9/11 in a post he released just not long ago with the big explosion on the Twin Towers. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, well, you don't know Ryan's thoughts on it?
No, I just want him to clear, for the space.
Well, I messaged Ryan earlier because there was a lot of discussion on 9/11 and the Israeli involvement, and he literally is the expert. If you don't know him, you absolutely should follow and watch some of his videos. He's the only guy that should be talking about it.
So Ryan, what is your take on the Bin Laden letter? Like, do you think that's a fabrication or something relating to like reasons given for 9/11? Like, what's your take on the Bin Laden letter then?
I can't believe people are just now discovering something that's been out for 2 decades.
Yes, but as it relates to I don't know if I've ever gotten your take on the Bin Laden letter, if that's like a fabrication, because if the Israelis did it, like what's the deal?
And also what is the relationship with his earlier denials, do you think?
Al-Qaeda did 9/11. but Al Qaeda is not wholly separate from intelligence agencies. You can't just sloganeer this shit and be like, Israel did 9/11 or the Saudis did 9/11 or whatever like that. Like if you have the group most responsible for September 11th, the people that flew the planes in the buildings, and that was Al Qaeda.
But Ryan, that's an assumption that there was not technological assistance via Israeli military intelligence in terms of painting targets. Now, I agree that Al Qaeda was at the core of it, but they were obviously
Were you
handled
the
as
guy
the
that was
intelligence
denying
asset.
nukes earlier?
No,
Okay,
I
good.
actually, I
Oh,
actually
I,
think
I
yeah,
that
I
came
think
in,
you're
heard
thinking
I
that,
of
and
actually think the
left.
Israelis
you're
use
thinking of
nukes,
Chuck, I
tactical
think.
nukes.
Yeah.
No, okay, you can't nuke 3 buildings.
Yeah,
There's not a
Ryan
nuke
doesn't
that
like Chuck.
small. I can't talk to donkeys. Like I don't have the patience.
Just
Brian, I have a question
explain.
for you. What do you make of the Ziad Jarrah connection? He was the Lebanese hijacker who I posted it up in the nest earlier, but he had a couple cousins who were apparently
Yeah,
working for
Ziad Al
Israeli
Jarrah had two
intelligence.
cousins that worked for Israeli intelligence. That is true. Ali Al Jarrah, Youssef Al Jarrah. That
Is
was
there
that was reported in
anything
USA
more to
Today.
that?
I mean, for fuck's sake, it's just a coincidence that a 9/11 pilot happens to have family members that work for a foreign intelligence agency, the same one that was caught celebrating and filming the events and da 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 da. It's not like a single thing, it's a whole picture. I don't feel like explaining like 7 hours worth of stuff. That's why I made movies about it, so I don't have to redo this over and over again. But yeah,
So,
there's a lot more to it.
someone brought up
There's a lot
Ali
more to that.
Mohammed
I
earlier.
mean, our own FBI admitted that the front companies that the Israelis were using, sent there by the Jewish agency Wertheim Wertheimer, gave logistical support to 9/11 hijackers. Al Omari got a ride from Florida to New York. Our Miami field office admitted that. It is not a secret. It is in the JAS report. It is in the now unredacted parts that I did 302s for. This is the thing. It's just like the bin Laden letter. People are, it's also like, where's the Epstein client list? Bitch, I released that in 2019. All this stuff is already out. It's like them couple years ago went nuts about the story about Omar Bayoumi and Osama Basnan. We've known that since 2006. There's a joint inquiry, Senate investigation, September 11th, that has had that information out forever. It's just no one paid attention to it until the Gray Zone and RT just finally discovered something that has been available for a long time. And that's why I get so pissed off that people like me get censored, because everyone already fucking know this. If I hadn't been kicked off the everything and other people like me weren't kicked off everything. It's like the Zoomer generation is now just discovering about Osama bin Laden. I'm like
Yeah.
partly glad and partly frustrated. Like, oh, hooray, you're on step one after 21 years later. You're just figuring out stuff that wasn't even hidden.
Now, did the FBI
So,
ever officially admit that Urban Moving Systems was a front company, or was that only done through like media sources where like some, of the FBI people, like through, allegedly sources?
They said both
So,
things. That's what's weird is they said both things. They kept all the people on the 9/11 suspects list, and yet the church often, with pressure from APAC and stuff, get these 71 days later, get these guys out of jail and go, oh no, it's just leave it alone. What I think they're probably doing is those Israelis were spying on the Arab cells and didn't share the information, or worse, they did share the information and they didn't care because they wanted it to happen. Either way is bad, but we're never going to know.
But Ryan, it is the case that of those urban moving systems, Israeli fronts, there were a lot of IDF demolitions units, people in there, right?
No, that was separate. The group that went in with Khalid Odala and stuff were working for a company that didn't even exist. Denko Mechanical Magic Heating and Plumbing. It was a different front, not a moving company. It was heating and plumbing. They had
No, but I
fake
wasn't talking
credentials
about
for fire
those guys though.
suppression. Well, they got arrested and they did go to jail. Yeah, well, most of them. Two of them got out immediately. Someone paid $250,000 bail for a truck driver. Like
now,
that, they definitely sabotaged the fire suppression systems, which is what maximize the damage from fire. And fire does take down buildings. I'm so sick of people being like, "There's no way. There had to be mini nuke
Right,
thermite." No, there doesn't.
hypothetically, right, it can weaken steel, but if you actually deal with the full forensics in terms of like pyroclastic flow almost, and
Weakened
like
steel is all you have to
tiny
do.
bone fragments being blown up and thrown laterally over a
Dude,
football field away.
okay,
I'm not.
that's not true.
Wait,
All
what's not true?
steel loses 90% of its tensile strength
I wasn't
at
arguing
half
about
the
that.
point of the. I'm making a different argument. I don't care what you just said. You don't have to melt steel or anything. Weakening steel will make the building fall down.
I know, but the building didn't fall down prima facie. It blew up and out from the top. It also fell down at the same
Because
time.
it's got
What
a
you're seeing,
third of the other building pushing through it.
no, but you see actual like steel
This is
components being thrown almost up and out
Yeah,
as
Jeremy, what do you think
going down.
happens when you have
It's
like
like
that
10%
force
of a
coming
nuclear
from the
bomb. That's
top?
what you'd have with that amount of weight of a third of a skyscraper falling down on another skyscraper is going to. It's not just going to go. Oh, nothing will go sideways. It'll just all go. Come on, dude. Like, just give it
Ryan,
up. It was
can I
fire.
Ryan, can I ask, what do you make of the allegations that have come against Buzzy Krongard and the United Airlines short options? Buzzy Krongard, who was formerly of BT Alex Brown and Sons and was serving as executive director of the CIA on 9/11, kind of running the day to day. Have you ever found, like, other than just being Jewish, are there connections between him and the Israelis that I may have missed? Or
Well, the DTCC did not allow anybody to get subpoenaed. There were a bunch of shorts, unusually like 12-to-1 ratio, which anybody will tell you like that's nuts, and only on this specific airline stock. So somebody had insider knowledge. They might not have known what was going to happen. They were just told, "Hey, buy these," and they did. That doesn't mean
There
they
were
knew.
a major spike in the amount of puts bought on airlines
Right.
in like the
Major.
prior. Yeah, huge.
And some of them didn't even collect their money. So they may have gotten a tip and then got spooked, like, whoa, hey, not this. I don't want this. It was really sloppy. Like Otago was randomly warning different Jews. Some people just had the same names as someone else. And some of these people did come forward. At least a couple of them are on record saying, hey, I was told not to go to work today
And
on an
Otigo
Israeli
was
message
it
system.
wasn't just random. It was Israelis specifically. It was an Israeli company, and that's why you do see very few Israeli. There were thousands of Israelis who worked in the
Yeah, the
World
people
Trade
who got
Center,
warned
and
weren't Israelis. They were just Jewish. They just had the same names. And they were like, I don't know why I got this message. I'm like, glad I did. And they gave that to the authorities. They're like, yeah, I got this ahead of time saying not to come to work. And you only need that to
there was
happen
also
once.
a very weird statement from an ex-CIA analyst or agent. I'm not sure what his exact actual position was, Bob Baer, and I think it was in like 2008. He had some comments about how he knew a guy whose brother worked in the White House, who basically went to his broker in the days before 9/11 and said, just cash
yeah,
me out.
that was from my
Uh,
interview with him. Yeah,
was it really?
yeah.
Holy shit! Wow, that's okay. When did you talk to him? Was that back in 2008?
2008, outside of the Hammer Museum in West LA, in near UCLA.
Okay, well, and I
And
was
I
just kind of
actually
going off
believe
the.
he's referring to Khalid El Gindi, the El Gindi family. One of them was in the White House, and the other one was in San Diego. I believe that's who he was talking about. I should have followed up in the moment, but I was a little bit taken aback and stunned.
I must have watched that clip with you. I like added that to some notes I had years ago. That's very cool. Kudos to you for that.
And he also said someone should write the book about the white vans. But Ryan's made the movies about the white vans already, so.
Ryan, what's the exact? How do we find the video you've made on 9/11? It's easier on your website.
It's War by Deception, right?
What's the name?
Yeah, it is back on the website now. We had some problems, but it's back there now. But I'm redoing that whole thing. So I think instead of watching I don't know, you can watch it, you can buy it, but you can watch the Fresh and Fit interviews I did. I covered all the key points, I think.
When's the new War by
If
Deception?
you want to know like how Al Qaeda got created and their involvement in Afghanistan and Syria and all of it, then watch the movie. But if all you care about is the 9/11 stuff, then watch the Fresh and Fit.
The film you made on Syria and Israel and ISIS is one of I thought for me was the best one I've seen. You do.
Oh, that's free. Yeah,
That's
Israel, Syria's Invisible Hand, or sorry,
yeah,
Syria, Israel's Invisible Hand. Yeah,
that's a great film. I suggest everyone watch that.
it's
Really,
good and it's kind of short. It's only like an hour. Numek is probably the best production wise,
Neck is
but
amazing.
Oh yeah, the new mech stuff's interesting. But when's the new War by Deception coming out, Ryan?
well, I've raised 20K out of 30. When I get all the money and can pay everybody, it'll get done. I did my part. I did all the research and I'm ready to record the script, but I don't do the visual stuff. I suck at tech things. So I'm raising money to pay other people. As soon as I get it, the movie will be done. So
I don't mean to cut in, but
we're
raising money
2/3 of the way there.
especially on these papers.
It is hard. It's hard to raise money. Well, not now because I have a Twitter, but like when you're not allowed on Meta or YouTube, or Twitter or anything else, it's hard to raise money because no one knows where you are. And I
Ryan,
can't
what is
use
kind of
PayPal and I can't use any of the stuff. It's hard to even send me money. You have to do special shit. So, but
Oh, dude, I
Gibson Go
remember
has
when you
it.
were getting banned like left and right, and you kept creating new accounts, and then I'd have to like find you. It's like
Pretty much, yeah, it sucks. And like some people do that like you did, and some will like just well. Now there's some alternatives. There's like I can get paid through Rumble, Shekel Chats, or whatever, and knock on wood, I have Buy Me a Coffee, although they're pretty good at banning people. And I was banned on there once, but just made a new name. There's
Subscribe Star.
Yeah, they're the same as Patreon. They'll ban you.
Really?
They take
Ryan,
20% off, so
20%.
Have you gotten
Mhm.
paid out
Ryan,
any subscription money from Twitter yet?
I did get paid by Twitter, I think. I don't really get any ads from Twitter. I have subscribers.
Okay.
So I think I have 147 subscribers. They can't take those away.
Damn, that's
ads
pretty.
is like the kind of content I have is not ad doable because I piss everyone off about everything.
So a question, guys, to this tweet in particular by Suleiman. Are his days now? I mean, what's the consequence here? Will there be consequences?
He's just being a sensationalist.
Yeah, I don't know. He does this.
No, he'll probably get community noted at most.
It
Really?
is very reductionist.
He's just doing it for clicks, dude. Come on.
Do you guys see he did his dog cat mix up tweet again yesterday? I got a laugh.
Well, he does that on purpose. Now he's just like.
No, I know. Yesterday was definitely on purpose.
Instead
Ryan,
of
I
dog
wanted
and
to ask
cat, you
you.
should say, "This is a woman. This is a woman." See what happens.
Ryan, do you find the kind of perceptions and attitudes amongst East Asians when it comes to 9/11 are they more receptive to the evidence that your investigations have uncovered than Americans might be? Do you find that?
I will tell you this: on average, just saying, on average, East Asians are a lot smarter than everyone else. They're more receptive to anything that's like nuanced, and they get it. And it's just, I think part of the reason is their media isn't like a circus. They never pulled out and said they found Bigfoot or anything. No one here thinks the earth is flat. And I think a lot of that has to do with the lack of marijuana.
Well, they're also.
I don't think it's genetic.
So basically,
It might be, but I think it's because they're not all on drugs like the West is.
So basically, not Wayne, but what you're saying is they're smarter than Americans. I mean, yeah, I can agree
Well,
with
Americans
that
are
one.
the second smartest. Like Europeans are the dumbest.
I would say, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry.
I don't
buy
that.
this. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ryan, but whatever. I mean, yeah, whatever. Okay.
Wait, Ryan.
I guess Ryan, I was
back in Japan.
I mean,
I'm in Korea right now.
who invented the modern world? I would say it starts with G, it continues with E, R.
Oh, really?
German, Germany, yes.
There a bit, Kaiser.
No,
Schopenhauer.
no, not at all, nuance. I mean,
Right,
not at all.
The
Not at all.
Greeks say it's the Greeks. Everything.
The modern world. I'm talking the modern
Greeks?
industrial world. I'm talking
Greeks
about the
definitely had
modern. Yes, no, guys. I'm talking about the modern industrial world. The
Yeah, like
problems
the
is
airplane and electricity and all these things that are from
electricity.
the.
Siemens. Did you ever heard of Siemens? That's the problem. Most Americans are so
What?
so brainwashed with the
Hey, what
Anglo-propaganda.
gives rise to invention is free markets, not like any particular geography or
It's
race.
scientific endeavor. It's scientific honest. Let's just go there, man. Like the scientific world knows. Okay, physics, chemistry, biology, medicine, philosophy. I mean, look, it is what it is. You guys have Edison, whatever. Okay, we have Siemens, we have Bosch, we have
Well,
Linné.
don't forget
Doesn't
Nikola
matter.
Tesla, of course.
Nikola Tesla, yes, he was actually being screwed over by Edison. I mean, look at that. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, because you saw a
Ryan,
YouTube movie about Edison and Tesla, and that's what you know about it.
I guess when I was asking about East Asians, though, I was more kind of speaking in terms of them just not being as emotionally beholden to the events of 9/11, just by the factor of, geographic and cultural distance.
Well, you can look at like religiosity as pretty much a sort of a pretty good correlative scale of retardedness, and it just doesn't exist in East Asia. And you can also look at the bell curve, who's on the far right side, East Asians. Like they're just better at everything.
I don't know about
Right.
everything, but they are.
Not
Have you looked at
professional
the
football.
Bali? Have you looked at the Bali
Women are better
bombing?
for sure.
Well,
When
you're
was
a
the
bit
Bali
biased.
bombing?
Maybe not basketball. Maybe not as good at that. I don't really think that matters very much.
Was it the Bali bombing 2002? That was like the first big sort of terrorist follow up to 9/11 after the anthrax attacks, right?
I mean, the DC snipers, I don't know. That wasn't like the bombing, but it was pretty, as
That's
far as
true.
effective
Yeah.
terrorism, in fact, it's scaring the most people, whatever. I mean, I'd throw that in
I
there
mean,
too.
the invasion of
And
Iraq and Afghanistan too. But I just wanted to add, my bad, guys.
DC Sniper was insane, man. I was in high school in DC at the time. All sorts of cancellations and people panicked at the gas station, and
People would not go
it was
outside
nuts.
for any
And
reason.
right, like the white van craze. So many contractor vans were white. Oh my god, it was a nightmare.
It ended up
now,
being a blue car.
Yes,
Ryan,
sir.
are you in the camp that thinks there was something rather sketchy going on with the death of Paul Wellstone?
He shouldn't have been flying in those conditions, but I understand. I don't think it's like I'm not going to call someone stupid if they think he was killed because he was, one of the only ones going against the grind. But stay out of small airplanes. I don't have any evidence for that though, so I'm not going to say it. Just like okay, suspicious circumstances, but it
JFK.
appears like they just flew kind of like Kobe. He shouldn't have gone on that day.
Well,
And
but
I don't.
also he was replaced by APAC darling Norm Coleman, wasn't he? And he really was like the point against Cheney in terms of the
What
Senate
are the
on
odds
Iraq.
of him getting replaced by anybody that wasn't APAC? That's like all of them.
No, I agree. I'm not saying that that's evidence of an assassination, but it
Yeah, it's
is
just sad. Yeah,
context. But
it is.
I
And
think it probably was a hit actually, and even like Barbara Boxer seemed to have commented on it on public radio at one point, seeming to like indicate that there was some knowledge inside of the Senate that it was a hit. That's what it seemed like to me.
I don't know. I didn't see any of that evidence though. That's why I'm not married to the idea. Just to me, I looked at it. I didn't see any strong evidence of foul play. It was just like I do see all the circumstantial evidence though, but you got to have like something empirical for
what
me to
about
jump on board.
the Craig Spence stuff?
Same. Don't know. Man, Paul Wilson, that was a while ago.
Wait, but Craig Spence was literally like filming people, like for blackmail and shit. And he was working as a foreign agent for the Japanese and everything.
Yep.
There's most blackmail filming, you don't have to stand there and film it. They just have hidden cameras.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what he would do. He even like caused someone's divorce because the dude wasn't gonna like go beat someone up for him and stuff, and he would throw these lavish parties and try to get people into compromising situations. Like this was like Epstein kind of before Epstein.
Yeah,
Well,
and that was tied
original
into
Epstein
like
was Bobby
the
Baker.
Franklin scandal too.
Before
And
Franklin,
of
before
course,
the finders
Gary
with Bobby
Caradori
Baker.
also went down in a plane crash.
Well, JFK Jr. did too.
And you
Now
remember
they
that
don't have
guy?
to worry.
You remember that guy,
Every
Rogue's
single
IT
candidate
guru? Sorry.
is a Zionist.
Uh,
Isn't that sick?
I don't know about that. What do you mean? Like Thomas Massey's pushing back against
not
a
a
lot of
candidate.
stuff.
He's not a candidate for president, though. I'm just
Oh,
talking about
candidate for
president.
president. Sorry.
I guess Dr. Shiva isn't, but he's not even on the stage.
Well, he's
of
kind of crazy.
of the Republicans, and then you basically have Biden, Newsom, and RFK Jr., and they're all Zionist.
Doesn't he claim like he invented email?
You could vote for Cornel West, Brian.
He was. Oh, is he running? He's okay. Cornel West, hooray! Dr. Shiva used email in 1979, so he's one of the earlier people to do it. But not one person invented that. But I think it was in Switzerland or something. I don't know. Here's what you count as an email. Sending data from one computer to another has been going on a long time. What happened? I don't hear anything.
Nobody's talking.
Yeah.
Usually a little bit of background or something, but
You
there's
remember
still
that
blackmail
plane
ring.
crash?
Like Epstein's ring, the money for it, because most of his money came from Wexner, followed by Dubin, the Bronfmans, Leon Black, and he actually extorted Bill Gates as well. And they never really shut down the cash flow. Darren Endike is still paying hush money to people. That's what the lawsuit in the Caribbean's about that Janice George put in. And they just did his big settlement payout. They, meaning JP Morgan Chase. I'm just thinking, how did this, no one cares anymore. Like they just want all they care about is Trump, Clinton, Prince Andrew, whatever. Like, wow, the three out of like 150 people that aren't Jewish involved in this, and that's the names everybody knows.
I believe Darren Indike was operating out of the same building in Manhattan that the Epstein victim head lawyers like David Boies were operating out of. And then when Brad Edwards, the Florida lawyer who had first started representing them, went there, he was very suspicious because they were in the same building there. And they acted suspiciously to him, too. So it does seem like that even like the representation of the Epstein victims is controlled by potentially bad actors. David Boies,
Well,
all very connected.
being in the same building isn't a connection, though. Like, there's way better arguments than that.
No,
to prove
I
it.
agree. I'm just telling you the story of Brad Edwards in his own autobiography about how he came to work with David Boies. It does sound like his operation was taken over, and actually the way he made his way into it was via his mom's connection to this crucial George H.W. Bush lawyer that looks already tied into this whole Craig Spence Franklin scandal operation. So it really
They didn't
does
even
look like.
arrest Maxwell until after Epstein had been replaced. They knew where she was. I told people vaguely where she was. I said she's still in the United States. She's in the Northeast. She's married to this guy. She's on one of his properties, and she was.
And
But
actually, that
they
guy,
have another one out of Cape Cod right now as the headquarters, and there's still a pedophile ring, and they're paying people off. And they were paying these girls $25K just to shut up. Right? That's their hush money. That's all they got.
Yeah, what do you
and
think about
actually,
them discovering that newly discovered sex ring? I think it was like Korean. The Koreans were like running it or whatever. What do you think about that?
There's a huge. I don't know which one you're talking about. There's a lot of North Korean women get trafficked to China.
No, this is the one where they were like they almost had like a version of like TSA pre-check, but you were like sex cleared, and you paid like $600 an hour, and they had like DC people, all these like politicians and everything, and I guess more's gonna come.
I heard about that. I didn't know it was
yeah,
Korean. I
in
didn't hear that
the
part.
DC area, right? And it is like executive suite level checking of everyone's backgrounds and data and all of that. I thought it was
There's
Chinese too.
townhouses in DC just for high-end prostitutes.
Why are we
And
having to go way back machine when Stacey Abrams' brother-in-law was literally arrested today for human trafficking?
Yeah.
How are Anthony Weiner and Hunter Biden just allowed to walk around above ground with their laptops.
Tuck says Hunter Biden is Navy intelligence, so that's his position.
Well, ONI has been a budgetary explanation for Black Ops for the CIA.
I also liked whoever it was that made the boys reference, because that's the firm that represented Weinstein and sick fucking black cube after his victims. So that they'd shut him.
Exactly. It almost looks as if like Me Too and Epstein victims were actually divided and conquered and set up against each other in many ways, in terms of, because actually it was Boys and Ehud Barak, I think, that set Harvey Weinstein up with the Black Cube intelligence. Yeah.
It was Ehud Barak that set him up with Black Cube.
He left Schiller
but
and Flexner
via Boys,
out
though.
of it. He did it himself.
But when you say Ehud Barak, that is Bronfman, really, because that's who pays for everything. That's who paid for the Nexium cult, and his daughter went to prison for it. Well, both daughters. One of them's still in jail.
So I put Ryan, I put both of your videos up in the nest. I would recommend people watch both of them. The one on Numek, how Israel stole the atomic bomb and killed JFK, and Syria, Israel's invisible hand. I think that's the best one, but they're both up there.
The Syria one was like the most needed because I made it during when that war was like really hot.
Absolutely.
And
Ryan,
they're starting up again. ISIS is still in Afrin.
I can't get over how much you look like in living color Jim Carrey, dude. It's just fucking blowing my mind.
I have heard that a lot, like, because, you know, when you live in Asia, if you just sort of look like someone, it's like, oh, you look like this guy. And I get the Jim Carrey stuff.
Well, since you're all focused on Gaza right now, what are your opinions on Sisi? Not a lot of people are talking about Sisi.
They pay the Egyptians off. I mean, but like, you have to understand, everyone's like, why don't they take in more refugees? I don't think they can. They've absorbed a lot of refugees from Sudan because there's a civil war there too. Thousands of them dying. No one seems to care. And they're strapped. They have a water shortage, not scarcity, but shortage, one level. It's pretty bad because Ethiopia built a big dam on the Blue Nile, lowered the water. And then they can't because they can't irrigate, they can't import either because the grain corridor got shut down since Ukraine was using it to attack Crimea. And then there's all the sanctions on Russia, which make everything have to go through middleman and more expensive. Egypt doesn't have it, and they don't have, their economy cannot last a protracted war, so they're not going to be invading Israel or anything. But man, they could have let more vehicles through.
Yeah, the Israelis always talk about, like, well, why does Egypt blockade? They could let people through Rafah crossing or goods in through Rafah crossing, which, you know, they'll do humanitarian aid during emergency times. But Rafah is usually just like foot traffic, and they don't really do goods through there. So, like, why?
Plus, Israel bombed it supposedly on accident.
Well, yeah.
Oh, sorry, hit the wrong country. Thought it was an Egyptian ship.
I thought they said it was like intentional, but
they don't ever say anything that's true. I don't think they're capable of it.
So what's the current status? Do Israelis do they like Netanyahu anymore? Are they against him? Do they think he needs to get the
No, they don't like him, but let me tell you why they don't like him. They don't hate him because he murders little kids and babies, because he did that his whole career. He's always done that. He did that in 2014. They hate him because two reasons. One, he let Hamas get out of their cage like he fucked up and didn't see it coming, so Israelis got killed. And the other one is because he was stripping away power from the Supreme Court, like getting rid of what little division of power Israel has. He was getting rid of that to aggrandize himself because he has to stay prime minister or he goes to jail because him and his wife are guilty of graft and corruption. And one of the things that's putting him in is taking gifts from Arnan Milchan, Israel's biggest illegal arms dealer. And if you've seen it, if you know the history between those two, it was Milchan and Netanyahu that smuggled in Krytron triggers for the nuclear weapons they say they don't have, which this month suddenly now they're like, oh yeah, we have them and we hit Iran.
Hey, Ryan, how do you think they'll feel about him when they realize that Netanyahu didn't really miss the Hamas attack?
Well, it wouldn't be just Netanyahu, it's his whole cabinet.
right?
No, you're
It's all of
right.
them. It's Shin Bet,
You're
it's
just right
Mossad.
there. You're right there on the precipice of the appropriate level of red pilling I need you at right now.
Well, I've been there.
And the
It's not
security
like they
meeting the
have
night
like who would.
before was like the highest level guys. It included, and what's interesting, there's this whole Sayeret Matkal veteran grouping around all of this. The head of the general staff of the IDF, Herzl Halevi, looks like he was at the security meeting early in the morning, right before the attacks got going. So it does seem that
It's funny they were supposed to have it that night, and they put it off for the morning because it was a Jewish holiday, and I think a lot of them were drunk. Scott Ritter, I talked to him, and he said the Israelis were just overly dependent on AI and high tech stuff.
Yeah, but that's not real intelligence. Did you get the sense that he actually? I listened to that. I didn't get the sense he actually had sources on that, or that it was actually sources from Israelis he knew in the '90s or something like that. And it sounded like a meme to me of the Israelis gave everything over to AI. That's not how it works over there.
If you listen to that interview, we say we'll talk about the women later, but then we never did. There was another part of the story we needed to plug in that didn't get done. That, and I heard from a lot of people that live in Tel Aviv and stuff. Like a lot of the, this is the joys of diversity and equity. A lot of the people that are supposed to be watching the monitors, all of them actually were girls, and
Yeah,
they all
they were
just
women,
don't.
and they were all reporting on it.
Not when it first happened. Like as soon as the camera went out, that should have been reported. That didn't happen.
Guys, they
They're
had
asleep.
reporters embedded in the group of invaders. So like, wasn't it AP and fucking who else was
They
it?
reported.
It was like NBC and AP and someone else.
They have
Reuters.
They contract out in that area or whatever, but it's like it's not crazy for reporters to get a heads up and be like, hey, there's an event happening. They don't tell them like, oh, hey, these are our detailed plans to do like the biggest incursion ever into Israeli territory and kill 1,400. Like that's not what's
I mean,
happening.
once the bulldozer knocked down the wall, it's pretty obvious something's going down. Go follow that, I don't know.
I'm just still baffled how they missed all the paraglider training.
Yeah,
It's
there's
quiet,
no way.
like
no way.
It doesn't have a heat signature and stuff, and it doesn't show up on their little computer. You'd have to physically be looking at it. Nobody was.
I'm wondering if like any of the paragliders had like a fucking like loudspeaker attached to their chute that was just like playing like da 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 da.
No, man, they were playing
They have
Kanye.
their own Hamas music.
I like to believe they're all playing Kanye. Hamas tested this. You remember all the supposed kite bombs? Remember? They would send the kites over, but they wanted to see what would get detected, what wouldn't. And they were using kites before they used paragliders.
There was footage
Remember
of
that?
like a whole mock border wall that they had built up in Gaza where they had, detonated it. And then, they had these like planks that they had put down so that the motorbikes could get over. And they had like run amok of this somewhere in Gaza at some point before October 7th. Apparently those explosions just went
Israel
totally
did the same
unnoticed.
thing. They have a replica of Jenin down to the stone that they practice on. And yet they still got pushed out of Jenin. And then they just call in the Air Force. That's all they really know how to do. It just blow everything up because no one in Palestine has air defense system. That's all they know how to do.
Tom, I see you're in here. I was just mentioning earlier in this space that the other day when we were arguing about Gaza, I think I called you a piece of shit, and I would just like to apologize because, as I said earlier, that was rather uncouth of me. So, yeah, some people were saying maybe I should send you a barrel of oil in apology, but I hope you can accept that.
Well,
but it's
I
going to be an
appreciate it.
Iranian
Nothing
barrel of
personal.
oil.
Never personal, right? Just policy.
Tom would go frack the shit out of that immediately.
Yeah, this is why Tom is based. This is why I like Texans. They're chill, they're not petty and vindictive. I like them, and this is a good attitude.
Tom's not petty.
No, this is good. This is a good attitude. This is a real manly attitude. Like, if you're too petty and vindictive, this is girly behavior. Tom, thank you very much that you accepted the apology here. FDM was really sorry, man. Honestly, he was really devastated, but now it's cool.
So
Guys, will
Ryan,
you say
what-
Israeli man real quick?
Well, hold on. Let's let Name ask Ryan a question. He hasn't said anything. Go ahead, Name.
Ryan, where do you think it goes from here? Do you think it gets into a broader war with Hezbollah getting involved, or do you think it stops at maybe a little bit of a more land grab from Israel into Gaza more, or what do you think?
It's weird because Netanyahu's cabinet all wants war with Lebanon. And he's like, no, you don't. We tried that in 06 and we lost. But there is a tit for tat. They're not going in with the army yet or anything, but Hezbollah is targeting armored divisions and communication systems, and Israel is shooting artillery and bombs into Lebanon, and Lebanon's doing it back, or Hezbollah is doing it back, I should say. But, Hezbollah's thinking is to fix them in place. About 70,000 soldiers are committed to the north just in case, so they can't be involved in Gaza. And they have had to withdraw people from the northern kibbutzes and, the air raid shelters. A lot of people that live in Haifa have left, either back to Europe where they came from or America where they came from, where they've gone down to Tel Aviv, thinking, and I don't know how many are going to come back. That's one of the results of this war. Like, who wants to live in Ashkelon now? All of those settlers, it's going to be really hard to sell them on that now.
So, Ryan, a follow-up question. What do you think? Will this conflict from here on, will it fizzle out or will it further escalate even worse?
It's escalating. I mean, Yemen's charged in. Hezbollah's got 1 foot in. And Israel continues to attack the West Bank for some fucking reason, just because they can get away with it, I guess.
Well,
so
Ryan,
it's involving more and more, and you're getting more, like, right now, okay, Turkey sent some aid that they had to bring in on ships because they couldn't go through Egypt. And a lot of, like, churches and non-government actors have tried to get in and send aid, and there you got movements around the world, millions protesting. It's really can go a lot of directions right now. And I would prefer not to have
are
world
they being
war.
allowed to go on ships like into Gaza? Like, are they being
Turkey
allowed?
was. Turkey
Really?
just said we're doing it and did it. Yeah.
They broke the blockade.
Ryan,
and they docked
Israel has these
Gaza
like
City?
4-hour pauses, and they did allow ambulances and stuff to go in.
Well, Ryan, could you see this as Mossad trying to take out Bibi because he was going after rule of law and like in some way going rogue against what Mossad wants? So could you see like this inner like Zionist infighting?
I could see Erdogan on the phone saying, "We need a pressure release. My people are coming for me. At least let us bring ambulances." And they're fine. Yeah.
Hey, if you have footage of them breaking the blockade via sea, I'd love to see that because I have not heard of that.
Phil, our
there's footage.
CIA isn't going to allow Mossad to kill anybody that they're not supposed to kill.
Our CIA is practically Mossad. Like MI6 CIA.
That's what I mean. So
they're not going to fire on any ambulance with a big Turkish moon on it. Like, and Erdogan made that clear. But it's just like, okay, you can go bandage up the person that lost their leg. Like, come on, man. Like, just cut off the oil and this is over. But they're not doing that, so I'm not taking them seriously. They can talk about rhetoric. They can say, Hamas is not a terrorist group. It's a liberation. You can talk all day. But the things that we all know you could do are not being done, so you're not serious about this. And we all know why. It's because of the United States. The United States enables it all. You go against them, you get punished.
So you don't see Israeli intelligence trying to take out Bibi and replace him?
Oof, no, that could start a civil war. Nah, Bibi will be taken out legitimately.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there is Zionist infighting.
Right,
but as long as he has the war, he's fine. As long as he stretches this out, he's not going anywhere during the conflict.
Yeah, basically, you have 90-something% of the Israeli people say they do not trust anything that Netanyahu says about this war.
Yeah,
and they've been like that since like 10/7. But the thing was that I caught that the Israeli line was even Ehud
That's not
Barak.
what the poll said. That's not what the poll said.
I thought
90?
What did it say? I thought that it said.
The poll said, "Do you think Bibi Netanyahu is the most reliable source? Like, basically more reliable than anybody else?" Like, that's kind of a stupid poll.
Oh, I see. Is he your go-to guy for information on the war? I got it. Okay.
I think that he'll have a big turn on his hands if he allows another fucking on Israeli soil, just laissez-faire, walk through killing innocent civilians. Like that would be a revolt kind of
But
situation.
that's why he has to keep this going for so long, because there was so many questions early on about how it happened, and yet you saw the entire Israeli society saying Bibi must go, but after the war. And so Bibi has a lot of incentive to try to draw this thing out as much as he can. I do notice that, like, after she came to the United States and they had this conversation, Biden and she sort of put out a fairly diplomatic, peaceful kind of rhetoric, that it was at that moment that CNN Jake Tapper basically turns 180 degrees on their approach to the Palestinians. And I do believe the Chinese still own the port in Haifa, so they have an
They do.
interest in de-escalating this thing. And so my hope is that if you combine some amount of American power with Chinese power in the region, that you could potentially de-escalate this whole thing. But then what
Isn't it
happens to
a weird
Bibi?
coincidence? Xi Jinping comes to San Francisco, and that's when the Bin Laden letter hits TikTok, which is owned by China. Like
No,
suddenly they discover
exactly.
this thing that's been around, and then they took it down. You cannot post about the letter or the dancing Israelis on TikTok anymore. Oh
But
well.
Ryan, I am interested. What do you think about the earlier Bin Laden denials versus that letter? How sure are you that that letter is verified, Bin
No,
Laden?
I think the denials are what you got to question because he was very much taking credit for it after it happened.
So was
Ryan,
he?
what do you think may have become of Ali Mohammed, who was the Egyptian double agent who was later convicted for the Nairobi and Dar es Salaam bombings and just kind of disappeared into the court system? But he was also the guy who was supposedly providing bin Laden's personal security, wrote the Al Qaeda training manual. He just hasn't. No one even knows where he is in the last 20 years. Apparently,
And
he's
didn't he
somewhere in our
speak
court
Hebrew?
system.
What did he speak Hebrew too? Some people think he was a triple agent and he spoke Hebrew.
I've never heard that. I mean, he was part of Egyptian Islamic Jihad, but yeah, I don't know.
Anytime they say no one knows where someone is, then he was working for somebody.
So
They know where these people are.
another question here with regards to the ground operations of the IDF now in Gaza. Are there any reliable sources about how much casualties they are taking? Because obviously you never get a clear picture here what's going on actually, and how much progress they are making besides propaganda news, which is has no value. But is there any estimate or any let's say reliable source when it comes to that?
Well, no, but we do know they're lying because they seem to only admit the stuff that happens to be on film. So when Hamas or whomever, Islamic Jihad, puts something on Telegram just showing 5 guys get blown up like they did this morning, then they have to admit that. And you'll get some names. There seem to be a lot of wounded because they don't really have, they have these Yasin 105s and some RPG 7s that could take a tank out if you hit it in the perfect place at the perfect angle, the perfect whatever, but mostly it just rattles the cage, and so you get a lot of concussed people and a lot of wounded, and so they are getting lit up, but they are armored up, and then they have armor on top of that, body armor and stuff. But today and yesterday in the Northeast, a lot of Israeli infantry got killed. By a lot, I mean like 14 that they admit. And so it's like, you can kind of guess by the wounded to kill ratio that's usually in warfare, but I think this is a different type of war because Gaza doesn't, sadly, they don't have any serious weapons. They have rifles and RPGs, and some IEDs, and the IEDs got broken by Israeli bulldozers. So I don't know. But all I know is the Israeli tactics don't make any sense. They're all bunched together going in a house like a SWAT team. That's stupid as hell. You could all step on the same bomb, which they've been doing. But you do see the helicopter evacs and stuff, and people are trying to report on it. But I would not rely on the government numbers at all. Because what they do is they send in the Bedouin mercenaries first before they send in the chosen ones.
It's like the
because that's how that
Ukrainians
society
sending in
is.
their
They're just
Hungarian
like, yeah,
conscripts.
Jews are more important than others. And I don't say that; they say that. Like,
I mean, right? Okay, but to be fair, Ryan, I mean the French do it as well with the Légion d'étrangers. I mean, we have to be fair here. I mean, countries
yeah,
tend to.
it's more of a class thing there, though. It's like send in the poor. It's not racial, though. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they probably would. It lines up anyway. And America does that.
Well, what do
They
you call
send
the
in,
Marine Corps?
yeah, poor, but it's of every color at least. At least it's not racist. It's classist. But they generally don't send in the
Ryan,
Marine. Go ahead.
what do you think? I mean, as you said, you cannot trust any news when it comes to the operations right now. And okay, I get it. It's I mean, it makes sense from a military point of view. But is there any? I mean, it's really hard to estimate how long this can continue because you have there's just so few information out there. You know, like how long will this operation actually? How long can this go or will go or whatever? I mean, is there any estimation?
It depends on a lot of things. It seems like the Ukraine war has about 2 months left. They're winding down by the end of Christmas, even. Like they're so fucked. If Avdiivka falls, they'll push on the Dnieper River. That would free up Russia's hands because Russia, it's not. They don't really care about Hamas, but they do care about Latakia and Syria. It's in their own interest. I mean, Syria would have fallen without Russian support, and the U.S. is doing
by the way,
airstrikes in
Ryan,
Syria again.
in that first interview with Hamas, the Hamas talked about how Russia was on board and happy about the situation in terms of taking global eyes off of them.
Well, they're serious about Syria. I mean, Hamas just doesn't benefit Russia at all. Like, what's the significant trade or anything? Why? Those Sunni fanatics sponsored Chechens that had 2 wars with Russia. They're not too warm on them. But Putin's different. Like Putin doesn't believe in. He just gave a speech at least saying you can't have this class of people, this class of people. He's not too keen on Israel either, but they offer Russia a lot more strategically than Gaza does. But
How
when it comes
long
to
do you
Syria,
think?
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, I was just going to say,
No, that's
well,
all right.
how long do you think they can keep the reservists all called up and mobilized and just out of the day-to-day workforce? It can't be indefinitely, right?
I mean, they got America's money, so yes, it
Dude,
can.
this open
That's a good
AI
point.
shit is wild. Sam
Or,
Altman 13 minutes ago. If I start going off, the open AI board should go after me for the full value of my shares. Who the fuck says that? What the fuck does that mean?
So Bill Gates is apparently a huge investor into OpenAI, and I think this thing has some fucking layers to it, sports fans.
It's wild. It's wild.
I'm with Ted Kaczynski.
Disavow.
The perfect.
I'm worried about AI. I think we're just headed. It's just gonna be, as they say, fake and gay all the way down. I'm really stressed about the future with AI. Like everything's fakeable. Everyone's going to be gaslit. You can fake someone's voice, face, everything. There's going to be like nasty ass revenge porn. People can just go into someone else's bank account. Like there's no way to stop it. There's no way to verify who's who
I
anymore.
agree. I'm very worried about it, but
And we'll all be
We're
gay.
headed for a technocratic dystopian nightmare.
And when you
They're
listen
gonna
to
put
the
a
people who are
chick.
kind of spearheading the AI revolution, after they kind of lay their praises on it, at the end they almost all concede, oh yeah, and by the way, there's a 5% chance this could, totally destroy humanity. No
I
one
don't like
seems
it
to
at all.
really focus on that.
It's
The
like
thing,
robotic Wikipedia. You get the lowest common denominator answer
the thing
that
that
they think is
fucking
some
bugs the shit
genius.
out of me is that how like everybody I see speaking at length on AI looks like a fucking Bond villain. I'm like, do you guys not have some normal fucking people working on this stuff? Does everybody have to look like they have like sinister, evil, insidious agendas? Like,
Think
fuck
about
you.
schools. Every teacher needs a course on this because all the high school and college students are just using AI to cheat their way through everything.
They're going to program the AI to make everything gay and lame. Put a chick in it, make her gay and lame. That's it.
I mean, you could just use 2 or 3 different AI
use the AI on the AI and the AI, and there's your paper, and it's untraceable. It's just, I don't like it, man. And I really feel like kids, like people in their 20s, young men, whatever, and women, they don't know anything. Despite having access to everything, they don't know anything. Maybe some games and gossip and stuff, but man, like there's people like that Destiny dork didn't know where New Jersey was, or he didn't know they own 50 states, and he lives in the United States. That's fucking sad. And then you got all these people that think the Earth is flat, or it might
Did you
be,
see
or they're
the
agnostic about it.
latest Destiny goof he did? He thought he confused somebody else for Assad. He didn't even know what Assad looked like.
He said
It's so
Erdogan was
funny.
Assad, and he didn't know where Israel was. Like when that kid's not on Adderall, he can't think at all.
Hey, Ryan, how old do you think the Earth is?
I mean, what do you mean, the land or?
Kick him. Kick him. No, let's flesh this out. I'd like to hear the answer, please.
You better say less than 10,000, Ryan.
What do you? No, way older than that. What are you talking about?
I'm just joking.
Europe.
This came up.
Where do you
This
draw
came
the
up
line
before.
when that continent's always been there? What do you mean politically? Like who? Like after
You
Rome,
are
or
you
what are you
are you a
saying?
young Earther?
No. That
Indiana,
land's been there. It's hard to say, but
the planet,
since
the planet
since
Earth.
Pangea, I guess.
4 billion years old at least.
I'm an old round earther.
I'm not sure when it would have been under snow for a long time. Does that count? It's not snowball Earth. Has to be after that. So maybe, yeah, 3.5 billion years.
If only Hannah was here.
Young Earth, is that, what is that? They think the Earth is like 10,000 years old?
6,000.
No, like 6.
Wow,
Six-
when did the dinosaurs live?
If you're a
Oh, like
progressive,
Garden Eden.
It's like some
Yeah, no,
Bible.
she
They
was
look at it more
she
like
was
a
a
Flintstone
progressive.
situation.
Were the dinosaurs hanging out with like
There are trees that
the
are
ancient
10,000 years
Jesus?
old.
Is that it? I mean,
The dinosaurs were Jesus' disciples, you see.
What's funny is even the
is it
biblical fundamentalists don't even read their own texts, because they'll go back to Adam and Eve. They're like, no, Adam and Eve aren't the first people, not according to the Bible. They're the first people in the Garden of Eden. They're not the first people on the planet, because the chapter before, he already made all the people in his own image and said, multiply over the earth and subdue it. That's why Cain is able to have a wife without it being his mom,
no,
because he
that was
just
in
got
Genesis.
someone else.
That was in Genesis as well, Ryan.
Yeah,
Like
the
the
first
whole.
chapter talks about all him
I
putting all
love
the
when
animals and people and stuff.
atheists talk about
The
my
second
Bible.
chapter
So
is where
wonderful.
you have, but if you're taking fundamentalist view, it doesn't make any sense. Like even if you're going to have a mythology, you can't have everybody populated from two people. So they said these are the people in the Garden of Eden, and then they got kicked out of the garden. But Adam wasn't the
Didn't
first
Cain
man.
marry his sister though?
So
He didn't have a
Adam,
sister. Cain killed Abel, then they had Seth, and Cain married outside, and he went to the land of Nod and founded the city of Enoch. And then they have
biblically,
his
I could have
lineage of
sworn he
Lamech
married
and
his
blah blah blah.
sister.
He didn't
biblically,
have a sister
Adam was the first man and Eve was the first woman because, like,
in
Eve
Eden,
was literally made from
his rib.
Adam's rib.
Right.
Like, if there were already women, why would he not just be like, okay, here's
Because
another
these are
woman?
God's chosen people in the Garden of Eden.
But if women already existed, why does Adam have to give up a rib?
Because Adam and Eve are a different type of people than all the Goyim.
There we go. There it is. The Goyim.
But Goyim actually just means nations, and so the Jews are one of the Goyim, basically. But it
If you
became
ask Lutherans, there aren't actual Jews in the Old Testament yet.
That's true.
He hadn't given them the law or anything, so they weren't Jews. They were just the ones in the Garden of Eden, his chosenites.
So I guess in Islam they actually do believe that Cain married his sister.
Islam's pretty much the same as Judaism, but they branch off at Ishmael. And they had to do it through him. Because the Israelites start with Jacob. That's pretty early, but way after all the rest of it. That's the Jacob and Esau story where allegedly these twins, Esau gets cheated out of his birthright. Jacob lies to his blind father. lies to his employer, fucks his wife's sister and concubine. He's a piece of shit. But then he gets in a wrestling match with an angel or some sort of weird thing and hurts his hip. And then after this wrestling match, God promises the land to his ethnic group. That's the Zionist interpretation.
You know what? Actually, the Jacob
non-Zionist
wrestling with the
interpretation would
angel,
be
that
like,
was my bar mitzvah Torah portion.
yeah, there you go. Wrestling with an angel, and then the land is yours. So he changes his name to Israel, and the Israelites are not a land, but a bloodline that go back to Israel/Jacob. And that makes the 12 tribes, blah, blah, blah. But the Orthodox Jews would say, well, you're not chosen to have the land. You're just chosen to spread the word of God, which is way more acceptable. You know, still arrogant as hell, but way more acceptable.
So you're saying Muslims are Jews? How do you feel about that nuance?
No, Muslims aren't Jews. They just share the same creation stories. They have an extra prophet. There's a lot of differences. There's no usury in Islam. That's a big deal. You know,
like Muslims believe Jesus is the Messiah. He's the prophet.
Yeah, and Jews don't. Yeah. They're not keen on Jesus.
And the Muslims also they include Moshe, Moses. They Muhammad in certain ways did see himself as like the sort of updated Judaism to some extent in full oral tradition.
And that guy Joseph Smith, I want to hear more about him.
With the magic glasses?
Yeah, no, this is cultish. I mean, the Mormons I cannot even consider as serious. They're like a sect, like a cult. Imagine.
But I consider that super serious.
Some people call them mountain Jews. I haven't heard. I haven't heard that.
No. The thing is,
Mountain Jew. Like a drink.
Yeah, I had at least. Wait a second. At least with the Abrahamic religions, there's a certain tradition, there's an involvement. I mean, the Mormon stuff is basic. Imagine nuance or Secular are making shit up. Trust me, bro, I make the gym religion nuance. This is the same kind of vibes, It's bullshit. I'm sorry. Freedom of speech and all that shit, but Mormonism, I cannot take this serious. This is come on.
It does seem like Christian Scientology or something like that.
It's LARPing. It's LARPing psychology, whatever.
The newer the religion, the sillier it is. Like climate change.
It's like
I agree with you, Ryan, but part of me kind of feels like the Mormons, they have the American mandate of heaven in a sense.
Hey, according to South Park,
they seem to be doing it right.
They definitely have a state.
They were like, look, we like Christianity, but we can't settle for one woman. So, this isn't going to work for us.
You got that loophole.
Jeremy's right. They do have a state.
They it's working.
They're
growing.
A significant amount of politicians.
They have a pretty big state, isn't it? Very big state.
Yeah, Utah.
Maybe
the Mormons have a more solidified state than the Jews do. Actually, I'd say at this point.
Yeah. Maybe one day
they're not colonizing.
Why do you think the Jews hate them so much?
No, they are. They're building settlements in Mexico,
and they're taking over.
They're not on top of someone else's house. They just buy property legally.
But they've been cursed because they can't drink the water out of their own.
They've already got most of Samoa.
They're making a strong push in Nevada too. Gonna have to watch out.
All of Romney's fans.
Would be suspicious of these people.
They used to knock on my door.
Half the Polynesian guys in the NFL are all Mormons. They've made significant inroads down in the South Pacific.
Do they own any?
People don't expect it, but a bunch of the Polynesians are fucking Mormon.
Okay, guys.
That or Jehovah's Witness. Yeah.
FDM, half serious question, half serious. If Utah would, let's say, in 20, 30 years, would say, okay, we declare independence, would the United States, it's not allowed legally, I get that, but would the rest of the USA accept that? Okay, who the fuck cares about Utah? Or would it be a problem?
No shot would we accept that. And they don't have a coast. They don't have a port. So, good luck. They'll be the Turkmenistan of the United States.
Who would declare independence, Kaiser? I didn't hear you.
Utah.
Just in the middle of the fucking country, they'd be like, "No, we're doing our own thing now."
Exactly. The United States could accept it because anyway, Utah is totally dependent on US. If they were saying the Turkmenistan of
They're
America.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to accept it.
And
They'd have to
the big
change
new
their state
NSA,
constitution
the
too.
NSA center is there in Bluffdale, Utah.
The only states that can secede, like according to their constitution, are Texas and Alaska.
The upside is that we would lose half the intelligence agencies immediately if
They just put them in a different building.
Utah seceded.
Doesn't matter where the building is. Just put them in a different building.
That data
good chunks
collection
of the
center,
FBI,
if you've ever driven past it on Interstate 15, is one of the largest buildings I've ever been by. It's
It's the
absolutely
largest
massive.
government facility.
It's wild looking.
Facility. It's got all the pings, all the cell phone pings. Pretty crazy.
Go drive
Just
by.
say
a
something
Tesla
unrelated but funny.
Gigafactory.
I have this special K with strawberries, and of course, there's no strawberries left in it. So my 3-year-old just sits there and picks out all the dehydrated strawberries and eats them.
So now it's just K.
Yeah, I just poured it. I was like, oh, it's just strawberries. It's okay.
By the way, Ryan, that was a call back to earlier before you were here too. Someone talked about Strawberry Week as a way of talking about a woman's moon cycle.
Okay. I've heard
Ryan, this is random. Have you ever been up to Hokkaido, Ryan?
Yeah. Of course.
What did you think of the Northern Island?
It's awesome, man. I mean, it's to each his own. Some people, we all like, what do you like better, Hokkaido or Okinawa? I think it's apples and oranges.
Yeah, I would
on my bucket list to go skiing there.
Hokkaido type. Hokkaido looks very like Scandinavian, very awesome.
Good beer.
What about the Hokkaido ramen? I heard it's the best ramen. The Hokkaido ramen.
Wild monkeys. Everyone says that wherever they are has the best ramen, but I just think like the more you drink, the better the ramen tastes.
Hey, Ryan, I have a question. This is kind of unrelated, but I saw that you tweeted back on the 9th. I'm starting to think that much of the racist fantasy in Hollywood about how Nazis are portrayed could be just Jewish projection. I'm curious if you still hold to that belief.
Yeah.
Are you retarded? Have you never read anything that the Nazis ever wrote? I mean, they're very open about their racialist beliefs. I mean, I think you have to just kind of be retarded.
I know. Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like this, like building furniture out of body parts and stuff. That's to me sounds like the 40 dip-headed babies.
That's not really a mainstream accepted theory, right? Like
but it is in Hollywood. The Hollywood version of it has all that stuff.
Could you name like a Hollywood movie specifically that portrayed Nazis as people who built furnitures out of Jews?
Steven Spielberg had roads built out of gravestones and stuff, and like they're in that. Almost anyone that's got like a ridiculous view of the Holocaust got it from movies and TV.
Isn't that Schindler's?
I wouldn't say that's the case.
Or video games.
I mean, you said like.
Oh yeah, gaming too. That might have been better.
Okay, I mean,
I don't really know games.
I hope in 100 years. I mean, look, most of the Nazis were losers. Okay, they were lapas, losers, and they were exploiting the Prussian ethos. It's the only reason.
We got it, Kaiser. You fulfilled
no nuance. I can't see it. No nuance. Fuck that shit, man. I hate it, man. I hate it.
I mean, Ryan,
no.
Nobody likes the Nazis.
Let him spit.
The thing is, the Nazis, all what they achieved, let's say, okay, if you say they made some good, they had some achievements, that was solely due, not to the fucking National Socialist ideology, it was to the fucking Prussian ethos. And I hope Americans, you get in your brains one day, okay? Guderian was not a Nazi general, he was a Prussian officer. For fuck's sake. I hate it, man. Because since this war in Ukraine, I'm confronting, you can laugh nuance. But if you're being called every kind of things every day, man, you will not laugh anymore. Okay? Because I'm sick of that shit. I'm so sick of the Nazi laughing, I cannot hit anymore. Himmler was a loser. Goebbels was a loser. You can make a case for Goering, he was not a loser, but he later became a loser because he became a fucking drug addict. Fucking losers.
Kaiser.
Kaiser.
I'm like you're about to take over.
I mean, yeah, he's right. Yeah,
all the Wehrmacht were Prussian.
But Ryan, like, so the answer you gave me.
What about
so
Goering?
You said specifically.
Hermann
Go-
Goering was a real jock. You know, he was an ace.
Yeah, he loved
in World War
stealing
I.
paintings and shit. Yeah, he loved it.
Yeah, Goering.
All
I
right.
said that once. Goering was he was actually one of those few who at the beginning was not a loser, but he became
I
a
know,
loser
German ace pilot.
because
You know, you like that.
because he became a drug addict. He became a fucking drug loser. Okay,
Then
that
why
is
does he
Goering.
know
what about-
uppers and downers? Uppers
He's a
and
drug
downers.
addict that's a fatty? Come on.
No, I mean
Kaiser,
he
what about
he also
Admiral
drank a lot.
Donitz?
Yeah.
Was
Colonel
Admiral
He was
Donitz a
doing all
loser
the
or a
speed
He
Prussian?
and
was,
all
no,
the rest of the Germans.
Admiral
How
Dönitz
did he
wasn't
get
a
fat?
Nazi. Here's the thing: Admiral Dönitz was a normal officer who did his job. Okay, and just because he was saying,
Kriegsmarine.
yeah, he was doing what the British were doing and the Americans were doing. So that's the thing. I mean, come on. And Dönitz was not a war criminal by no means, in no shape and form. I mean, who was a war criminal? Was
I
fucking
actually
Werner
agree
von
with that.
Braun. Werner von Braun. But you guys needed him, and this is why he was called. Oh, Werner von Braun was responsible for Mittelbau Dora. He didn't give a shit that 20,000 people were worked to death in the mines because scientific progress. He is a fucking war criminal, not Dönitz. Dönitz was an honorable soldier. Okay,
I grew up 20
Werner
minutes
von
from
Braun.
Warner von Braun.
We've buried SS officers in Arlington Cemetery like Lori Tarney.
I mean, I'm saying was there are a lot of Nazis who got away because they were useful, and other.
I'm gonna eat my cereal. I'll be listening.
Okay,
I'm
it's
just
okay,
gonna
guys.
eat.
No. I'm fine. Ryan, it's okay.
Yeah, listen. Sometimes you just have to let Kaiser get it all out. If he's talking about
yes,
the
I have to get it out. I have to get it out.
Talk about like no, the Nazis are terrible. I hate it.
Yeah, like everyone knows the Nazis are terrible. I just think what makes a war criminal or not depends on whether you win or lose the war, because you can point to stuff the Soviets did and the Americans did that were just as bad.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. But I think what we are seeing right now is, and this is the difference to 20 years ago. Today, we can have a way more objective discussion about this. Honestly, I'm not joking, guys. 20 years ago, if you would talk with an average American, let's say, on the forum, and talk about, let's say, allied war criminals or war crimes, they would kill you, basically, not literally, but with words. It's impossible. We were on the right side of history. We did not commit war crimes. That's stupid. It happened. If you execute, let's say, prisoners of wars just for shits and giggles, it's a war crime. You cannot spin it a different way. And the French were very vindictive. The Americans were actually quite okay. I have to say, the Americans were not the Americans were.
What are you talking about?
What?
Look at what they've done in like Iraq, Afghanistan.
I'm talking World War II. Name
2 civilian cities they dropped atomic bombs on.
I was talking World War II. I'm talking
World War II. Okay, even World War II.
Relatively speaking, the Americans were relatively okay.
No, we didn't. We dropped nuclear bombs on 2
That's
cities.
a different story. But I'm saying
What's different?
The thing is, oh my goodness. I don't want to defend the droppings of the atomic bombs, man. Don't bring me in this position here.
I'm not saying to defend it. I'm just saying, like, you can't say America didn't commit war crimes.
No, they did.
That's not what I said.
No, I said relatively compared to the Brits and to the French. The French were super vindictive. If it were up to the French, they would have starved to death every German prisoner of war in the West.
So who was responsible for putting all the Germans in camps after World War II?
Exactly what I was saying now. It was the Allied forces, but it was name.
It wasn't all the Germans.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
guys,
but they lie about the number. I've heard like those stupid numbers where they're like, all these Germans died.
I'm not even saying numbers. Who did it? Who did it?
Yeah, I mean, like it's
we had
obviously
POW
stupid to
camps.
say
Like,
that any of the Allies did anything as bad as the Nazis. I mean, you could say the Soviets at other points
I'm just
did
saying
things
you
as
can't
bad,
let
but,
the Americans
you know,
off as if they didn't
the
do
Americans, the
Come
British,
on.
they didn't do anything nearly as bad as the Holocaust. Again, it's not saying that they didn't commit war
not comparing.
crimes, but you know, you
Hey,
can't
Deb.
say that, oh, they're on the same moral level as the Nazis. Like the
That's
Nazis,
not
their
what I'm
entire
saying.
goal was to slaughter civilians.
Yeah, okay,
Ain't been doing that.
I'm just saying name to answer your question here. When it came to the, for example, the Rheinwiesen camps or the prisoner of war camps in the West, I already said it. If it were up to the French, if the French were in charge, they would have starved the German POWs to death because they were that vindictive. But the Americans said, "Okay, guys, we cannot do that shit." That's. I mean, look, I'm defending you guys now. Whatever, unbelievable, man. Whatever you do it wrong. But anyway, yeah. I was defending America here now. I was
Wait,
defending.
did someone say the Americans never did anything as bad as the Holocaust? The atomic bomb killed like tens of thousands of people in a blink of an eye.
Yeah,
the Americans did not do anything nearly. If you talk about the atomic bomb, like I would disagree with dropping the atomic bombs, but number one, you can look at the actual mortality rate. It was significantly lower.
I mean,
than
they're
the
still
Holocaust,
dealing
but
with the effects of the atomic
but-
bomb. It wasn't just the major.
really happened
So
at the
look at
Holocaust.
what was the goal
We
of the
weren't
atomic bomb? The
comparing
goal
things
of the
to the
atomic bomb
Holocaust
wasn't
and
to
making everything
massacre civilians based on racial lines. The goal
But
of the
they
atomic
did
bomb
kill
was
civilians.
I know. I'm not saying it didn't. Again, I'm
More
against the atomic
civilians
bomb.
would
It
have
did in
died
fact
had
kill
they not
civilians.
dropped
It was
the
bad.
bombs.
There's only
But
so
what
many
I'm
people you
saying
can
is,
kill with an oven.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, they dropped the atomic bombs to end the war. Like again, they could have done something better, right? I'm not defending. I'm not saying it was good. It was
the
very
war
evil,
was
right?
already
But they
ending.
dropped
They
it to end
got
the war. The Nazis, they started killing civilians indiscriminately because that was their ideology. That was their religion. They were to slaughter the Jews because
Was
they
it?
believed that the Jews would
Was
prevent them
it?
from
Because I
establishing.
never heard that.
Yes,
Like I thought it was
absolutely.
like
It's kind of
something
odd to
else.
kill your labor in your labor camps.
No,
Okay, man. This is okay, guys. Honestly, man.
Phil's just getting into
It's
like
getting
all-
too stupid now.
Yeah,
Let's,
this gets too stupid. Honestly, this is getting too retarded. Honestly, man, like at least this is because no. The problem here is, guys, all of you, not all of you, are fighting their own turf wars and they're using something to project on. Like, yeah, it is, mate. It is. To say, I was going away from these spaces where these people are. Look, man, my grandfather fought on the Eastern Front, and I respect them because they were brave soldiers, and I will not never let anyone talk shit about them. But it is what it is. They saw the executions. And yes, also super bad stuff happened when the Russians were coming. And it's also stupid to say, no rape ever happened. That's also bullshit. Yes, and the bombing of Dresden.
On the Eastern Front, was he part of the Einsatzgruppen? Was that?
No, he was not, Nuance. He was not. Okay. Okay, you're very dark. Your dark humor is appreciated. And yes, the bombing of Dresden was a British war crime because the Brits wanted to kill as many people as possible. And I was always saying the Americans actually went out of the way in the bombing campaigns. They were doing the day bombing in Europe, not in Asia. They did the day bombings, the Brits did the night bombings. Why did the Americans do the day bombings? Because they wanted to target infrastructure targets, industrial targets, whatsoever. The British didn't give a shit what they hit. At least if they hit something, that's good enough. So that is why the Brits did the night bombings. And when it comes to Dresden, they wanted to destroy the city. They wanted to kill as many people as possible. I mean, they wanted to get Bomber Harris. I mean, that thing isn't even controversial anymore because even the English will admit, yeah, maybe we were a little bit too petty and vindictive. And how many people died in Dresden, I don't know. We had a discussion a couple of spaces earlier. 250,000, no, that's exaggeration, that's not true. But also the 25,000 figure, which is now spotted, that's also not true, because 25,000 nuance is those which you can reliably, which could be identified. But again, Dresden was full of refugees, 500,000 refugees. There was no registration.
I did think it was funny when Netanyahu quoted the Nazi propaganda numbers.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
like
this is ridiculous.
on Bill
Mamma
Maher's
mia!
show. I thought that was funny.
I mean, this is nuance. Honestly, man, we are living in an upside down world. This space is like a refugium for me, like with sane people, because in the outside world, mamma mia, it's a crazy world. It's Netanyahu spouting Nazi propaganda figures. I mean, what?
Ethan Klein did that too. I think he might have said 500,000 or something. Like he also said.
I'd like to respond to what Kaiser said, and then just a general thing. We're not comparing anything to the Holocaust. So like, just stop with that talk. Okay. The question of why this specific topic came up was did America commit war crimes in World War II? Okay, we're not talking about the Holocaust.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, I don't think you did that, but Ryan clearly did, and I was criticizing him specifically. I don't want to criticize you for something you didn't do.
But I want to talk about Dresden, Kaiser. The U.S. bombed Dresden too. Okay, so like Yeah, did the UK do it at night? Yeah, the US did it during the day. It was indiscriminate, and the US is not off the hook. I don't care if I live here. It's just a fact, man. I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, it honors you.
Am I
That,
wrong?
I mean, no.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No. It honors you that you take that you're reflective. I'm just saying. I mean, obviously, at least
I mean, if
America.
you're trying to just like be nice to America to let
No.
Kaiser will tell you America targeted like actual industrial shit, and you know,
look,
that's not true, Kaiser. Like not civilians,
guys. I mean, look,
I love you, Kaiser, but it's not true, man. They didn't indiscriminately bomb Dresden just like UK did. It's true.
I mean, to a certain degree, yes, but the British never went out of the way.
They did, or they did not.
The Americans. I mean, it looks that you guys, America suffered. I mean, 90,000 Air Force soldiers were killed, most of them over Europe, and the reason for that is because of the day bombings. That was, I mean, the flak. You must imagine if you were a bomber pilot. Honestly, if there's, let's say, there are a couple of things I do not want to be as a soldier. I don't want to be a soldier in the Eastern Front, be it Stalingrad or Kursk. I didn't want to be a soldier in an U-boat, and I didn't want to be an Air Force bomber pilot because the survival rate was very, very low. At least in the years 41 to 44. 45 is a different matter. I'm saying is the British never gave a shit about German civilian casualties. The more that, the better.
Neither did the Americans.
This is where I disagree. There were a lot of Americans who actually gave a shit about this. And maybe not Patton, maybe not those people, but Eisenhower, he gave a shit about this.
Not Curtis LeMay.
Not true, my friend.
I don't know name. Maybe you're too self-critical here. I would say the reason that West Germany existed as it existed was actually also thanks to the Americans. If it were up to the French, they would have divided it in 50 little piecelets, you know? Like, that was the French plan. The Brits, you never know how they... I mean, but the thing is, Western Germany has a lot to be thankful for the Americans. I mean, I will call a spade, you know? I'm even born in the East.
The Americans should be thankful to the Russians, right? They did most of the...
I would say
on the Eastern Front.
I would say both is important. The Soviet Union was important, and the United States. Zagonev, don't stop me down here.
No, Kaiser.
Zag is upset.
Listen, Kaiser, that's 120 divisions versus 17 divisions. That's
absolutely. But Zagonev,
not even won that war, Kaiser.
No one's suggesting the United States wasn't pivotal in winning World War II. And in fact,
they were part of it, but
they sent the Soviets, you know, thousands and thousands of truck engines that the Russians re-engineered and made better and made more durable. And the Americans were very pleased by this. They were very happy they could help. And things got fucked basically when the U.S. dropped the atomic bomb in that war, because the Japanese were set to surrender to the 5 million Soviet army on the Manchurian border. And Truman didn't like that. Truman didn't care for that, and said, "No, you're gonna bow to us because we have an atomic bomb. The Soviets don't, and we'll show it to you." And that's
they
showed the 5 million. Right? They
didn't need to.
They didn't have.
We know that they easily could have replicated
and understood what they meant because they had.
And the truth is also that the land forces, the army, Japanese army, the Imperial Army, wanted to surrender, but the thing is conditionally. And so the thing is, the notion that you had to drop the bombs, otherwise the only other option would be invasion, is not true. The Japanese were willing to capitulate, but not unconditionally. Because obviously, why? Because they saw what happened with Germany after World War I. If you surrender unconditionally, you're getting fucked. And actually, Japan actually got what they wanted. I mean, Japan got actually... and they had a good life after World War II, so to speak. They had it way easier than Germany, for example. Japan was not divided. They lost some worthless islands. Okay, they cry about them.
I don't know about this, Kaiser.
Have you seen the cancer levels there? The babies born with 3 eyes.
Those islands.
Yeah, but May, come on. I mean, look,
those islands were Russian 40 years earlier, anyways.
We're still in Germany. We still haven't left. I mean, come on.
I'm saying, but Germany got a harder destiny than Japan after World War II.
Right, because of the Russians. Come on.
The Russian, but also, let's say, a lot of, I mean, the fucking emperor is still emperor in Japan.
Well, so that was that's just because the people viewed him as a god figure. So that was part of the deal. Otherwise, they would have killed him. But
and look at it also from a cultural point of view. The Japanese were never forced to basically disavow all of their history, heritage. And this is why, I mean, and it all causes all kind of troubles today, because the Japanese will never admit to any wrongdoings. But they did a lot of wrong. I mean,
they did a lot of wrongdoing.
Yes, exactly. And this should be also called out. And I can understand
there's still problems out there today.
And to be honest, I can understand emotionally the Chinese, why they're so angry at the Japanese. Imagine.
I can.
The racist Nanking?
You know what Japan did to them?
Absolutely, Dave. Absolutely spot on, my friend.
They had cannibalists in the army. I mean, come on. They were like savages.
Yeah. The OG Japanese Kaiser were like the most like ruthless, like no quit, fucking down for whatever soldiers in
it's stuff
human
we don't
history.
But it's disgusting.
But Kaiser, it's an interesting point that you raised, though. It's just the different paths that Germany and Japan took. In the last few decades, Japan was kind of willing to sacrifice a lot of their industrial and economic output to maintain their culture, letting manufacturing go back to China and stuff. And the Germans were just kind of solely concerned with keeping their economy, number one in Europe, even if that came at the expense of their culture. And kind of the ironic tragedy in all of that is we've seen everything going on in Ukraine for the last 2 years now, and how that has just kind of cratered the German economy. And I think the Germans thought they were still protected. They thought they could still kind of shed their culture as long as they had the Americans backing them to maintain this, top spot atop the European economies. And of course, that was just a lie.
I don't know about this FDM, because I think there's a lot of wrong perception here. Do the Japanese really keep the culture? I mean, when I see, maybe to a certain degree, but what I also see, Japanese culture has devolved into this asexual whatever. I mean, 1/3, and I'm not kidding you, 1/3 of all men under the age of 35 never had sex. They're still virgins. And I mean, is this keeping your culture?
Is this by design?
Well, I mean, they were kind of able to maintain their ethnic continuity far more than Germany has.
But FDM, that is a recent thing. That is a thing.
Just allies. Since
I mean,
no, FDM, I said this is all in the last 30 years. I mean, this is kind of post 1990.
I mean, those things come and go. They're temporary, but I wouldn't take Japan as this shining light of beacon. They keep it. The thing is actually what's going on in Japan. You will find more and more foreigners. Unfortunately, Ryan left. He will talk about it. How many they have a lot of foreigners actually right now in Japan. They are not that far, so they are not. Obviously, it's relatively small in compared to other countries, but it's rising. I mean, 10% of the population.
It's like 2% of the population in Japan.
But it's rising. 10% of the population of the Tokyo Metro is already non-Japanese. 10%. That's quite a lot when you think about it. So
3/4 of the immigrants in Japan are probably in the greater Tokyo area, though, wouldn't you think?
I'm just saying, FTM. I mean, I don't think that the Japanese have won anything, that they could keep anything. I mean, they have a society where the women don't. I mean, it's becoming an asexual society. I mean, this is what we're talking about. And look at
it's asexual, Japanese, but it's still Japanese.
I don't know about this one. I mean, honestly, I think there's a lot. I don't know.
Take Jap-anus relations for 200. Sorry, I had to.
I mean, I think I don't know. It's the same with when you talk with elder or older Japanese people or Koreans. I mean, they have obviously the problem is always the elder people will always talk shit about the younger generations.
Hold on, Kaiser. I just looked this up. It says Tokyo is overwhelmingly a monoracial society with 98% of the population being
which
Japanese,
is the source?
and the remaining 2% being Korean, Chinese, Philippine, British, whatever. So it's
Okay, I
basically
was hearing 10% non-Japanese in Tokyo.
Yeah, I did not
Metro.
see that at all when I was in Japan. Like, it all looks Japanese.
But when have you been?
When?
And sorry, Nuance, can you make the differentiation between a Korean and a Japanese?
I'm pretty good about it.
I would say, come on,
I'm sure they can.
Yeah, they can, but Nuance
It's
can.
very easy. The language is different. The eyes
No,
are different.
from-
The
Well,
head
no,
shape is different.
No, but May, well, they're going to speak Japanese when they're there. You know, it's
Well, you could. The eyes are completely different. Like you can tell a Japanese person from a Korean person.
One
At least
place
I
has
can.
K-pop, the other does not have K-pop.
May, grab a picture of a Korean person and a Japanese person. Don't tell us which is
No,
which.
not even that. Imagine a sea of them, and you have to pick out from that sea of people. Like a Korean.
Well, I could do it because like I've studied a lot of the Oriental
Just
stuff,
post
so I
it in
could.
the nest and let's see who gets it right, because a lot of us will not fucking get it right.
I noticed the Africans, like those people were harassing the shit out of me, but that was about it.
Maybe what did they do to you, Nuance?
Kaiser, I'm not even. They literally hire them to harass people. I don't know why you're going. Like if you go to the Roppongi area where they have all the nightclubs and all that stuff, if you walk by and you don't look Japanese, they want to like basically get you into because they see you as a tourist. So they're like, oh, get them into the clubs so we can
They like threw
their
salt
money.
on him and shit.
Yeah, so they're like yelling at me. They followed me across the street to like get me into these clubs, and I had to yell back at them and be like, "Leave me alone." So,
have you guys? Has anyone heard of this this live streamer? I think he's like an American Ethiopian.
By the way,
kid,
Bryson said the same thing, and he's black. Like he said the same thing in a space like a week ago. So.
No, I believe you, Nuance. I didn't say that they don't believe you, but I was wondering why does it happen? You know, what's the reason?
Yeah, because they're not going to hire Japanese people who are super polite and don't like. They're not going to get aggressive to get you into a club. They hire the Africans because they're going to be like aggressive as shit to get you into the club and take your money.
There's this American Ethiopian kid though who's a live streamer. I think he goes by the name Johnny Somali or something. Do you know about him, Nuance? And he's like, his whole shtick is that he just harasses unassuming Japanese people. And apparently they've thrown him in Japanese jail, and he may be spending the next few years in a Japanese prison. So
let's hope so. Fuck that guy.
That's the best video he's ever shot.
And FDM, to just one point about culture stuff, because this is always such a hot topic. I would always say big cities are never a good representation of the culture. And I think the changes what we are undergoing right now here is the same what you guys are also undergoing. That's the whole rainbow LGBTQ stuff, which is really ridiculous. And also the whole boss girl, you know, I mean, we're talking about this all the time. Like the whole notion of that women becoming like men and even more aggressive, and that is not actually like attractive at all or good. But this is a general problem. I think that's the problem we're all facing. The other stuff, the migration issue, I mean, yes, I mean, honestly, I'm very red-pilled about it. What my government is doing is ridiculous. And why? The question is why they're doing that. I'm not a fan of this at all, because you cannot take all the world into one country. It doesn't work, especially if you have a kind of solidarity system. But this will change soon enough. I think I will just hope it will be a peaceful change, and it will not get violent. But it cannot continue like it is. For a simple reason, you have no money anymore. I mean, I give you, I kid you not, guys. I give you an example what happened to the in my sister town, like the sister town where I was growing up, Donauwörth. You can look up Donauwörth. A Syrian
battle was there.
Yeah. A Syrian refugee came there in 2017 or 18. And we have this law, if you're getting Familiennachzug, like a family, you can take your family, like out of humanitarian reasons, you know, so that the families are together. So what they did, he was allowed to bring his wife and his 10 children to Germany. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, are we stupid? Because obviously he doesn't speak German. His wife doesn't speak German. The children. I mean, everyone. We are paying for this. This is not America. If it would be America, I wouldn't give a shit. But the thing is, our system is based on solidarity. So basically, he is getting now money and housing for free and all that shit and healthcare. But there's no money left anymore. That's a problem. Like, our pensioners cannot rise the pensions because no money is there. And then you're giving it to something like this. Like, I mean, but the thing is, why we are doing this? Because yes, we have the shame and the guilt tripping, but it works. And honestly, I mean, this is why I'm a little bit. But you guys do it also, man. I know it's banter here in the space. I get that, but it's always like, this is. Imagine this for 80 years. If somebody's doing this, is psychological trauma, man. But that must stop. I'm just saying that will stop. It's over. Yes, you want to, let's say, you help the world, but you help the world by creating prosperity and cooperation. But this migration stuff, this will stop. This must stop because it's destroying our society. I mean, I'm not kidding you guys.
Kaiser, can you just move to the United States and help us build the Autobahn, and it will save everybody?
Phil, that joke was a little bit flat, but yeah. You guys have the interstate, which is actually quite good. The interstate is actually quite well built, isn't it, actually? The interstate. Not talking about the state highways, but the interstate system. It's actually quite good.
That was the brainchild of our own German, President Eisenhower.
Who created that, Kaiser?
Kaiser, what was the name of that town you mentioned again? The sister city of...
Donauwörth.
Sorry, how do you spell that? I just want to see where it was.
It's Donau, like the Danube. Donau.
Oh, okay.
And Wörth. And it's basically, it's the neighboring city where I was growing up. It's also an old imperial, and it's very important, Donauwörth, in history, because this is one of the, let's say, there was a big beef in 1608, and between Protestant and Catholics, and that was a precursor of the 30 Years' Wars, And Segonel knows also all this shit, man. Segonel is awesome, I love that shit. History is awesome.
Yeah, C.V. Wedgwood's book, excellent.
You have it, man. Yes, I love that book. It's great.
We were talking about that in the space some months ago, about Wallenstein and who's the other guy whose name is totally escaping me right now.
But the thing is, for example, this example with the refugees. The thing is, I would be called a Nazi. Oh, how dare you? How dare you not helping these people? You are a Nazi, Kaiser. This is stupid. Like, we are destroying ourselves. But the problem is, this is a mindset which was indoctrinated into us for 80 years. Like, you were bad. And you see, what are people remembering of Germany here? Only Adolf Hitler. Nothing else. It's like, I mean, Germany is the center of Europe, guys. France,
Hitler
England
wasn't even a German, Kaiser, right?
Yes, he was a German. Ethnically, he was German, but that doesn't matter.
Whoa. He was Jewish ethnically. Whoa.
What? No. The thing is just...
Kaiser, do you know how few Americans know Barbarossa drowned in a river?
I know. The thing is just... the English played a huge role there. The English tried to convince you guys that they were the big boss over there. That's not true. The English, even the French for a long, long time, were the second tier, okay? This is the thing. The center of, let's say, political, cultural center of Europe was Germany together with Italy. Holy Roman Empire or German nation. That was the center. And this is this misrepresentation of history. It's like, and people don't know this. This is the only thing which bothers me. Like, people only remember Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. Like, this is like as if there's nothing else. Like, like a one-trick pony. Like, what you call a one-hit wonder. This band, only one song. It's scheiße, man. It's scheiße.
I like the Scorpions. They're German.
We have so many great songs.
We remember Bismarck, Kaiser. We remember Bismarck.
By the way, Du Hast and Rammstein, and all the metal that came out of Germany.
Oliver Kahn, 2002 World Cup.
By the way, the same goes also for the Russians, for example. I hated it when the Russians were portrayed as these orcs, the orcs from the east. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean,
it's the tattoo.
I mean, obviously the Germans were the Orcs.
Mafia. Eastern Promises portrayal, sort
Yeah,
of.
but I mean, yes, every nation has
Like the
the underworld.
DirecTV commercial, the opulence, I has it. That guy with the little giraffe.
I mean, imagine the world, okay? A world without Tolstoy, Dostoevsky. I mean, just imagine what that would be, okay?
Well, just
That
as
would,
Putin says, a world without Russia is not one worth living in. So,
he
just
was a little
kidding,
bit.
just kidding.
I mean, I get his point, but the thing is, I mean, I get it. Every country has beautiful stuff, but we should acknowledge it and not only focus on the. Like, I can get it if don't reduce history. Imagine you are Persian. Persia has a great history, going back 2,500
I
years
have
of
to imagine
continuity.
that I'm Persian. What are you talking about?
No. Imagine. I said you are Persian. Imagine. But it's the truth. Everyone's talking about the Ayatollahs. Ayatollah left, right, and center. As if Persia is only known for Ayatollahs. That's your only song, one-hit wonder. And no one remembers you. Let's say, let's talk about Kyros. Let's talk about that. Let's talk
Yeah,
about the
but Kaiser,
Sassanids.
nobody like Americans don't think of the Persian Empire when they think of Iran. They just think of the Ayatollahs. So
Exactly. Exactly.
Or 300. You're not
But Kaiser,
Persian.
we have
You're
that
not
in
Persian.
common.
You're American. You're American. You're not
All right, I
Persian.
put in the Jumbotron.
Ethnically
I put a challenge. Which pretty lady is Japanese and which one is Korean? Can you pick?
Korean on the left.
Look at these.
That's Phil. Phil says the left. Okay.
No, Japanese is the left. Korean.
Yeah,
Japanese left, Korean right.
Yeah, that was easy, mate, because it's the schoolgirl stuff. I mean, that's typically Japanese. Yeah, I mean, we know it.
Yeah, the eyes are a bit different. But yeah.
The eyes are different. That's my point.
But I mean, the thing is, the OG Japanese ethnic people, they were actually descendants of the Korean. I mean, there's a lot of mixture going on. The Mongols that coming over Korea.
Don't tell them that.
The Mongols never made it there, Kaiser. Where do you think they got the term tsunami from? Or not tsunami, kamikaze. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But in Korea, they came to Korea, and not. They were ruling over Korea for a time being, and they never made it to Japan, obviously. But the original Japanese people, I'm not talking about the Ainu and Hokkaido whatsoever, they were actually coming from Korea. They were they want people, man. Like, they should embrace each other.
The Koreans in Japan were kind of like the blacks in America. When you looked at the IQ difference, like the Koreans were significantly below the Japanese, but that's only in Japan where they're like kind of they have minority status. They kind of faced oppression and discrimination. When they would come to America, or if in Korea itself, super high IQs, it's very interesting.
Exactly. That's an argument for nurture. You see, everyone's focused. Oh, nature, genetics. Yes, plays a role, but also
similar
nurture.
with the Barackman people in Japan as well.
Are they the ones that are tasked with waste disposal or something like that? Like they're like the tanners and they handle the corpses, and is that who you're referring to?
I'm not super educated on the subject, but probably.
They're like the bottom of the Japanese caste system, right? Like the
caste system over there.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think in like the pre-Meiji era,
basically, if you're not Japanese, you're at the bottom.
Where do you massage?
Kaiser, sorry, what was that?
Where do you massage parlor ladies fall?
Although
mostly
technically,
Vietnamese,
from a genetic, it is a bit of a caste system because genetically the Barackmans are apparently like not distinguishable from ethnic Japanese. That's my understanding. So it is a bit of a caste system. I don't know how I don't fully understand it. I guess it goes back to samurai times or whatever.
Oh, nuance. You're spot on. It was the thing is about when Tokugawa Ieyasu, what he did is he froze Japanese cult society into in a freezer, like it was frozen in time for almost 300
like
years.
Walt Disney, yeah.
Yeah, and
called suspended animation.
Exactly, and it was a very feudal society. I mean, feudal Japan is not
The
that different.
Shogun, yes.
Not that different from feudal Europe. You had this we don't call it castes over here, but Stände. It's the same. We had this so-called the Unreinen, like not clean jobs. For example, if you were dealing with dead people, the executioners, for example. This is very interesting.
Undertakers,
The executioners always lived outside of the city walls. You can see it when you go to the old cities which still have the town walls. There's, if it's, let's say, well preserved, the executioners were very rich actually, because they made a lot of money, but they were called they were basically people you do not want to associate with yourself, and they had to live outside of the city walls. And you can see it, for example, in Salzburg. It's very interesting. You can still see it, and this is the same in Japan. You see, I'm always someone who tries to see what we have in common. You know, what humanity has in common. Not looking, we are so different, because at the end of the day, we have so much in common, and I think it's more interesting to focus what is similar than to just look, it's so different. Often it's not that different, you know. But the Baraka people, as you said, Nuance, they were basically these outcasts who did this unehrenvolle, not honorary jobs, you know, whatever that often has to do with dealing with cadavers, you know, the color, the gerber, people who were working with not textiles but with leather stuff, you know, that stuff. Okay,
the tanners.
Yeah, and what is interesting in Japan, that's a big problem till today, because Japan, they were very good at administration, where people were living, let's say, 200-300 years ago, and people didn't move that much. And so you can basically, it seems possible, you can, via the name you have and via certain indicators, you can basically make out who is a baraka, so to speak. It's really crazy. I read an article about this, and yeah, it's very much there. It's not official. It's not like comparable to India, not to that, but in certain ways, it's a little bit like India. These people face discrimination. You will not get a good job. You will not get, let's say, a good marriage whatsoever, and they have a low social status. And yeah, it's bad. And I think that is one of the good things in America. If you came to America, you had a clean sheet. Okay, you start over new. No matter what you have been in the old world, you could have been the biggest loser. You start new, and then you make a living out of yourself. But it seems that now America is getting mature. You are making the same mistakes like the old world did. You are developing this class system, you know, entrenched systems. I mean, when you see, it's not the social dynamics are really changing, like the self-made man. I mean, even Trump is not a self-made man. Trump comes from a family of wealth, for example. He was never anything else than upper class. And that is a problem, I think, because you're doing the same shit as we have been doing in the past. And I think America is losing something due to this, you know, like the spirit. Like, no matter what you are, you can be a fucking poor alcoholic like Ulysses Grant, but then you change yourself and then you become a great general for the Union. Yeah, just saying. Okay, maybe that was a bad example because most people are for the South,
All
I
right, all
guess.
right, Kaiser, you're just kind of beating a dead horse when we're down.
What?
We feel it. We're the ones. We're dealing. Oh, wait, am I going to say something and then I get booted?
No, you're fine.
But we feel
are
it, Kaiser.
How many beers, Phil?
What time is it?
How many beers?
Hey, let me speak first.
Answer the question.
10.
Is it more than 10?
No.
Okay. Is the roommate in tonight?
No. Yeah, she is. Told her to join.
Yeah, tell her to join.
I thought it'd be, no more than Kaiser's beating
down
of
to the
the
kitchen,
U.S.
grab her by the leg.
No, I didn't beat the U.S. I think the U.S. has a lot of potential.
I know. You were saying I'm just fucking with you. I was like, but Rachel, there requesting your presence. I did also pay for her new check mark that she says she has.
Why? You're supposed to kick her out.
We can talk.
All
We
right,
can talk about. We can
let's
talk
sorry.
about that
So
if you'd
listen,
like to. No,
okay,
you
Phil.
can't. You can't.
All right, so let's get everyone up to speed about this ridiculous domestic situation. Phil's been living with this woman for a long time. She sleeps on the couch. He's basically sort of supporting her. She does some odd jobs here and there around the house, cleaning up, but they seem to be becoming more and more estranged. She's been spending time outside of the place now. So
This
Phil,
is now.
what's going on here? Like, is this an Israel-Palestine situation, like a never-ending saga?
No, not even close.
Is there going to be
It
some
sounds like she's
resolution?
occupying him.
Yeah, she's.
Well,
no, but he wants it.
Do you guys want scientific talk?
Well, eventually we're going to have to get
Scientific.
Patrick
All
and
right,
The
let's
Ryan
Pasco Diaries.
give their
it's called
analysis.
it's called a codependent relationship.
Yeah, this isn't good. Phil, I don't know. And
I'm
us
aware.
that she could
I
go
live it.
someplace
That's what I'm
else.
saying.
But why don't you make that happen? It's the new year. You get a resolution. I will alleviate this burden in my domestic life. I will do whatever it takes to
But the question is how much of a burden is it to how much of it is a benefit just having somebody around?
Well, are you sleeping with each other?
Get a pet.
I have one, but that's
Yeah, well, it's a
not
cage
exactly
pet,
the
though,
same.
no? It's like a hamster.
Yeah, Phil. I mean, Phil, you know what you said yourself. It's codependent. It's toxic. It's not good for you. You're getting more and more drunk. You're drinking more again. It's getting worse.
I'm not drunk.
Yes,
I'm not drunk.
Man, bro, it's getting worse.
I'm pretty high. I'm
Yeah,
high.
whatever. That's not good, Phil. Get rid of this toxicity in your life and move on. Honestly, Phil, come on, man.
I'm not looking for an AA meeting where I'm just having some fun. It's Friday night. A lot of things are going good in my life recently. So,
this is very much like the Israel-Palestine relationship.
Phil,
Israel depends on Palestine to play the victim, and then they get drunk on their power.
Hey, Phil, stop drinking. Come.
Phil, are you married or have kids? Is it just what is it?
I think she has a kid.
She's got kids. You're not married.
Wait, Phil, she has kids?
No. Oh, Zach.
Yeah, yes? She has she's got skeletons in her closet because there was a dude that was beating her or some shit.
So she's got a child somewhere. What? Oh boy.
Her child's already grown.
Right.
At this point, we don't need to go through everything. Rachel will tell you all about it.
Well, if you get
maybe
that was a little too far. I just got a dirty look. Let's not go into her. I'm not gonna go into her shit.
Well, this is no holds barred.
Don't go into her without consent.
Easy, Tiger. I wouldn't get married because then
I'm not.
Because if you did, she could Israel you. She could take your property and kick you out.
Well, I don't have much property. I'm renting.
Well, even worse, you just start squatting.
That's kind of
Isn't that what Israel does?
Yeah, you get Israeled.
By the way, guys, very short, not about you, because I see Athenian Stranger here. Athenian Stranger is a philosophy professor, and he's actually awesome when it comes to philosophy. So if you're interested in that stuff, give Athenian Stranger a follow. Just want to say it here. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and he hosts some really good spaces on
absolutely, and
a variety of interesting subjects.
And I'm
Nietzsche,
talking,
Plato, etc. Yeah,
the real shit, like really sophisticated stuff. Like honestly, not the usual space bullshit.
very high level academic, like I would say a PhD, like master's level classes. I go in there, I go, oh my god.
But
Guys
I
are
did.
super smart or
What I
super
kind
super smart.
And super smart.
Look, I really appreciate that, guys, but you're giving me too much credit for a lot of these things. I like to tell people that I'm sort of like the dumb smart guy.
No, Athenian. No, you are really no. Honestly, you know what you're talking about, and it's awesome. And if you're going into one of his spaces and you don't, you understand maybe let's say only 30%, you're actually good. But that's actually great because Athenian will encourage you to follow your curiosity, and that's awesome. That is what a teacher should actually do. You know, like that you get the curiosity to learn by yourself, and this is what Athenian is doing. So, Athenian, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, look, I appreciate that. What I would simply say about it is this. We are in a war because of academia. Academia are the ones that are fundamentally responsible for so very, very much of all this filth in the world. If you lose the institutions of education, you've lost your nation, because the institutions of education are the ones responsible for educating the youth. That's the reason we say the youth are our future. And so what I and a number of my friends try to bring to the spaces is absolutely everything possible to show that we can provide better content than the people in academia. And in many cases, a number of my friends, look, we're all more than qualified, and in many cases, better qualified than most of the people who are teaching in academia. So what we're trying to do is just provide this kind of stuff as freely as possible for various anons or any professionals who just really want to learn without the enormous amount of ideological baggage. You cannot be in academia right now as a student, an undergrad or a grad student, without being really just completely subverted by them. I mean, that's the problem with academia is you'll see these stupid professors on Twitter say things like, well, look, I teach my students to think for themselves. That's stupid because it's simple human nature to want to imitate the people that you want to impress, that you know are going to open doors for you. And so, of course, the students are always going to imitate these people, and they're going to want to ingratiate themselves. And so what we're trying to do here is just build a network with a number of really, really great guys. And the way that we run our spaces is I jokingly say that I use a fascist iron fist. I do not allow for nonsense at all. And I very, very rarely give mics to people unless I know for a fact that they're going to be contributing to things. And so I really appreciate that you guys recognize that. So that means more to me than you can imagine, because there's not too much of a market for this kind of stuff. This is very niche, but it's needed. It's absolutely needed. We have to have something to offer in place of what the academics are poisoning, literally poisoning the young people today with. So.
And Athenian, let's call it not the fascist fist, let's call it Prussian discipline. And then we are cool, you know, because that is, I mean, yeah. But no, honestly, Athenian, I know especially the German philosophers, oh, Mamma Mia, you know, Schopenhauer and Heidegger and Kant, they're not easy. Reading them is often not so a pleasure. But Athenian, I mean, if you're getting the right, let's say, direction, it can be a pleasure. But sometimes you need the right direction, and Athenian is providing that. So yeah, but Athenian covers everything from the old Greeks up to the modern stuff. I think the French are not your cup of tea, which I would absolutely agree on. You know, but yeah,
we have a strict policy in the way that my little group, we run our spaces, is that all of us in our PhD programs, we were required to have ancient and modern languages. And so mine is German and my ancient is Greek. And if you do not have interpretation of any text always begins at the level of the language. And so if you do not know the original language, you're really not competent to speak on these things. That's how high the bar is that we place on our guys. And so my good friends Alejandro, and there's another group of Anons who they do specialize in French, and so I just leave that up to them. So.
Well, thank you very much, Athenian. So anyway, guys, give him a follow if you're interested in that. It's really, really good. And I think what we are losing is the classical education. Like really, I mean, in modern, I mean, there's a lot of, Athenian was speaking to it, the whole political issues which are poisoning academia, but also the concept of, students are pushed through academia to being employability, but we are losing a lot, like why should you learn Latin or Greek? It's important. If this knowledge is getting lost, you're losing something, you're losing your identity. And I think this is super, super important. It's not all about unfortunately, modern academia, at least in Germany, it's very much driven by get the students as fast as possible through the process, and that's that, But that is not what university should be, I appreciate the approach of Athenian. Because that's the heritage, and knowledge is important. And once it gets lost, it's over. As Athenia was saying, it's so hard to regain lost knowledge. You have to keep the flame alive, so to speak.
Yeah, look, I mean, it only takes 1 or 2 generations, and generations are very short.
Zag Nuance, Rachel's in the house.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Athenian. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, look, I was just going to say that a generation is very short. It's the difference of just a few years. Someone from middle school versus someone from high school versus someone from college. That's 3 generations. And so it happens very quickly. But the appreciation that, you guys are so generous to show me here, I want to make sure that you all understand that we appreciate, I call them my nerds. We're all nerds. We appreciate the things that you guys are bringing to the spaces too, because look, all of us have our various expertises, and the more that we have every front covered, the more that things like anonymous Twitter, or I don't even know what to call it, right-wing Twitter, dissent Twitter, who knows anymore. But the more that we have people who can speak with enormous competency on these various topics, the more we do make a difference. I mean, you just can't deny that there's a difference being made. I mean, everyone loves to say that this is not the real world, but I don't hate to break it to them. So very, very much of this is, in fact, the real world. Change does get made here with the kind of activities that everyone does for their various parts. So really appreciate all you guys as well.
Yeah, we're seeing it happen with the Elon stuff. It's affecting mass consciousness, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like Athenian, if you were to a young classicist at the university level, graduating from college, and they want to get into this field of study, what would you recommend as far as line of work? Because if you go to a university and you're even somewhat conservative, you won't get tenure, right? I mean, it's pretty apparent that the head of that department will say, here, this is what we see, this is what we envision the curriculum will look like. These philosophers, we want to sort of give, inclusivity, DEI, all these things, just try to interpret them as we would see this in the modern age. But you can't really do that all the time. And I think, it's completely bastardized in some cases.
People don't realize how bad it is, and the way it has changed just within the past year. I know some of the best scholars in the world in my field of research, very, very reputable people, incredibly reputable, and they themselves are leaving the universities. These are young men. These are in their mid to late 30s, maybe their early 40s. And they're looking for other universities to go to, and there's just no more universities really to go to. I mean, it doesn't exist because the DEI stuff has just overwhelmed everything. And I honestly don't know what my advice is to young people. What I try to tell people is Um, things like engineering and such, I mean, they're woke as shit. I mean, all you have to do is scroll down, the timelines for people at Caltech and MIT, and these tend to be by far the most woke people. They make much of the humanities put to shame, and they're also, generally speaking, the dumbest because they have no education in the humanities. But it's the humanities that their activism is for. So I don't know what the answer is. And that's why me and my friends are here. I mean, hell, most of us are already blacklisted. We have very often people in academia already know who we are. It's very obvious when certain people at high levels start talking about their competency and draw attention to themselves. Others in academia know exactly who they are, and they go very, very far out of the way to dox us. I mean, it happens over and over again. I've been no exception to this. And so there's nowhere else for us to go. And what we're just trying to do is, I mean, what we can do here, that's all we can do. And, you just keep two-fisted to the very end, right? I mean, you fight the fight no matter what is going to come of things. Doesn't matter if you lose or not. The fact is that you still look yourself in the mirror and say, well, I wasn't a goddamn coward. And I didn't turn away from the fight when it came to me. Because there will be a time eventually when people are going to ask us years down the road, they're going to say, what were you doing, right? And most of the academics will simply have to say, well, I just tucked my head down and tried to not draw attention to myself and ended up still being marched into the gulag. Or do you want to say that you fought back with everything you had? And it's not much, but when you're talking about education in general, universal education has always been a failure. The key about it all is that you are able to light at least just one candle that can carry these things on. It doesn't take very many people to inspire that can do great things, and so that's all we can hope for on here. And we've been pretty incredibly successful at a lot of these things, and we're able to help, for instance, people like Chris Rufo and some of the other guys who are just doing Herculean labors in the new institutions or the parallel institutions and things like this. I mean, ultimately, the system will remain broken until these alternative institutions can attain accreditation. Because if you can't give people the credentialism for having learned from you, then that doesn't translate into the real world. But this is still the very beginning, right? I mean, and who knows if it's going to go too much further, because we're only all here on Twitter for so very long. Because, look, as much as we appreciate Elon and it seems to have moved the Overton window, Twitter still has a number of problems. It's not different in kind still. It's just different in degree from when it was run by that other piece of shit. So that's where things stand. And I see Prodigal's in here, and Prodigal had the best advice for me ever, because we come under such great attack by the academics.
Was it by
they
real estate? Was that the advice?
it was bomb the Dondotron up there with 15 various tweets. But no, what Prodigal mentioned one time, because we do come under enormous attack from people with incredible resources in academia, with the doxing and all that, and the blacklisting, and just trying to ruin our lives professionally and personally. And what Prodigal said is, he said, look, if we leave, the younger generation has nothing. The other people, there's nothing. We are the last people here. And that goes for you guys as well. I'm not saying this just about me and my nerds. The generations that are coming up literally at our heels right now, and so very much of the older generation, they're already on board with all of this leftist insanity. That's the problem. And so we've got to at least find a few people, hopefully, amid all this madness, that are like-minded, that can carry on whatever kind of torch that we can hand to them in this war. So, and it is a war. I mean, this is absolutely something that is concerned with you, whether or not you're concerned with it. We're talking about, when you're talking about the wholesale corruption of the fundamental institutions of your regime, your nation, that's the kind of worst case scenario. Firewalls are all broken, they've been breached, and you're now in the situation of being the last generation, because after us, there is very, very little hope. And so we have to find a way to provide a kind of light in whatever way we can in this darkness. So.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a razor blade? Because my veins are popping out.
All right. Yeah. And that's just basic information and the line of philosophy and the classics. A lot of young people just have no idea about any of those
Make
things.
sure you do it vertically.
They couldn't tell you
Not
who
horizontal.
Plato is or
That's
Aristotle.
insane.
But
No
Zach,
clue.
why are
No
we
clue.
wasting this perfectly good opportunity when we have Phil and Rachel in here? This is
But I mean, I'm way more interested in
prime time.
Rachel
the
Rude.
more interesting subjects like
Honestly,
classics.
Phil is a good example. Phil is a good-hearted person. Phil, I mean, not
No, we like
the
Phil.
drunken Phil,
Phil's
but
well-meaning. Yeah.
he feels
Phil is
lost.
merry. Yeah.
And what the reason is, why does he feel lost? Like, he's a grown man. What is going
Exactly.
on there?
What is
Maybe
going
because
on?
you're talking about him like he's a child in a room full of like 300 people.
Yeah, I can talk for myself.
Well, I think we've heard
Go
enough.
fuck yourself.
Well, have you?
Drink
As
more.
stupid as that sounds,
more.
it's just
There's way better things.
Wait, hold on. Breaking news. Elon Musk just announces the split-second court opens on Monday. X Corp will be filing a thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters and all those who colluded in this fraudulent attack on our company. Let's fucking go. Hopefully for real this time. That's what I want.
Pew! Listen, I told you.
Glitch. What did you tell me, Prodigal?
Blue Anon had a better storyline for a couple of weeks, but now QAnon's coming back. Listen, is it by chance all those corporations meet with G and then the Chisraelis make a move on Elon?
dude, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Snoop's quit weed. Michael Rappaport supports Trump.
That's your first amazing story.
Who gives a shit about any of these people?
Oh, and Richard Spencer just
Well, no, I was going back to his
and he endorsed
yesterday.
Trump. He endorsed Trump.
Did he endorse Trump, or did he just say
He just
Biden?
endorsed
He's in
Trump.
a dark mood.
He
He's
just
in a dark
did it.
mood. I sent him an invite. To
Listen, 2024.
Well, I
it's
saw
the
the
reunion
dark
tour.
mood thing, but that doesn't look like it was an endorsement of Trump. It was
It's
just
the reunion tour. You
maybe-
come home, all sins are
He
forgiven.
literally said last night Trump's
For the left, it's the revenge tour.
He
But
said he
if
looks
you were-
forward to Biden's defeat. It's not necessarily endorsement of Trump, but I get it.
But
Everybody likes being on a winning team.
Rappaport,
Well,
and
Rappaport's
Snoop
just a
and the list.
grifter, liar, loser.
I
don't
know.
Anything that guy.
I'm with you.
He has herpes all over his face.
But what is interesting about Rappaport, I was seeing what you were posting once. The tactics.
I didn't post anything about Rappaport.
Richard Spencer was doing it. Yeah, he said he makes a bad case.
How are you confusing me with Richard Spencer?
I'm sorry. The thing is, Rappaport is doing the same things. Basically, if you are critical of a nation state, an entity, you are becoming, you're being accused of ethnic hatred.
All right, now,
anti-Semitism.
Kaiser,
Wait
but this one out. This one, Rappaport has talked shit on Trump for like 2 years straight. And then all of a sudden when there's shit in Israel going on, then Michael Rappaport is coming back and being like, hey, Trump, I'll still call you names, but I got your back now.
Well, why hasn't anyone memed Rappaport in Men of Honor when Robert De Niro's beating the shit out of his stuttering character? Why have I not seen that meme yet? Like, why, when he tries to drown him? Why hasn't somebody done that with Rappaport yet?
I think he got shot. Wasn't he in season 3 of Prison Break or something? Did he get killed in that?
Was he Academite? Was he the one that used to pass around for and barter for commissary?
No, he was like a federal agent or something.
He acts like a tough guy because he hung out with a couple of rappers when he was younger, but he's like a fucking
Oh,
joke.
and they disavowed him too because you know
I don't know if he's still
the
invited to the barbecue.
Nation
Hey,
of Islam.
Zaggy, did I tell you about Cassie or did I not tell you about Cassie? Did she settle? Listen, I don't like to reveal my sources, but that case is now settled. You're welcome.
Are you talking about Diddy Prodigal?
Oh yeah.
Were you ahead of the curve on that? I wasn't aware.
No, we were talking about the degeneracy of rap one night with Chuck, and we were in agreement. I was like, Diddy has done some fucked up shit to that girl.
The East Coast rap did some fucked up shit.
Shut up, Phil.
Fucking
Not the diplomats.
Diddy
Never
Diddy
Cameron or Hell
fucking.
Rel.
Well, I think, like it or not, I think what happened in the Middle East for Trump supporters is absolutely enormous. Enormous. No one can deny that Joe Biden has his hands full. And I think he is not articulate enough to defend his policy and positions. Jake Sullivan apparently lies awake in bed at night worrying how he's going to back up these foreign policy positions.
For 2 years, we said New York is going to have major cuts. What happened? What happened? People are like tagging me like, oh, look, New York's like, what did you think? All this stuff is going to get worse. There's no fucking money to fund this shit.
The clips of Blinken during the Xi summit were amazing.
Let's go to Richard.
Why'd you pick Rachel? What are you doing?
No, Rachel, no.
I put your tweet up in the jumbotron. I'm really surprised to see this. What has led to this sort of change, this sort of mood?
He says it in the post.
Yeah. No, I know, but it's been.
Welcome back, Richard. Let's go.
You're looking smarter, Richard. You're looking very sharp today.
No, this is exactly what Biden fears. I mean, level-headed supporters of his now saying things like, I can't, it's cringe now. It's become too much, and now you're Genocide Joe, if you will.
Yeah, well, look, obviously I'm Richard.
Get closer, Richard.
Fix your mic, Richard.
There we go. Do you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I had my headphones on reverse. Look, I'm a notorious guy in many ways, but I'm not entirely unrepresentative of many people. And I don't think actually that I'm alone in making this calculus. And remember, a lot of Gen X white males with a college education who voted for Trump in 2016 didn't vote for him in 2020. So I am kind of representative in that sense. But yeah, I just cannot take this man seriously at all. This total paralysis in the face of war crimes, ethnic cleansing, etc. This just total incoherence and delegitimization of his foreign policy, which, I mean, I know many people, probably most people on the space, didn't like the Ukraine stuff and whatever. We can have our disagreements. But it actually did bring about a kind of renaissance of Atlanticism that I hadn't seen since, I don't know, since the George Herbert Walker Bush administration. And that's just a fact. I mean, you guys can disagree with it. That's fine. But it's just simply a fact. And he's thrown all of that away. For what? For this myth of the Jewish state and, having Jerusalem and the Holy Land, et cetera. I mean, why? So I'm
nuanced
done.
prodigal trash. Can we have
Damn it, Phil.
Kick him.
Who?
Phil. No, sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, no, I think he's making a good point. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just he's totally illegitimate, and it's his entire generation that is gooped up on the Zionist stuff and the Holocaust, etc. It's just these people just need to be pushed aside. And we got to pull the plug on Grandpa. I mean, I'm just sick of them and their beliefs, and they're never going to change. I mean, I actually think there was some funny quote from Steve Jobs of like, we'll get to a new operating system, but millions must die first. And he was jokingly saying that people are so kind of keyed into their old ways that they just can't change. And I just think this whole generation of people, they need to die. They've failed. They have bad ideas. They trust and put their faith in the wrong people. And I'm just really at the end of my rope with the Bidens. Now, look, all of these criticisms that I've just leveled against poor Joe can be leveled against Trump. I mean, I need to say that. This is not like, hail Trump, hail our people, hail victory or anything. I mean, Trump gave Israel everything it wanted during his administration. It was a bonanza. Golan Heights, embassy in Jerusalem, Abraham Accords, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, et cetera. The list goes on. And so I might be engaging in wishful thinking to suggest that like Trump is going to be better. But what I think could be positive is if Joe goes under and there is a very strong perception that he lost due to his support of the Gaza attack. And I think that would be an extremely positive thing, because then Israel really becomes a political liability, as opposed to like an assumption or something that people have. And I just think that would just be such a positive move for it. It would just be like breaking the chains and freeing yourself for something better. And I think Joe, God bless him, he might have to be the scapegoat in this for the whole world to move on.
Well, what's the percentage chance you think that's the takeaway, though? That they're going to be like, oh, well, he supported, Israel and their strikes.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, it's a good question. I mean, I think a lot of people who do horse race politics are just going to basically be like, oh, it's his age, or gas prices went up again. Like, I get it. But I think it would be sort of impossible for them not to see it in this way.
I think it depends what the exit polling shows and how much turnout there is from historic, groups, the way they historically turned out. If they see like a big dip in, certain demographics that are, more anti-Israel or whatever, or they see way less turnout in like Michigan or something.
Right.
Maybe.
Well, they're going to see it with Arabs. I mean, I think that's like already baked in. But I think this is really demoralizing his base. And are you really going to play the Trump is a fascist or abortion? Are you just going to continually play this without offering like a real alternative agenda? It's just like, Trump bad, abortion, they want to take it away. It just becomes, it becomes tedious at some point. And so, that can work. That worked well in the midterms. It worked pretty well, let's say. They did a lot better than expected, even though they lost the House. And it obviously got Joe elected, fairly and squarely elected, I would add. But I don't know how if you can just keep pulling that trick. It's this like, once again, we got to prevent Trump from taking over the country. I just think it becomes demoralizing when people are just like, well, what are you going to do? And, again, you cannot demoralize your own base. It's just a death sentence. The people have moved on. There is, like, for better and for worse, there are a younger generation, and by that I just mean people like under the age of 60, who, for better and for worse, who either, in terms of the Zoomers, like, don't even know what the Holocaust was, let's be honest, or think that it happened in the Middle Ages or something. And then there are people who have been indoctrinated in some kind of left-wing ideology, and they are opposed to Israel. It's, I mean, let's be fair, for better and for worse. There are other people who have just moved on from this moral blackmail of Holocaust, therefore Israel good. Christianity is declining slowly but surely. So the kind of Christian Zionism, I mean, it might get more kind of intense as these things decline, but people are not, they don't have that attachment to the chosen people and, the Holy Land.
We're at peak Israel. We're at peak Israel.
We're post peak Israel, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And so we just got to move on from this. And I don't know, anytime you can kind of break the chains or like break the cycle or break the addiction, I think it's probably a good thing no matter how it happens, Like, let's say you get in a drunk driving accident and you wake up in the hospital and you're like, fucking A, I need to stop drinking. It's like, even though what happened was bad, it broke the cycle, And I, in a way, hope that this just really traumatic defeat for Joe Biden, because, he's super old. Trump is, like, at least on paper, the worst candidate imaginable. Like 91 indictment or 91 counts or whatever. I mean, he's going to be actually in jail, and his supporters are insane. I mean, it's like you lost to this. Like I think it will be a really massively humiliating defeat. And if maybe something, which is kind of bad and kind of bad for the country, I guess, but if it's able to break us out of this cycle, I think it will be good.
So, Richard, are you saying that all the acrimony that's built up, the whole, anti-Semitism thing, like how the left burned out the term racism? Now you say racism is meaningless now. Like they've kind of done this with anti-Semitism now, and you can bury all that with Joe Biden, basically. Use Biden to bury it.
Yeah, we'll bury it with Biden's corpse. Just throw it on in there in the grave.
Or figuratively, of course. Joe's going to live forever. What are you talking about?
Yes, figuratively speaking. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That is basically what I'm saying. Like calls of anti-Semitism. I mean, I think we reached peak Holocaust in the 90s.
I think it's a little early. I mean, I think right now it seems like it may be peak Israel, but I haven't seen real movements by any of the major Arab states. So if they finish the southern operation in a month, and in the next year and a half, you see Saudi Arabia enter into normalization, then I think that there'll be a clear coalition between the Arab
talking
states.
From a U.S. perspective.
Oh, yeah, but Israel will just shift alliances. Like if you're saying, is it going to be weakened? Is it going to be threatened? It really depends.
They always need that $3 billion.
Israel can't exist without Pax Americana.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think Kissinger is right. I mean, it's kind of, someone told me about this. It was kind of amazing. In 2014, he predicted one more decade.
Go ahead, Trash.
Also, it's kind of interesting with Kissinger. Kissinger actually opposed all of the Russian, quote, Jews, end quote, who immigrated from the Soviet Union to Israel in the 70s. He actually opposed this in order to kind of maintain good relations with the Soviet Union. And these non-Jews who are, I guess ethnically speaking, who are basically Likudist and kind of Bibi fanatics, they're a major component of his coalition. So it's kind of interesting. Kissinger is a curious fellow. He's difficult to criticize because he has very complex opinions.
He sold Nixon out. He clearly was leaking to the papers.
Possible, yeah.
100%. He fucking is backstabbing.
Richard,
wait a minute.
Let's go to Trash.
Go ahead, Trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, so obviously we're seeing the Kissinger doctrine being played out in real time. Like, that's what he wants. It's fine, whatever. I don't know. You guys have your discussions and your bombs in the Middle East. whatever. I don't know.
I
Kill
don't think
kids in
that's
their...
what he wants.
Oh, that's what he definitely wanted. I mean, that's 100% what he
Kissinger
wanted.
is just 100% anti-Israel. I mean, I think that's a bit
No.
going too far.
That's not what I said at all. Kissinger wanted
okay.
to. Yeah, Kissinger wanted to make his way to Iran, and so that was the entire plan within the Middle East, was take it to Iran, plant the flag in Iran, and take over the Middle East. That's what his plan was. But that's not what I'm here to say. Listen, I'm off topic. I have my hand raised. That's why I have my hand raised, because I'm going to take it off topic. I'm only here to celebrate the fact that Elon Musk is going after David Brock and Media Matters. I've been going after this guy for fucking years. I've been banned, suspended. I've been attacked. I've been doxxed, all by these David Brock faggots. And for once, I actually have now one of the most influential people in the world going after David Brock and Media Matters. And so I'm here to take a victory lap. That's why I raised my hand. I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want to derail. But I've been going after this guy for a very long time. He's made my life not very good. And now Elon Musk is going to take down Media Matters and David Brock, and I'm here for it. And the January 6 tapes that got released today, there's nothing new, nothing spectacular, other than the fact that specifically David Brock wanted these tapes being suppressed. He wanted them suppressed. We know why he did, because that's the same reason that he had Michael Teeter represent Ray Epps in the lawsuit against Fox News. So I'm here for it. And what we are seeing today is an apocalypse, and finally the final nail in the coffin of any DNC influence machine, including David Brock, that has been a bane on our existence. And good riddance and goodbye. That's what I wanted to say. I'm taking a victory lap that no one else is taking.
You just sound like a partisan, Trash, I have to say.
I don't care. I actually don't care. Like, okay. You can call me a bigot, you can call me a racist, you can call me a transphobe, you can call me a partisan.
I didn't call you any of those things. I called you a GOP partisan.
I know. You called me a partisan. That's fine. Like a tribalist. You can do all those things. Yeah, you can do all those things. Yeah, except I have receipts for all of it, Richard. Like, I really don't give a shit. Just because the fact that I don't like your platform, and then you want to like make a jab at me during this conversation is really irrelevant.
No. You're just talking about like evil Democrats or something, and it's just like,
well, Media Matters is pretty fucking like they're trying to destroy this platform.
Yes,
take away
they are.
Advertisers. Now Elon's hopefully filing that lawsuit on Monday.
Are they in the same umbrella as Media Matters, right?
No, Media I think is different, but no, Media Matters is like came out of money from Move On, and it's funded by Democracy Alliance and Soros and all those people. Yes. But Richard, I looked into your the claim about the 10 years Henry Kissinger. His staffer says like he never said that. Like it's.
I think his staffers might have. Yeah, I think his staffers might have been engaged in some revisionism.
I mean, I've seen no evidence that he's said it, but it's possible. It's possible.
Anyway, thanks.
So I mean, I think there's something with what Trash said and with something that Richard said that you can tie the two. That as a whole, a large percentage of this, or I would say a majority of this country, is getting pretty sick of being called racist or anti-Semitic for speaking up about just something you don't agree with. You know, it's not like an anti-Jew thing. It's we don't like, or majority of us don't like Israel's policies, or specifically Netanyahu's radicalized policies and what they're doing. That's not anti-Semitic. So what Trash talked about and what Media Matters does is the moment you criticize, they start labeling you with these racist, anti-Semitic, and all this stuff to shut you down. And we're getting sick of it. It's old, and that's where we can talk about peak Israel, I guess. But we're just tired of it. Whether it's being called racist towards African Americans or transphobe, whatever the hell it is, or anti-Semitic, it's over. It's like it's a tired, defense or offense in some cases. It's just getting old. And I think the country sees it for what it is, that it's just bullshit. And they're not, it's not registering with most people anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically that's it. Name totally spot on. The thing is, you do not have to prove yourself to anyone, because that's a problem. If you weaponize something like what happened during the Nazi era, if you weaponize it and use it conveniently when it's suitable for you, I mean, then you're becoming performative. It's just performative. I don't give a shit. You can call me all kinds of names because I know what I am. I know what I stand for, and I know what I'm calling out. So if you, I would say 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago, it would have hurt me. Oh no, you cannot call me that. I will prove you. I will prove you wrong. I don't give a shit anymore. I don't have to prove myself to anyone. And the last 2 years on Twitter really have been eye-opening. Eye-opening to the maximum. It's crazy, especially with the Russia-Ukraine war. That was really, really, let's say, wow. That was eye-opening for me. And the lesson here is everything can be weaponized. Everything is just performative. There is no, let's say, authenticity or integrity when it comes to political positions anymore, at least on the upper echelons. I'm not talking about grassroots here. Okay, you will find honest people on either side, every side, on the grassroots levels. But when I'm speaking about the top echelon, it's all being weaponized.
I'm going to miss you when that Syrian refugee stabs.
And by the way, Kaiser,
Prodigal, don't you worry.
Too,
don't you worry. Don't you worry,
This isn't even like a political thing. Like, people are just getting sick and tired of it, regardless of what they're registered at. Like, even, Democrats are seeing it on their side in a large number, and they're just like, what the fuck? I mean, it's getting old. Like, both sides are getting it. It's not even a political thing.
Absolutely. I give you a good example. I talked about earlier. I will criticize if, let's say, my country, has stupid laws that a Syrian refugee can bring in his family with 10 children, and they don't speak German, and they're being paid for. That's the thing, by my money, because solidarity principle. Wait a second, Prodigal here. Solidarity principle. I don't give a shit if you would call me racist or whatever, because I'm not. It's bullshit. You're destroying the foundations of our society.
Habibi, yalla, get the Kaiser, get him.
Prodigal. No, and honestly, I like it. I like solidarity. Look, I have different political viewpoints and you guys on certain things. Doesn't matter. I like solidarity. But if it's being abused, it's unfair. And this is the thing. And I don't give a shit if some stupid woman or stupid man, doesn't matter, who knows shit about life, okay? Because she's living in the nice suburbs where she or he will never be confronted with the consequences of those decisions. I don't care anymore. So it is what it is. Yes, thank you very much. The last 2 years really were eye-opening. I think many people are realizing that. In the past, it would have hurt. If I would have been called a Nazi, that would have hurt me. But now I don't care because I know what I am. So
now you're getting the armpit tattoo and everything.
Okay, nuance.
Is he getting the swastika?
Hey, Kaiser, can
No,
I
they
ask
didn't
you
do
a
that.
question?
I mean, Kaiser, you are the most Prussian thinker. It's kind of hilarious, actually.
But hey, Kaiser,
I
say that.
Yeah, I take this as a compliment. But Richard, honestly, believe me, I'm just a sad illusion of what my parents were and my grandparents were, and that's making me so sad. Like,
I mean, this is even more Prussian. What you're
this
going
is
to now, yeah.
Ancestor
worship, yeah.
What's making me sad, Richard, is after the war, be it in the East or the West, people came together. They rebuilt, stone by stone, brick by brick. And now to have these people coming from a position of privilege, of never having to do anything and destroying that foundation. Not with me.
But what would they have to rebuild? I thought East Germany was a paradise. Only the wall came down.
Prodigal, stop it, please.
More Lebensstrom. More Lebensstrom.
Which I take it as a compliment. And I will say how my uncle taught my cousins the swimming, and he was taking my cousin and throwing him into
He'd
the
just
lake.
throw them into the lake.
Yes, and said and
only
say
the
no, you
strong
swim.
yes.
And I'm not making it up. It was really like
I
this.
don't think you're making it up. Yes,
and this is I missed that.
Is that East Germany? Is that East Germany?
A few of them drowned. Yeah, that's right.
Is that East?
Like
That's where they just
mid-February.
put women's swimsuits on the men and they swam the Olympics, didn't they?
That's where Obama got the idea with the chef.
Now, Kaiser, tell us how responsible the polls are for the decline.
No. Look, Edwards. I have nothing but love for the average poll, but the piss party, what they've been doing, and look,
Every
been.
poll
I'm on
I
Richard's
meet,
side on this one.
like literally no exceptions. You meet a poll and they're just fucking idiots. Like the Visigoth 24 thing is just such an expression of it. Remember that Pollock that we had on? That she has some like funny avatar with a Trump hat or something, and she's like, "Why you no small-minded peasant like me? I don't understand." Like she was so obnoxious, aggressively stupid. Like again, let's see an exception here. I don't know. The polls just in general, they just don't get it. They'll just constantly
Kaiser,
get it
what do you
wrong.
think about this? What do you think about this, Kaiser?
I mean, Richard is.
What are you allowed to say about this, Kaiser?
Nuance. Look, Richard is talking about a certain segment of polls. Absolutely spot on. Always the victim. Oh, who is me? History. Actually, no. The problem is the polls is delusions of grandeur. Actually, they are the chosen people, but the pesky Germans and the pesky Russians always didn't let us.
Yeah, but they took your land.
There's
didn't
the
they?
Kaiser.
They took your land, didn't they?
It'd be nice to have Danzig back, though, wouldn't it?
The thing is just, look, this is so whiny and pathetic, but there are also other polls. Let's give credit where credit is due, and one of my good friends, Zwodan, is one of those who said those are pathetic people, and we have to be honest here. It's but the piss party, and the name is so apt. They were feeding on the sentiment. They were feeding on the sentiment. Whenever there was some shit were going on in Poland, you know what they did? Launch a story. We want reparations. 3 trillion.
Jesus
5
Christ.
trillion.
Can we get Kaiser, calm down.
Phil, man, I'm calm.
Phil, please.
I got some questions. I've got some major questions. So we're Tryman's in the audience, Lou's in the audience.
My God, come on. Let's wait.
Zach, have some fun. Relax.
No,
Relax.
not everything has to be a big discussion here. I mean, we've got some serious people on the stage. We don't want to bore them or waste their time with this sort of
There's nobody serious on stage right now.
Phil,
Richard, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Will Trump? The problem I had with Trump was what you laid out with his everything he laid out, what he did for Israel was pretty much more pro-Zionist Israel than any other president I've known. Will he have the courage to maybe take a somewhat of a shift and speak out? He doesn't have to do much other than call out.
He has already a little bit.
Yeah, but if he goes a little more than that, do you think we'll see that?
I think to say that we're going to see it is just simply to engage in wishful thinking. But at the same time, there are some reasons. Like, he doesn't like to be bullied, and he just instinctively pushes back when someone's trying to force him into something. I don't think he ever wanted to leave the White House. I mean, I think this is very true. It's like, an election? No, I'm not leaving you. So if for that reason alone, he might actually push back against this. As Nuance alluded to, some of his statements on Netanyahu personally and the whole thing have been a bit curious. Like he said, I think he said something like, no one hates the Israelis like the Palestinians, but really no one hates the Palestinians like the Israelis. So he kind of threw up his hands in a way.
Well, he takes Netanyahu as a betrayal because we talked about it last night. Netanyahu was the first to congratulate Biden. That pissed him off, and he doesn't.
Oh, not
forget
just that. I thought you were going to reference the Soleimani strike, where he talks about how the plan was Israel was supposed to be a joint strike, and then last minute, like the day before, Israel's like, actually, we're not going to do it, but best of luck. And he was
I didn't
really
know
pissed
that.
about that. Oh yeah, it's in recorded.
Yeah,
evidence.
And
so
then
I
he
mean,
took credit for it too.
He does hold grudges,
Yeah. And he does have very strong instincts because he's not dogmatic. I mean, there's no there. I do think that he is a malignant narcissist sociopath. And the good thing about that, the silver lining, is that he's not dogmatic because there's no like there. And so he does have remarkable instincts. He can kind of find some, and he finds undervalued real estate. I mean, this like the whole. I mean, to go back to one of his most notorious positions, like the whole birth certificate controversy. It was this thing that was wild underground. Like it was on all these websites. People were talking about it, and Trump is like, "I'm just going to drag this into the mainstream, and I'm going to get this constituency of people." By promoting it. And he did. And so he has remarkable instincts. Whereas the other politicians before Trump did it, they were like, oh, well, we can't talk about this.
I think it would be
unseemly,
a
and
very
Trump just does not give a fuck.
It would be a very good strategic move for him to
I
come
think
out.
if you're wishfully thinking, I think there's some reasons that you can think that he would chart a new course. But, look, at the end of the day, he's as old as Biden. It's, same problems are there.
How involved do people expect Jared to be in a second potential Trump term?
That is a good question.
I don't think.
Well, everybody's been saying not involved. But did you see Trump's statement on the negotiation? Like he was like, "Oh, I was always told that Israel wanted peace and the Palestinians didn't." He's like, "I found it to be the opposite when I went over there." And he talked about Mahmoud Abbas as like a father figure and all that. And he said Netanyahu doesn't want peace. Like these are pretty, crazy.
I don't think he's going to be involved, man. He's cashing out big time, and just with market volatility over the next 5-6 years, especially in like the real estate that he's in, like it's a time where he can make a lot of money not being in government. Like there's just going to be deals. They've already basically said it. I don't think he would. I think nobody wants him back. But I think if he's smart and about money, I think he has a lot more money to be made outside of government than in it, right?
Well, maybe some people might want him in there. But in any case, I did have a question.
It's just, it's an open question. He's still married to his daughter. He obviously cashed out big time. But, let's do it again.
He's making the podcast rounds, if you've been seeing that.
Yeah, Richard.
Interesting.
Richard, a quick question
Lex Friedman.
for you. When you look at Biden's
I kind of feel bad that I was a little bit rude to Trash. I didn't know about this lawsuit, but Musk is planning on suing Media Matters first thing Monday morning.
Yeah, that's the plan.
So what is the claim against Media Matters?
So if you read his post, they actually write it in there a little bit. Basically, he's saying that they engaged in dishonest tactics in order to get the story that they wanted. Like they refreshed the page a gazillion times until it got the result that they were looking for. And this is designed to cost the company, advertisers, and it was all basically kind of coordinated. So this is what they're going with. They're just trying to scare the shit out of Media Matters and hopefully get advertisers back.
Well, they've got the metrics. Richard, can you hear me? I'm not sure if you're able to hear me.
Yeah, I don't know even what to make of Trump. Of Musk.
Richard, can you hear this guy Tawab up here?
I don't think he can. But Richard, that's why I was tying the two after Trash spoke. But now you know what's going on. Like the whole ad campaign today of being canceled, that was all basically a Media Matters ADL type assault.
Interesting. But the ADL is now on Musk's side. I mean, that's why this whole thing is just so blurry.
Not really.
Listen,
it's you let them win the battle so you can win the war, sort of deal.
Look, at the end of the day, they're
begrudging
losing.
smile
They're
and I'm
losing.
gonna fucking end you.
They're losing the propaganda war like heavily. They're getting destroyed, and that's because they can't censor the platform the way they want. So they just used Musk's tweets as an excuse to just like cancel all their ads, put more financial pressure. Bottom line.
Yeah.
It only works if he folds, if he does a Corbyn, and doesn't come and fight. If he stands up and fights, he can win and hold back the tide. But if you cave to this mob, they will absolutely run over you and reverse over you and then run over you again, basically. So I hope he's learned that lesson.
Well, that's how we kind of got the ADL to back off initially with that initial lawsuit threat. So then they kind of came on side a little bit, and you saw that a bit today. They're probably doing some nefarious shit in the background, but yeah, this war is crazy, and the stuff that's going on at OpenAI is crazy too. There's a lot of weird upheaval shit going on in Silicon Valley.
We had to take
Musk also seems to be using a strategy of exposure. He wants to put everything out in the public because I think he realizes that the more he exposes these elements.
I heard Tawab there for a moment. Hold on.
Richard, can you hear me now? Good.
I can hear. So, speak again, Tawab.
Well, what I was saying is that it appears that Musk's.
Can you hear him?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, for whatever reason.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is that what I've noticed that is Musk has a strategy of exposing those who are coming after him. He doesn't want it to be like behind the scenes dealing. If you recall, when when ADL had all those issues with him, he created a Twitter space and he invited all these people, Dershowitz and all these other people, and he put it all out there for the public to see. And that is, from my perspective, that was genius because that kind of exposes so many things. But that said, I did have a question for Richard and Patrick and the group. When I look at Biden, I mean, he's so old that many Democrats would have to think really hard that do they really want a Kamala Harris president, right? Because that is a very likelihood if, let's say, you vote for Biden. And I'm leaning that there's a vast majority of Democrats that would not want a Kamala Harris president. And if that's the case, then do the Democrats or the Democratic Party really wants Biden to run? I'm still leaning that at some point he's just going to come out and say, I'm not running. I've decided to stay, spend the rest of my life with my family. Curious what your take is.
Yeah, I mean, he made gestures like that even in 2019 and stuff like I'm a transitionary president, etc. I mean, he is quite old. I mean, all of these things are assumed, but he's a strong-willed person. I mean, he keeps chugging along. I mean, even in those Democratic primaries, he was getting nailed, in the early primaries, and Bernie was doing well, and Bloomberg was waiting in the wings, and so on. And then he just kind of got it together behind the scenes in South Carolina, and then just took the thing. So I mean, I wouldn't underestimate his willpower.
No, let me articulate best.
Yeah.
I'm not referring to him per se not being able to do it. He could probably take a few injections and go through the whole, election cycle. That's a different story. I'm saying let's look at the Democratic voter. There are many of them, like the vast majority, that just would not want a Kamala Harris presidency. And they're looking at Biden and they're saying, this guy is pretty old. What happens if, God forbid, he's not there? That means Kamala Harris. That, in their calculus, that kind of would put off a lot of Democratic voters. And I would think that the Democratic Party have already done some surveys, estimates to realize that that could put off a lot of voters out there.
I agree. I mean, Kamala Harris is an interesting vice president because there's the double-edged sword of she checks some boxes, on the diversity checklist, but then she's unattractive. And I'm actually not saying that physically. I mean, just as a personality, she's a bit like nails on a chalkboard. Really, I mean, she's just really unbearable.
Yeah, I mean, she's not
Sort
like an
of.
Elizabeth Warren that has like a strong cult behind her.
Right.
She doesn't have the numbers. You call, whether you like Warren or not, she has a steady group of followers that will follow her to the edge of hell.
Yeah.
God, I mean, I don't want to be
Well,
very
there was
literal.
the K Hive, but I thought that was mostly just smoke and mirrors or something. Yeah, she doesn't have a following, but then you don't want to be overshadowed by your vice president. I mean, Trump chose Mike Pence. So it's a
Well, he
weird
wanted
thing.
the
Maybe
evangelical vote, right? That was like his way of
right.
getting the evangelical vote.
Yeah, in the Midwest. But there's just a weird thing, and maybe it's just purely ego, but you don't want to be overshadowed by your running mate. And it was kind of weird even with Clinton and Gore, where you had two at the time youngish people who were very similar in a way, Southern progressive Democrats. I mean, that was, and Gore was tall and handsome and had a background and so on. So that was almost a strange choice, but yeah, I think that you mostly want someone to play second fiddle.
Reagan was considering Gerald Ford as the running mate, but they're like, Nancy Reagan was the one who was like, no, you can't have a former president as your VP. That's crazy. He's going to upstage you.
Yeah.
I mean, Richard, I have to have a second here. Let's call a spade a spade. Kamala Harris is...
Whoa, Kaiser. Language.
Yeah, she is very, very not intelligent. And she would be, let's say, what you would call a loyal party soldier, I guess, who gets promoted into positions of power, not because of competence, but because, she served her time. And as you said, she's checking some boxes. But she is absolutely not competent enough to lead a nation. Yes, you can say some people have a problem with public speeches whatsoever, but honestly, she and Baerbock, those two people, they are competing for being the most stupid Western female politician, and that is actually scary. The problem is here with this, what I'm seeing from the European perspective, if we have been told, we have been telling women for the last 20, 30 years, you are actually better than men. You are more competent, you're morally better than men. And people like Kamala Harris and Annalena Baerbock, they believe the hype. They are basically smelling their own farts. And that's the problem. That's a huge issue here from a continuity point of view. No matter who is governing, you want competent governance. I mean, and Kamala Harris is not
She
that.
just can't be the mother of the nation or because the president, like in many European countries, the president is not, well, he's the head of state, I guess, but he's not leading parliament. He's not legislating. Like who is the German president now, actually?
Yeah, it's it's early in the morning. It's, oh my goodness, I forgot it. How can I forget it? Steinmeier, yes.
Germany all day.
Steinmeier.
Right.
But
Steinmeier.
But it's an almost ceremonial role. But obviously the chancellor in Germany, or the prime minister in Great Britain, etc. But the president kind of has to be both, and of the United States, that is. So I just no, she's not a mother of the nation. I think if they dump Biden, they're going to have to dump both of them, and it's going to be just this rapid U-turn, basically. Look, I like Gavin Newsom's just like arrogant, evil, Machiavellian qualities. I mean, those are really appealing to me, actually. But I'm not the American public in that regard. I think he might just scare people.
I mean, Richard, what you said is so spot on. It's like there are people who are made out to be to become the head coach, and there are people who are very good assistant coaches, but that's that. They never can become head coach. And in the best case scenario, Kamala Harris is that kind of person.
Sort of like how you're always the co-host.
The forever, yeah, exactly. Basically, yes, I'm the good co-host, but can never be a host. I have not the patience for that.
She's not even an assistant coach, Kaiser.
Exactly.
She's an NBA WAG.
Exactly. That was a best case scenario. But the funny thing is, as you said, Richard, if Biden goes, she has also to go. Imagine the outcry. Oh my God, how dare you? How dare you get rid of a woman? And especially a woman of color.
Kaiser.
Don't you think so?
Kaiser,
no.
Have you guys seen House of Cards where Francis Underwood finally becomes president? And he was a VP, he becomes president, and he's cheering the fact that he didn't have to get one vote to become president. He just manipulated his way in. So when I'm looking at Kamala Harris and the future of, Biden, if something happens to Biden, God forbid, I could see the exact same thing play out where she could just say, I didn't even need one vote to get in here.
Yeah, but House of Cards is not a good comparison for Kamala Harris. You want to go with Veep. Veep is a lot more accurate.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Veep, but I've never seen it. But
it's actually very
Great.
funny. Yeah.
Richard, were you the one who was saying the other day that Kamala?
Actually.
Were you the one who was saying the other day that Kamala kind of becomes much more intriguing when you imagine her loopy, harebrained statements in the vein of a 19th century German philosopher?
Oh yeah, or even 20th century. Like if you imagine that you're reading Heidegger when you listen to her public statements, it starts to become kind of deep, like her dilation on the nature of time. I just try it. It's like read a little Heidegger and then go watch a YouTube video, and then you're kind of like, whoa.
It's like the bell curve. Like you got the retard at the bottom and like the genius at the top.
I think Kamala is a perfect metaphor for the nation, just like Joe Biden is a metaphor for the dying empire and the hyperpower. I think Kamala is perfect. She's absolutely a central casting.
Phoenix
Couldn't have
gonna
done
rise
better.
from that ashes, Patrick. The new empire will be born.
Yeah, but Patrick is spot on. I mean, a certain degree. I mean, you never know what happens. But yeah, the same. You get what you always get what you're searching for. And you deserve Kamala Harris, and we deserve Annalena Baerbock.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Yeah, it is
Why
what
do
it
we
is.
deserve her?
Because
I mean,
Kamala's a diversity hire. Biden even admitted it when he said he was shortlisting, and she was I'm hiring a black female as VP. So it's a diversity hire. Quota nation, and this is the result. Your president becomes a diversity hire with like no skills or identifiable features of a leadership or anything.
Well,
it's perfect.
If they dumped Biden, who would they choose? Because again, as I said, Gavin seems to be waiting the wings, but he's a little scary for your average.
Has he been to the Wailing Wall?
What about this Dean Phillips character that Steve Schmidt's
but outside of Michelle Obama, he's the best they got.
Yeah.
Gavin hasn't been to the Wailing Wall. Has he been to the Wailing Wall yet?
I've never seen that photo.
Let me go find it. I'm sure.
Big time.
I mean, that would be a real question. I mean, I don't know if Kamala's been to the Wailing Wall, but she, married a Jewish man, so that probably counts.
Are women allowed at the Wailing Wall?
Oh, they're in their own section. I actually read that in this book on Jerusalem that I recently read.
Richard and Patrick, what would be funny when the new diversity hire will be Nikki Haley. That would be so awesome, like from an entertainment point of view. Nikki Haley, and she ticks the boxes as well. I mean, yeah, why not?
That's not a diversity hire. That's like the Omen Part 3. That's not a diversity hire.
She's the H-1B CEO that they put in there to run the company.
Yeah. And she speaks in this kind of homey Southern way. It's kind of funny. Like when she was talking about
Bobby Jindal.
Bobby Jindal. Yeah, when she was talking about Twitter censorship, she would be like, you posted that? What would your pastor think about? Like it was just kind of funny the way she articulated it.
Did you guys look into the shit that she was saying? First, she said, "Oh, everybody needs to have their official name, and they need to give their driver's license. It needs to be verified." And then she realized that everybody's like, there's backlash. So she went back on MSNBC. She's like, no, I was referring to the Russians and the foreigners. How the fuck are you going to get Russians and foreigners to give real IDs?
Right.
I mean, either you're just a shithead who has no clue, or you're trying to manipulate the public and you're trying to backtrack, which obviously we know which one it is. But oh my gosh, she scares the shit out of me.
I mean, look,
every other word from her mouth is like war. We need more war.
Yeah. No, look,
I mean, that
She has too many scandals to be viable. Like, one thing she's never answered for is what she did when she won the San Francisco DA with the archdiocese there. I mean, she protected a bunch of pedophile priests.
We're not talking about Kamala Prodigal.
Oh, who the fuck are you talking about?
That's Nikki Haley.
Nimrata.
Oh, you moved on to Nikki already?
One thing I would say, in theory, or you could say in general, I like the idea of verification. And I do actually, I am actually much more sympathetic towards that notion of, standing up for what you believe. And then also the ability of, bot armies, the platform itself engaging in AI, foreign actors. I mean, it actually is a real concern. So I'm kind of sympathetic towards it, but for all of the reasons you guys pointed out, I mean, the IRA troll farm, they're not going to actually verify themselves or something. But the other thing is that what spurred her to say that was, I've never heard her say this before, and I doubt she has brought it up. What spurred her to say it is that this is like one tactic they're going to use to promote Israel. Because it's that, that commercial you've probably seen where like the boomer dad drives his like deranged Zoomer Nazi son to a like synagogue, and he's like, "You think Hitler was right? Say it to their face," which that kid probably would. He would just go up and scream it at them or something. But anyway, I think that's kind of like a weird line that and there's some truth to it. People are ruder online than they are in person in general. I mean, with Laura Loomer accepted. So there's something to that notion, but I think it really is an attempt to like shame people into criticizing. Like, would you say, like, Richard, would you write that tweet about Israel and say it aloud to your rabbi or whatever? And it's like, probably not, but that's kind of the point. I mean,
Newsom did not go to the Wailing Wall.
Right? Would you say that at the Wailing? Like, would you read that tweet to a Holocaust survivor or something? It's like, no, but
the irony is, if you driving license ID like Nimrata Haley wants, then the whole that like nullifies the whole Hezbollah troll army. They're not going to be able to like work on social media. So that's kind of ironic, isn't it?
Right. We would have all these people.
Would you read that tweet to an IDF soldier pointing a rifle to your head?
It's like, no, I would not.
Yeah, but guys, I mean, but honestly, I mean, as I said earlier, I was watching on the rerun the primary election debate, and when Nikki Haley lost her cool and called Vivek a scum, I mean, that's that. It's over. It should be over. If you lose your cool in such a meaningless
her
debate,
approval went up in the polls.
Yeah, but nuance. Maybe, but this person is not serious to run a country like the United States. Come on. You need
Yeah,
serious people.
Kaiser's right. If you lose your cool, it's basically over.
Why? Merkel never lost her cool. She got fucking starburst thrown at her head. She still kept her cool. Look what she did to your country.
Trump talked about his penis on stage, and he won the election. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
He threw fucking starburst.
I don't know,
at your
but
leader.
is this actually good? I mean, United States should be a country of the shining light or whatever.
Yeah, should is different
she
than like
speaks
what
that
actually
commie
happened.
bullshit. NATO. She gets starburst in her face.
Prodigal, don't you talk bad, okay, about
Why that
okay?
Frankenstein fucking Tony Soprano looking fucking monster, that emotionless vacant fucking Gollum fucking animal.
What are you talking about, Prodigal?
Chris Christie?
Angela Merkel.
No, okay, let's move on. Let's not go there. No, but yeah, I get it. Maybe, yeah, she's
Angela.
I don't know if I mean this calling us someone else because a scum. I don't know. Like, I mean, we can do that on the spaces because
it's some caste system animosity. I think.
Maybe that's true. Nikki Haley is upper caste and Vivek is a
Yes.
lower caste.
No,
They're probably
they're
all
both
both upper
They're
caste.
both Brahmins, I believe.
Yeah, they're both Brahmins.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
Kaiser,
she's
what do you
lighter,
think of
lighter.
that picture of Angela with Trump where he's like crossing his arms and she's got her like hands on the table? What are your thoughts on that?
You mean that the famous picture where she's sitting and Trump is?
Yeah, and he's like a 5-year-old. He's like, nah, 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 nah.
Yeah,
What do you think
I
about
mean, yeah, and you know what I'm thinking about that. I mean, guys,
that?
I know
No,
you.
I don't. I literally don't know what you think.
I mean, I know that you guys love Trump, but he was. I mean, honestly, I believe in decorum.
That bitch had it coming.
No, Portugal. Decorum as a state leader, especially of a powerful state as the United States, decorum is important, and you must know how you behave in public. And yeah, I don't know, guys, but then maybe that's just me.
I love when he would
said
shake people's
that
hands
quite
and just
well.
pull them violently towards. I always loved
I think
watching that.
he called him out, right to what Stoltenberg, whatever his name is, on the on NATO. Told him like pay your fucking dues and don't rely on Germany Germany shouldn't be relying on Russia for all their gas.
Yeah, but
They laugh. They laugh. They're not laughing now.
Yeah, they're not laughing now. But the thing is, we are paying our fair due.
Crying now.
I mean, okay.
Starburst out of her fucking
let's
face.
make it a prodigal. Let's make a little bit as a joke here. You guys bomb, and we take in the refugees, and we're paying for them. So basically, we're paying our fair
Yeah, but you
share.
love the refugees. I hear in all these pro-jihadi
prodigal.
Kaiser, don't you kind of love the Ukrainian refugees? I mean, am I right, my man?
Honestly, Richard, look, Richard. We are in the old.
This is part of his pro-Ukrainian propaganda.
Kaiser, did they ever extend that temporary benefits program that was supposed to expire?
No,
what was the deal with that?
look, 70% of Ukrainians are on social benefits. I mean, we are paying those people so much money that they don't want to go to work anymore. Because why should you go?
Get something out of it, Kaiser.
I'm getting nothing out of it.
We kind of need to look on the bright side.
Well, they're white, Kaiser. They're not getting the.
I don't care about this because look, we in the old continent we see things a little bit different than you guys on the new continent. All I'm saying is the bright side out of all of the shit show is the spaces on Twitter. I would never have joined Twitter without the Ukraine war. Like this was the initial point because I wanted to get real news.
Came here to vent too. On the spaces, because Germany was under this sort of collective psychosis of, Russia bad, but we don't really want to leave that cheap energy. You guys were in a conundrum.
I mean, honestly, look, no matter, let's say, forget about these conflicts.
China is stronger than you now. It's like clearly China is, right behind the U.S. Germany.
Yeah, I know Portugal. I mean, water is wet. Water is wet. Yes, I know. Water is wet. Yeah. It is what it is.
The wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water.
Absolutely. But here's the thing, Prodi, and you should know that, Prodi. The thing is, all of this can be temporary. I mean, what are 50 years, 100 years? We have seen way worse times, French occupation and the war, everything. Who knows what will happen in 50 years? And
yeah,
maybe
I think the problem with your premise is you assume 50 years things might be getting better when they arguably going to be more volatile.
Oh, they can change easily, Portugal. Look, Portugal, imagine you're living in the year 1645. Almost 30 years of apocalyptic war, your whole countryside is destroyed, and you still come back, and you rebuild, and you always come back. That's the thing, as Rocky Balboa was always saying, it doesn't matter how hard you can punch. It just matters that if you get punched hard, you can stand up again. Rocky Balboa, guys and girls.
And
ladies and gentlemen. And punch back, obviously, yeah.
Kaiser, got a
I
quick
love that
question for
Trump
you.
quote from the
Within,
standpoint of water.
do you think
It's
the
so
EU
good.
is beneficial to Germany? If Germany was independent of the EU, do you think they'd be better off? Or do you think
Tamab, this is a super complicated question. The European Union as it's today is not the European Union which was envisioned in the 80s by Mitterrand and Kohl. Yes, and this European Union is destroying Germany because we are being blackmailed left, right, and center. But here's the thing. Let's say Europe, some kind of confederation or working together must be, because as a nation state, we are way too unimportant. But here's the thing, be careful who you choose as your partner. The Dutch, yes. Austria, obviously. Get Switzerland in as well. The French, let's see if they can get their egos in check. With the French, is always a problem, the ego. They always want to be the driver's seat.
a
That's
lot
the
of
problem.
people are asking, when will the third time happen, Kaiser?
Third time?
I have a American German professor. He would always joke around that we're just waiting for that third time because World War I, World War II, Germany
okay.
conquered France, and they were like, we're just waiting for World War III.
The French,
or not World War III, or that
third
third
time's a
time.
charm for Germany.
Yeah,
Third time's a charm.
Look, I would wish that the French would embrace and say, hey, mon frère. But the problem is the French, they always want to be, they cannot, I love the French, but the French, and Patrick, you will know this, they must be always a little bit on top at least. There cannot be 50-50 joint venture situation. They must be on top. And you've seen it with Brexit. That was very interesting. Like how Macron was fighting tooth and nails to get the best deal for Paris, like the business which was moving over to the continent. I mean, you had Amsterdam, Frankfurt, and Paris were like the three main destinations. And the French are always, they are very selfish in a certain way. And
that's the classic French negotiation.
Ironically, they seem to lack the joie de vivre.
Kaiser, the classic French negotiation tactic, as you'll know, is to take a very long time to do the deal, talk about big plans, and then at the very, very end, pull out, scarper the deal. That's the French style, right?
Yeah, this is and honestly, guys, I will tell you this, and Richard will not like that, but I only see one major power on the West Eurasian continent, which we can coexist peacefully in the long term, without jealousy and all that shit. That's Russia, because they have their sphere of influence, we have ours, and we don't get into each other's. The problem is, and you have seen it with the European Union, the United Kingdom and the French will never accept that if truth be told, the center of Europe is and always will be Germany.
Not allowed.
And they cannot accept it.
The EU, Kaiser. That's
exactly.
why we created the EU.
I agree.
To prevent Germany from rising up to the power that it could be.
And if you talk with English people, let's say private or French, they know it. They know that they are like the lost children, the lost sons and daughters. But the center is Germany together with Italy. The cultural center is Italy. The economic and political center is Germany.
It's like being the tallest.
Portugal, we will come back, Portugal, and then we'll take over Albania. You will see. We will make Albania great again.
Kaiser, I think there's a countervailing pro-European vision in which the EU is actually pro-German and part of Germany taking its natural leadership role. Now, in terms of I think it was a Margaret Thatcher quote where she said something to the effect, every prime minister of the last 250 years has been attempting to prevent a unification of the continent. And so that included anti-Napoleonic action, which, it's a British tradition. It included anti-German action, etc. So I mean, just to lay my own cards on the table, just in case it wasn't obvious enough, I agree that Germany is a natural leader of Europe. And yes, I'm an absolute Napoleonist at heart. I mean, I think that united Europe, centralized European continental system, that's absolutely what should be happening in the future.
You gonna watch the movie?
What are your expectations for the film, Richard?
Ridley Scott is really visually interesting, but then if the script is bad, he's bad. So like the script for Blade Runner is amazing. Alien is a kind of cool idea. But then when given a bad script, like these Prometheus movies or whatever the hell, it's just nothing.
That was a pretty good movie, Richard. Prometheus was a good movie. I thought so.
But Richard, Richard, I'm getting frightened here, but I totally 100% agree with you. Like visually and from the atmosphere, Ridley Scott was always awesome. Remember the movie Michael Douglas, Andy Garcia in Japan with I forgot the name where they are playing with the Yakuza movie. A great movie, by the way. But the thing is, as you said,
Black Rain with like Mike
Black Rain, yes, Prodigal, Black Rain.
Wow, I
awesome
think I've
movie.
actually seen that movie. I saw that like in theaters in the 80s.
Hey, his partner gets his head fucking chopped off.
Black Rain, Prodigal, you're awesome. I give credit. Mamma Mia, I would have not thought you know that movie, but you know it. Prodigal, you're cool. Yeah, great movie. But the thing is, as you said, if the script is not that good, Ridley Scott is not a good. He's more a visual kind of storyteller. Yeah,
exactly.
I think a better example would be like Kingdom of Heaven. Like the visuals were good, the script was just poorly done.
The visuals were insane.
I'm not going to go on my director's cut rant, but.
Or like Hannibal, his Silence of the Lambs sequel. The visuals were totally different than the Silence of the Lambs. Who was that? Demi? Did he direct that? I'm forgetting. But if you take it in its own, like on its own terms, those shots in Florence and all, it's just incredible. I mean, he really has the touch or the eye.
Who's casted? Who's playing the Napoleon in this? Is it George?
Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix.
Okay, that's interesting. That could work.
Let's see. Let's wait and see.
Well,
I
just think
doubts.
There's a bubbling desire. Everyone's saying it's going to be woke or whatever. I don't think so. I think there's a bubbling desire for Napoleon that's under the surface. I think everyone wants this.
No, I don't. I read some of the reviews that they sort of make it seem like Josephine cucking him was the reason why he felt he needed to conquer the world to like prove himself to her. So, I mean, I haven't seen it.
Kind of an emasculating take.
I'm not saying it's going to detract from the scenes because the battle scenes look great, but they made that seem like that was the underlying tone, like his unrequited love from his, Josephine.
Well, whatever gets you out of bed in the morning. I mean, whatever the motivation might be. People have had petty motivations and done great things.
What's interesting is that the Russians look upon Napoleon no different than Hitler. I mean, for them, Napoleon committed just as much harm or killing in Russia, as well as, I guess, North Africa to some degree, because
get him, Zach. Get him, Zach.
The Russians and French became some of the best allies of the second half of the 19th century.
Khan killed 10% of the world. He killed 1 million plus in Baghdad. He burnt Baghdad to the ground.
Who's this?
Genghis Khan.
Yeah, of course. Oh, he killed
No, listen.
No, Baghdad.
Millions of people.
The 1812 overture is a good example of sort of how the Russians felt about Napoleon. There was a lot more respect for Napoleon than there was for Hitler.
What about for the Mongols?
They had respect
when they ran you guys
for the Prussian military command, but they had no respect for. They were racing to Berlin to grab Hitler and string him up. They really didn't care for
Yeah,
Well, now
yeah.
Kaiser has to tell you how bad the Nazis are for 5
No,
minutes.
no. Napoleon. With Napoleon, it's a love-hate relationship. On the one hand, because as Richard was saying, Napoleon brought a lot of, let's say, the good stuff of the revolution, the progress which was needed, he brought it to the forefront. But also, I mean, the wars, the Napoleonic Wars were very devastating. I mean, people don't know that, but basically, during the time, up to 5-6 million people died. Most of them Russians and Germans, by the way, not so much many French. So you see, it's a love-hate relationship, and you can see it in the evaluation of Goethe about Napoleon. In the beginning, very much pro-Napoleon, but then when you see the devastation and the complete I don't give a shit about that Napoleon attitude, it changes. And there's this
Beethoven as well.
Absolutely. And when Blücher then, when I was actually visiting the place, when he was crossing the Rhine, that was a New Year's Eve, 1813, that was a moment, in German history, with the Freikorps and when he was moving towards Paris. Yeah, man, because we wanted to really give it back to them, because the French, people underestimated Napoleonic Wars together with the Revolutionary Wars, almost 30 years. They completely, utterly devastated Europe. I mean, basically from the Atlantic coast to Moscow. It's crazy. People don't take it.
Kenny, please stop.
Have you heard the theory that the Napoleonic Wars brought down the average male height in Europe for at least a few generations?
Might very well be, yeah. And by the way, Richard, what I just wanted to add about the British prime ministers, I think you know it. Margaret Thatcher actually went to Gorbachev, and she was literally begging Gorbachev and even offering bribe to say no to the reunification. It's crazy.
Oh, totally.
She
totally opposed the reunification of Germany. She thought it was going to be a Fourth Reich. So did Poland.
Do you know who
Poland
made
wanted
that
to
happen?
station.
Kenny, quick, get in.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're done with the stupidity about Germany. Who cares? No, so I want to push back on whoever the fuck was saying about Nikki Haley's dumbass idea of let's ID everyone for 4 nationals. Because, the thing is, there's going to be 1,000 people named Yuri and fucking Vladimir who are going to be on Twitter the next day. So, it's a dumb idea. It's only to censor Americans. Let's be honest.
Is it Spencer? Is it Spencer?
Yeah, I was willing to express some sympathy for the idea in theory or in general, but I also acknowledge the criticism.
The day after they implement it, the Russians are going to make 1,000 fake ideas for fucking Yuri, Vladimir, fucking... Who cares? Whatever the fuck other
Actually,
names
the preferred name is Ivan.
Boris.
That's too simple for them. They got to make up.
No, that's
cool fake
that's
names.
the caricature. Ivan.
Dimitri.
Kaiser, do you prefer Fritz or Jerry?
Oh, I don't give a shit. I don't care.
You stupid.
Kaiser, isn't it true? Isn't it true that George H. Bush was key in the reunification of Germany, even though there were many elements that did not want that to happen?
No, that's
he
not
really
true.
pushed
Everybody
for it?
knows it was David Hasselhoff.
Oh yeah, him too.
No, yeah. I mean, obviously, besides David Hasselhoff, actually, the Americans were quite open-minded when it comes to reunifications. I mean, those were the days when America was actually quite based still. I don't know what this is, but it was different. The French, obviously, Mitterrand, the French played a double game here. Because obviously, due to the friendship between Kohl and Mitterrand, the French couldn't go all out. But basically, Mitterrand was talking to Thatcher and said, Margaret, maybe do your thing, So the French, but the British were completely opposed to it. They were offering billions to Gorbachev to say no. But we were offering, but Kohl was offering more money, That's the funny thing.
Also, Kohl was really the active party in that. The George Herbert Walker Bush received Helmut Kohl warmly, and I think you could say facilitated it. But what's it? It's not the Centrum Party, but the center right party, the Christian Democratic Union. It won huge gains in the East in that first election. Like it was kind of a political move on his part as well. It's like, let's strike while the iron is hot, and then let's win over all these new voters. And it paid off for him. Actually.
Oh, absolutely. That was absolutely. It was that was the decision to give to make this to give the D-Mark, the Deutsche Mark, to the East, with that 2-to-1 exchange rate, which was completely ridiculous because 2-to-1 basically killed the Eastern economy overnight. I mean, it wasn't competitive anymore. It was gone. It's the same problem. It's the same what you have with Greece and let's say Spain, whatever, in combination. Let's say in a union, in a fiscal union, or not, or let's say currency union, not fiscal, not really fiscal, but currency union with Germany and Netherlands. It doesn't make sense for the Spanish and for the Greeks, but yeah, I mean they're bound. You cannot get out of it anymore. This is why currency unions only make sense if you consider yourself a state, a nation. Like we all know it, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, they're poor as fuck. And but you accept that you're taking it into consideration. It is what it is. So you will basically subsidize them, and this is why you have a currency union in the United States. I mean, for Alabama, it would make more sense to have their own currency, devalue that shit, and then you can attract industry, for example. But yeah, you accept it, kinda, like it is what it is. Yeah, but it only works.
They could just switch to a currency backed up by mint juleps, perhaps, in lieu of gold. I mean, I think, yeah.
Yeah, but you see, I mean, the thing is, if you consider yourself a state, like, okay, we are one family, you have to accept, okay, some of the family members are doing well and others are not doing so well. You take care of those. But if you don't consider yourself a family, then you ask yourself, why should I take care of these beggar out there, And that's the problem the European Union is facing. I cannot consider myself a family with countries which will always backstab you, whenever the opportunity arises. Why should I pay for those countries then? I mean, very easy actually when you think about it. Like, why should I do that? I would have no problem to do that if let's say these countries would stay loyal, but then the loyalty isn't even demanded anymore. Like, this is a shit show. The European Union is an utter shit show, and I'm asking myself, how long can this continue? I mean, it will continue for quite a long time because it's like a lot of, let's say, you need a lot of momentum to really get change. And all these Eastern countries like Hungary and Poland and Slovakia, they will never leave on their own the European Union because as long as they're receiving money. If the money flow dries up, okay, then who cares? What's the purpose of it anyway? But let's see how this will work out. I mean, we have huge problems, Richard. You cannot imagine. It's like all the chicken come home to roost, like and all these, let's say, accounting tricks which the governments were applying, like putting the money from one pocket to the next and then pretending something. It doesn't work anymore. We have huge issues, and this Israel-Palestine conflict, it doesn't help because you don't know where it's going. I mean, if something happens there, let's say oil embargo, gas embargo. I mean, what then? It's not helping. I think Biden knows this as well. So no one needs that conflict. Actually, it's a pain in the ass, to be honest.
Kaiser, in France, given their socialistic leaning, productivity of workers is really low. I mean, I've worked with the French, so long vacations, very short out, or like within a week, nobody really works more than like 30 some odd hours. Is that true for Germany as well, or no?
I mean, we have a lot of, let's say, paid holidays and that. I would say it's more a mentality thing. I mean, look, the French and the Italians and also the British, I mean, the British work a lot, but not very efficient. It's a mentality thing, but it's changing. It's unfortunately, I have to be honest here, it's changing in Germany as well. The old spirit, we are losing the old spirit, man. And that must not happen. Like, this is stupid entitlement. Like, you have students coming from university and demanding that the boss is saying thank you for every kind of work they're doing. I mean, are you stupid? Do your work and shut the fuck up. And then if your boss comes and says, okay, you did a good job, that's cool. but don't expect that. This is the stupidity of the Zoomer generation. Like, there's a certain entitlement involved, which is, I don't like this meme, about good times and the hard man and bad times, but to a certain degree, it's true. Many people, especially when you're coming from, let's say, from a bourgeois, let me use that word here, background in the Western nations, you never suffered any kind of, let's say, problems, be it financial, be it any kind of nothing. And then a certain entitlement is building up over time. And this is what you're seeing all over the place. I think it's the same in the United States, in Europe. And that is actually very counterproductive, in the long run. Very counterproductive. And we are seeing the repercussions. We're talking about Kamala Harris. What's her competence? Why is she vice president? You see, she's really, and the same goes for Annalena Baerbock, or at least Ursula von der Leyen. She's very Machiavellian and sociopathic, but she was never elected. She was never elected, and she did a shit job.
Well, but she has the family pedigree too.
Yeah. That's that, and but she's also a loyal party soldier. She never went against Angela Merkel, and she was basically, she got her, she was, how you say, she got a present for that, so to speak. That's a problem, Tabab. We need to go back to a meritocracy, to a meritocratic approach. And then obviously there is no place for racism and all that shit. If someone is qualified, then this person should do the job. And
Kaiser, have we ever had that seriously? Like, if you have inherited wealth, you really can't have a full meritocracy. There comes a trade-off with it.
Yes, it's true.
Kaiser, in German, do you guys have the phrase "robbing Peter to pay Paul"? Is there like a German version of that?
Can you repeat this, FDM? Can you repeat this?
Yeah, but it's like an anti-Semitic version that they have.
It's robbing Peter to pay Paul.
No, we don't. I have to think about that one. I'm not sure.
Kaiser repeats the phrase and the space immediately gets banned.
Yeah, one has to be careful. I don't have to be careful. Look, the thing is, I'm always of the opinion you should be your personality on let's say on an app like Twitter should be the same as in real life. You should not be. I have nothing to hide, and I am who I am, and that's that, And this is good because if I will never be persecuted. Hopefully, I will never be persecuted. But today, you never know what's going on. It's ridiculous. There was, there was this old Jewish lady, German Jewish lady in Berlin, who was protesting against the Gaza bombings. And the police came and took her sign away and were escorting her away. What the fuck? You can't protest the actions of a state. We do it all the time. You guys criticize the United States policies all the time. I criticize my government's policies all the time. State entities, political entities are fair game. I don't know this is so stupid what they're doing.
Have they been trying to enforce that? Was it the Berlin police who said, they weren't allowing chanting of "to the river, to the sea" at public protests anymore? Has that been enforced?
Scarf is banned too.
The keffiyeh is banned?
Yes.
Yeah, they went totally overdrive to prove themselves that they're very good non-anti-Semitics, and that's man.
Well, sensitive history.
Yeah, but I know they do that. But I'm also non-anti-Semitic. But this is anyway stupid. It's performative. It's bullshit. Okay, I hate this.
Many of his dearest friends are Jewish.
Well, not according to the Nuremberg laws. Kaiser made sure of that.
Nuance, come on. I don't give a shit. I can be friend with everyone. I consider the world, everyone on the world can be my brother and sister as long as you're a good human being. But that's that.
The world is his. so to speak. I mean,
Richard.
yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Like Scarface.
All he's got is his word and his balls.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go to sleep. Actually, talk to you later.
Take care,
Bye.
Richard.
Take care. This was actually cool. Mamma mia, Segula, your space tonight.
Mamma mia.
Wait, Richard. Wait a minute. Did you use? God damn it!
He's gone.
Did he
Delta,
used to write
he's gone.
Radix Journal?
Yes, he still does.
No shit. I had no idea that was him. No, I've been reading it for years.
Delta is this new Delta, like the OG Delta.
Yeah, it's me, man.
Of course.
Where's the other profile, man? Why do you have this?
Everybody has a problem with that. Like, I change my profile picture once or twice a week, And I watched, Bad Santa the other day, so fuck it, I'm gonna change it to Bad Santa. But it really throws people off, I don't get it.
Yeah, it still says Delta, so.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
Zach,
hide who I am.
Whatever became of that Otter account, Zach? Do you have any idea? When's the last time you heard from the Otter?
We stopped letting the Otter up. The Otter lost interest because he wasn't coming up. So
I think he was a bit problematic. Yeah, I'm remembering.
I think the Otter is
Jimmy the Otter.
Else.
That was his name.
Yeah, I think Jimmy the Otter is controlled by somebody else. I might even know them. They may even be a mutual. I'm not sure what the deal is. Some people like to have. It's a waste of a speaker.
Name.
If the person wants to come up and be serious, go ahead. But like the trolling accounts those have grown stale. They're not funny anymore.
The best troll I ever saw was named Galactic. I don't know if y'all remember Galactic or not from earlier in the year. Hilarious. And that people told me that he was a bot, not a real person, And I still don't believe it. He has to be a real person, I mean, that's not possible, is it?
Yeah, he's a real person. I mean, yeah, come on. Yeah, but secondly, you let your lesson with the trolls. I mean, you.
Well, I mean, most of us are trolls to a certain extent.
It was a little bit. It was a small indulgence of yours. I get it. It's okay. It's fine. But maybe you exaggerate a little bit with Intershitso and with the Otter.
Hey, Kaiser, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
On healthcare. I've been on a healthcare kick the last week. Do y'all buy any private insurance or have any responsibility in the, payments at all? Like, what's it like for you?
I mean, obviously you pay for your healthcare, but it is not a tax. How can you call it? It's social insurance. So it's basically it's taken from your gross income, and you pay a certain amount. It depends how much you earn.
No, but he means once you go to the do you get billed for anything?
They introduce some little add-ons. For example, you have to, if you're in the hospital, you have to pay like 10 euros per night for spending those little sums. Yeah, they have this stuff, and I mean nothing of it is of any importance. And if you buy your pharmaceuticals, your medicine. If it's prescripted, you have to pay up to 10 euros for it, Yeah.
He makes our healthcare sound so shitty. Y'all heard that?
Yeah, but guys, the thing is, it's again a solidarity system. The problem is, if let's say it's like if you consider yourself a family who helps each other out, okay. But the problem is, I was talking earlier, if you guys don't consider it that self, I get it why you don't do it. I understand it. I think it's more efficient if you. The problem with the pharma sector is, I mean, it's your health, and you can make so much money out of that. We have seen it with the vaccine, with Pfizer, and all that stuff. Should you really maximize the profit with health and the scaring, the scare of it. I don't know, man.
Kaiser, I have a healthcare background. It's not in the hands of the American people. I mean, the payer group, the insurance companies, they have one of the strongest lobbies in Washington. United Healthcare makes over $220 billion a year. I think what you're suggesting, ultimately, the family group, the family mentality, I don't think insurance companies should be for profit. I mean, if you remove that, if you have non-profit health insurance, that kills that actually solves a lot of issues. The best way to
kills
do
the
it,
incentive. It kills the conflict of interest that they have.
yes. The best way to do it, and I even wrote something on this years ago, is to get some of these large companies who have a lot of employees to get together and create a nonprofit health insurance, which would benefit them because all of their employees would have an insurance. And then they could also start taking other people as well. And then the government can help them get there. And I say this because they're the only ones that can actually compete against the health insurance, for-profit health insurance, who've basically gotten the U.S. government by the balls. You cannot do shit in the U.S. government. No politician can do anything so long as they've got this.
Tawab, can I just add one little thing? The only way how you could get, let's say, public health care, you know how it would work? If the United States would buy up all the shares of the major health insurance companies, and out of that create, let's say, yes, a competitive system of health insurances, but because the shareholder is the state, the state is not interested in profit maximizing, and then you can have those insurances who are competing with each other to deliver better service, but you as a customer would never feel that. That's the setup here in Germany. We have not like public healthcare is different. The United Kingdom has the UK has a different system than we have.
Y'all have multiple health insurance companies, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Hundreds.
And the state owns
hundreds.
The state owns a percentage in each one, right?
Not necessarily. The
God
thing is,
damn it. This
what's
fucker is Israel a terrorist organization spamming the nest. Son of a bitch.
Man.
Genius letting the person know.
Yeah, Kaiser, you can't let these random people.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought nuance. You didn't do your job. You should have verified
I'm not even
this.
looking at my screen. I'm not letting up randos like you. Stop
Okay.
doing that shit.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake. It happens.
Well,
he's learning.
TWAB in the United States is reading 1945. I don't know if you know the Macaron-Ferguson Act. It created the 50 different departments of insurance, and it took us into 50 different risk populations. So I'm in Louisiana. I have a risk population of 1 to 6 million, right? If it was nationally, I would be 1 to 350 million. So the risk per ratio of person goes up with that 50 departments. It's like we're 50 different countries, and it's arbitrarily. But it allows insurance companies to assign more risk and then charge us more premiums. If we were 1 in 350 million, our premiums for a base policy would be like $20 a month. It would be nothing, right? But they did something else in that act. They ended collective bargaining power to buy group plans for anyone except a corporation or a union. Churches used to do it. Health clubs used to do it. They'd buy group rates. They would go and assess the group. Like, say you're part of the fitness club. You're getting a really low rate. And then you could buy policies. Like the policy we all have is shitty. I have a concierge doctor, and I don't wait in lines, But let's say you want to wait in line. Your insurance might be $5 a month. It could actually be very cheap in our system, but our system is not working as a free market. And it hasn't for close to 80 years, So when these Republicans say they want to go to the free market, I ask them where the fuck that free market is exactly. Is it in 1944, back before this act? And this act also insulates them from antitrust lawsuits, which is the largest legal liability any corporation risks. So, you know, they fucked
We're
us.
in a financial prison, Delta.
An interesting
Yes.
anecdote on that is I worked in my state legislature. I worked for a representative who was a nurse practitioner, and her like big thing was health insurance bills. And there's this one bill that she was constantly trying to get through the health committee, and every time like the hospitals would bring their lobbyists and the health insurance would bring their lobbyists, and just shit all over her bill. And the last time that it got brought to that committee, she even told me that um, the health insurance companies came to the vice chair on the committee and basically said, "We'll donate 10 grand to your campaign if you kill it in committee and don't let it go to the floor." So just an interesting anecdote about how people think about other lobbies as like very malicious, but not like hospitals or health insurance companies in the same way.
And I will say this that much. I know that a lot of American healthcare experts, they're often coming over here to Germany. And I think if you ever would implement some kind of public healthcare, it would be similar to our system, because it leaves open a lot of free market mechanisms. It's not comparable to the United Kingdom system, which is the NHS is basically taxpayer funded, and it's state employees. That's not how it works here.
Yeah, they
The
got
hospital,
full socialism.
Are there any EU systems that have like the fully public healthcare that allow a private option also? So it's like if you're
yeah,
super
that's
rich and you
Germany.
can get some top
That's
tier.
Germany.
That's Germany. That's
Okay.
Germany.
That like has always
And
seemed like the most sensible solution to me, is you have a bottom line for all the poor people, and then like for the people who can fend for themselves, you have a private option so you can get better care.
yeah, I'll give you an example. You can have that in Germany. You can have, let's say, also add-on insurances. Okay, for example, if you want to have a room for yourself, a hospital room for yourself, you have to have, let's say, an add-on insurance. I don't need that shit. I don't give a shit if I'm together with another person in a hospital room. After an operation, but you can have that. Or if you want to have, let's say, treatment by the head doctor, which is actually not that good. Actually, you should never have treatment by the chief medical doctor, because they don't do that so often. It's not mostly elder people. But anyway, so you have that option. And that is okay, if you want that. The difference is like the hospitals here, they're either privately run or they're municipality, whatever, but they're not, let's say, there's no overarching entity like the NHS, and so there's competition. Some hospitals, and obviously the university hospitals, which are very much funded by local municipalities or states, because of to do various things, but they're also making money. Like a hospital like Munich, the university hospital, is making a lot of money because a lot of let's say outside patients are coming into it. It's mostly from the Arab world. And you see, it works itself out. It's actually a good system. You have a lot of competition between the insurances, which are funded by Gebühren. How can you translate Gebühren? It's not a tax. It's like a fee, but they have to work. They're non-profit organizations, but they have to work within their budget. Here's the next beautiful thing: if they negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies about the price, wholesale price of medicine. I mean, look, you see the bargaining power, and the insurance companies have an interest to lower the prices of the medicine, because you cannot just, let's say, transfer to the end customer, to the patient. So there's a lot of good stuff, and I think the US, maybe one day they will implement a system like we have here. I think it would suit the United States. But before you can do that, and this is what Tawab was saying earlier, someone has to buy up all the shares of the major insurance companies, because they have no interest, obviously, the shareholders
Well, I think that's kind of like what's going on, is people have kind of accepted that like some type of nationalization is going to be an inevitability. But like this Delta guy was saying, like the way that our insurance is set up it's like it's such a stranglehold that it's like kind of going to be hard to unravel in a way.
Yeah, so you will not have nationalized insurance because of those strangleholds. And also, so here's the challenge with the U.S., right? U.S. government, whenever the U.S. government has decided to do something, like majority of the time, 9 out of 10 times, they've made a mess out of it, and it becomes extremely wasteful and expensive. So history has taught us that if you want, if you give the U.S. government to do something, it will cost 10
That's not
times
like a
more than.
salient message for young people, though. And like you're right, and yeah, like I probably agree with you. But like
There's
like
so
Gen
much
Z kids
waste.
aren't gonna accept that.
Well, that's why I said, look, the pragmatic approach. And by the way, this approach, I thought of this a long time ago, but actually Warren Buffett and Jeff Bezos actually played around with this idea. They never really pushed it forward. They were too busy making money. The best way to really muster force against these lobby groups is to use other companies that will be beneficial for them. If you can create a whole bunch of small nonprofit health insurance companies through these other large companies, whether it's Apple, Google, and others, who can come together and create a nonprofit insurance company, which can then be somehow helped by the U.S. government. You're now creating a competitor to the United Healthcares, the Cignas, and others. And what's beautiful about that in the context of U.S. political dynamics, when you have those heavyweight companies like Apple and Google, their lobby group is just as strong as United Healthcare. So they can actually make that happen. Whereas if the U.S. government tried doing something, the the insurance companies would kill it. They would. I mean, you guys gave the example that any politician would not be able to do it because they'll never win an election the following year. Either his opponent will be given plenty of money, or they would just take away money from him. So you really have to play one against the other to make it happen. And I'm saying this because I've looked into it for some time on how to break free from this I don't know prison, and it's so difficult because unless you have a job, you cannot survive in the U.S. simply because of the health insurance. You can even have money, but it's not going to do you much good because you need the health insurance. I'm sorry, I'm blabbering on, but it's a pain. I've always found this so problematic that that insurance is for profit in the U.S.,
Is this
especially
talked
health
about at
insurance.
all, Kaiser, in like Germany or other EU states, like among younger people? Like, is healthcare like an issue, or is it kind of been tabled?
How do you mean an issue?
Like,
Uh,
is it talked about? That's like a big issue for
no,
Gen Z
no.
kids.
Actually, not because no, it's not talked about because there's no one wants to get rid of the system. I mean, no party, no matter how you stand to it,
Yeah, it's like
because
people are
yeah,
content was
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
where I was going.
The problem what we have now is this is the migration issue which we're facing is it costs us a lot of money because if you're coming here, you're entitled to, let's say, a minimum of social security, and that costs a lot of money. I mean, really a lot of money, and there's some stupid laws which makes no sense, and this is a problem because again, this is not a welfare system. I don't like the word social welfare. It's a social solidarity system because everyone has to pay in, buy them as much as they can. Obviously, if you're making less money, you will pay less. And if you're making more money, you will pay in more money. But it's not welfare. Welfare has always this notion of breadcrumbs, like, oh, the king is giving you some bread here, now go
Well,
and
it's
play.
a handout. That's the connotation of welfare.
Yeah,
Is the handout.
exactly. And this is why I'm always saying we don't have a social welfare system. We have a solidarity system, because everyone can be down. Everyone can be, let's say, in a bad phase of his or her life, and then you need help to get back up. And when you're back up, you will help other people. That is actually a good system. But unfortunately, if you don't have enough people who pay in, but too many who take out, you get a problem. And that's an issue we have to be open to talk about. There shouldn't be any gatekeeping going on because of, that's racist, or that's stupid. That's absolutely stupid. Nothing to do
Kaiser,
with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I get what
The
you're saying. I,
global
I feel
war.
like almost like um like what this Tawab guy or however you say his name was saying about like the structure of insurance in America. I feel like almost the public support for like Medicare for all or something like that is gonna like over or has a chance to overwhelm that structure just by like broad public appeal and people like wanting something different. If you guys have any thoughts on that.
Kaiser, I want to add to what you were saying regarding immigration. I was looking at the cost of war. Brown University has done some studies on this. What's interesting is that the global war on terror that started with Bush has created 38 million refugees. So you can thank us for all of your immigrants, or most of them for that matter.
I mean, Tabab, that's always the thing when we're talking about my migration, where I don't like these standpoints are, like these extremist standpoints. Because if I would be in a situation, let's say, if I would live in Afghanistan or Syria and have no future because of all the wars, I would do the same. You must talk about root causes, and if you really want to get to a solution. But this talk about build a wall and these pesky immigrants, that's not how the world works, man. Like, this is actually so stupid because you will never solve the problem. Basically, what you're doing is you're putting a band-aid on an open wound, but you have to go to the root causes of it all. And this is the thing, and yeah, look at in America's case, you will always have, you can build a 100-meter wall. You can build a 1,000-meter wall. As long as you have, let's say, so much poverty down the line in Mexico, Guatemala, not even Mexico anymore, but yes, also Guatemala, El Salvador, going down. So what would be the solution? Create prosperity.
Those places are going to be poor for like ever, though.
But
Like,
it's not necessary,
that's kind
poo-poo.
of like
But poo-poo, that's not
a
necessary. You know
ridiculous thing to
what
say.
happened after when the Berlin Wall fell? Poland, Hungary, those countries were poor as fuck. I'm talking really. This is third world, okay? There's no difference. Completely downtrodden. But the thinking was, okay, if we give them and we get back, you see. Obviously, the Poles forgot that one. But today, Poland is relatively prosperous. Obviously, it's not super rich, but who is super rich? I mean, not everyone can be Switzerland. But the thing is, they're doing very well. And if you create
And is Poland
prosperity,
taking in a lot of refugees? Have they been taking in
no,
a lot
not
of
that. This is
immigrants?
the hypocrisy of the Poles, because they were accepted open-handed. They could go everywhere, and now when it's their turn for solidarity, oh no, we don't want it. Cultural reasons.
Well, it
I
was
say,
Polish Jews that were accepted everywhere. It
I mean,
wasn't just
I
all
say,
the
fuck
It was
you,
Polish. It
Poland.
was Jewish Polish people as well.
I'm just saying, guys, fuck you, man, because you are very selfish. That's the problem with a lot of guys, man.
But that's
What do
like
you
the
mean?
human condition, and
They're
that's how
looking
nation
after
states
their
work. Is you have to
interests.
be selfish. You have to put your interest first.
Nuance, man. Okay, nuance. Really? Okay, but the thing is, if we
You
play
guys
this
should have
game,
done the same shit.
oh
Yeah,
Jesus
that's like
Christ, man,
I
nuance.
don't. That's what I'm basically trying
Okay,
to
if we
say
do
here
that, then we
without
have to
saying
what?
that.
Man, this is the thing. So short-termistic, nuance.
What do you mean? You guys could just turn the ships around. Stop
Okay,
taking in the.
Yeah,
Kaiser.
okay.
Would
Yes, now we
Germany
will
have
do
been
that.
better off
Now,
if you
yes, now
didn't
we will
take
do
the
that.
immigrants?
But the
Like, it's
thing
that
is,
simple.
no. The thing is, look, nuance. I believe in win-win situations. If people are loyal and honorable and have integrity, you can create win-win situations. But
Kaiser,
if people,
if I may, I think it's a combination of a few different things. One, I will be the first one to say our immigration system is so fucked up. In the US, like the whole asylum system is completely abused, right? There is no way everybody's coming in and basically claiming asylum, even if they're migrants who are looking for economic prosperity. And the other problem is that, so I understand what you're saying about economic prosperity, tackling it at the root cause. Yeah, you could do some of that, but you have people from around the world who just found a loophole who are coming in through Mexico and then just coming in through the border and say claiming asylum. So this immigration system really needs to be revamped because it's just not sustainable. And especially, we're going to have a major issue because in the next 5 to 10 years, a lot of manual labor jobs are going to be replaced with robotics, AI and robotics. Then you're going to have tens of millions of immigrants who've come in who are illegals. What are you going to do with them, right? And if they need health care, hospitals are forced to provide them health care. So it's not, the current model is just completely a disaster. And
An
again, I
important
am
part of that
very
too is
empathetic to immigrants. So the immigration system, the asylum system needs to be completely changed because it's completely abused.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, look, we have so many Pakistanis coming here who are pretending to be Afghanis or Syrians, but it's ridiculous. Or with Ukrainians now, there's a whole industry now where the Western Ukrainians via Poland come to Germany because they're entitled to all kinds of social security and social benefits, and then they just go back. That's ridiculous. This is abuse of the system.
Yep, absolutely. So the asylum system needs to be changed. That's like priority number one. At the same time, there's a couple of other things that the U.S. can do. One, if they're coming into Mexico, then Mexico needs to deal with them. Mexico should not be just forwarding them into the U.S. Then they should get asylum into Mexico, and that's what Trump did, which worked out well. The other thing is,
if we were smart,
we could
we'd be
take an
sanctioning
economic.
Mexico if they keep doing this shit. Like, hit them hard so that they have the incentive to take care of this problem themselves.
Yeah,
and like the big part too is once they're in the country, it becomes like 100 times harder to get them out than it is. Like it's like once they're in the country, it's almost like over already. So that to go back to Kaiser's point, because that was just like so stupid, is like you can't let them in at all because you can't really. It's so hard to go back and undo that, rather than just not letting them in at all in the first place.
I mean, absolutely,
legally,
spot on.
Kaiser, legally, Mexico should be the country that needs to give them asylum. Mexico cannot just transfer them over to the U.S. because from whatever country they enter and they're looking for asylum and they enter Mexico, Mexico cannot be just a conduit as if they don't exist and they're another country.
Well, isn't asylum like by definition? It's like you just need to go to like a place where you're not in immediate danger. Yeah, exactly. So it's like by definition they're breaking.
And if Americans are
law.
vacationing there, it is the first safe country.
Yeah, so it's just fucking ridiculous.
And from an economic perspective, Kaiser, I'm going to finish with this. There are some economic initiatives that the U.S. can do. So the U.S. is basically migrating a lot of its manufacturing from China into mostly India. I would say don't make the same mistake that you did with China, right? For 20, 30, 40 years, the U.S. put all of their shit in China, and then they realized, oh, wait, this is not working out. And then they started shifting. Now we're basically shifting it all into India. And I think that you're going to run into that same issue down the line.
Exactly, Tawab.
Diversify, bring it into Central America.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
You can actually, there can be some win-win that will mitigate some of the Central American countries from sending the migrants, and it will be closer for the U.S. as well. So those manufacturing hubs can actually be beneficial.
You could bring it into Mexico too, and really give them that incentive.
We've given so much to Mexico.
Well,
they're already
nuance. Fucking
you guys set the beat.
That's why none of the migrants are Mexican. The migrants aren't Mexican.
Exactly. But nuance, tell the story to many people don't even know this. Like many people think, oh, there's all Mexicans. That's not even true.
It's not. It's a lot of South Americans, Chinese.
Exactly.
I saw it on a girl's Instagram story the other day. I'm like, she doesn't know anything, this airhead. And then she gets all these, well, I don't want to say it out loud. Let's just say she gets a lot of gigs because, she's attractive or whatever.
And this is why I have so many issues with what George W. Bush did. When he started that global war on terror, first it caused more terror globally, and he completely fucking fell asleep behind the wheel when it came to economics, immigration, and everything else. And I mean, the Midwest was devastated because he bartered with China to gain their support for the wars, especially for Afghanistan, to bring them into the WTO. By doing so, the Chinese would basically come in and dump steel in the Midwest, and they were basically competing with all the US manufacturing in the Midwest, and it completely decimated US manufacturing. I think US lost like 8-9 million jobs. Now, the problem was that the US didn't do anything to basically replace those people or provide them an alternative because Bush was too busy fighting wars everywhere. And then we had the financial collapse. I mean, it set us on such a terrible, wrong trajectory that after $8-9 trillion of spending, after 20 years, we got nothing other than just crap, lots of dead people and 38 million refugees globally. Sorry, I'm venting.
No, Tom up to add to your point. Look, there must also. I know people don't like regulations, but some regulations are necessary. When it comes to, let's say, the outsourcing of let's say, industrial capacity, who's doing it mostly? I mean, a privately owned company, let's say, where it's family owned. These people actually care about their community, so they will fight tooth and nail to keep the production or the manufacturing or the development in the country. When it comes to public companies, not so much, because they're only interested in the short-term gain. So if you want to, let's say, you have to put some kind of breaks into it. Let's say, how much can you outsource? And yeah, I know that sounds like national intervention or, let's say, state intervention, but sometimes it's needed because there are different people. I'm seeing it over here. We have the backbone of the German economy has always been the family-owned, so-called small, medium-sized enterprises. These people give a shit about the community. They want to keep the jobs here, because it's not all about money. You know, there's something else involved. When it comes to big public companies, those people are just employees. Guys, a CEO is not an entrepreneur. A CEO of a public company is an employee. And it depends what's in his contract. They have their own motivations, and they don't give a shit if that means in 2 years we will close down that factory, even if it's not necessary from an economic point of view, because they want always to maximize profits for the shareholders. Because
we know you want the German model with the auto companies where you got like half the board.
No, did you actually listen to me? The thing is, that's not a problem with family-owned companies, because these people still have honor and integrity. They care about the nation, the country, the people. But look, I mean, I've seen it with Linde. Linde is one of the special gas company, a world champion. They fusioned. They went not fusion, merged with Praxair, American company, which actually is also Linde, but which was confiscated in World War One. So that was Linde, United States, was confiscated in World War One. Praxair, big company, they merged. What happened? It's a public company, and the headquarters was moved from Munich to Dublin. With a bogus headquarters in London, so that it became the status of a PLC, not an AG, Aktiengemeinschaft, but PLC. Then the headquarters was moved to Dublin. Then it was delisted in Frankfurt. Now it's only listed in New York. And the CEO is an Indian dude. That's a German company, man. But it was basically, wow, man, it was stolen. I mean, it's crazy. A company founded 160 years ago by a chemist in Munich is now gone, because obviously the Indian CEO doesn't give a shit about the local community in Munich or whatsoever. And that's the issue here. And it's short-term gains. And you guys can all try.
But who put the CEO there?
I mean, the shareholders, bro. Nuance, bro. The thing is, yes,
the board of directors.
Nuance. The thing is, what I'm saying is, you can be a fan of capitalism whatsoever. I get that. I'm not talking anything else here. But you must be realistic about that. Okay? Because money knows no boundaries. Money has no patriotism. And that's the thing. I mean, this is something which Republicans...
No, I completely agree. But also
thank you very much.
The public, has some responsibility to bear as well when they keep supporting these companies. Why do you think so many of these like companies went woke, and like every company has to be like, wow, we care about the environment and we're like eco-friendly and sustainable, because they figured out like the consumer kind of wants that to some degree. There's other reasons too.
I mean,
But
fully
the
spot
people
on.
should
Yeah,
demand. It's the fault of the people too for lacking
exactly.
patriotism
Yes. Look at
themselves.
Apple. Look at Apple. Best.
Nuance,
Look at
nuance.
a
I
second
think
there to time up.
what
Uh,
Kaiser was. Go ahead, Kaiser.
I mean, Nuance is spot on when it comes to consumer industries. Spot on. Look at Apple. What they are doing. It's all performative bullshit. Obviously, you have also, I mean, it's a multi-dimensional problem. Nuance is spot on. It's the responsibility of customers. And then also you have this pressure to be compliant, like this whole ESG things is really fucking up so many companies. It's creating so many costs, but you have to do it because otherwise, if you do not get the basically ESG certification, so to speak, you will not get any loans. And and you can ask yourself, why is BlackRock pushing for this? I don't know why they're doing it. It's mostly actually Larry Fink is one of the inventors of that kind of system. I don't know why. Is he really believing in, I must protect the environment, or does he just see another business opportunity? I don't know the
Kaiser,
answer here.
I think one of the reasons why people really like Trump a lot is because he was an economic nationalist. It kind of goes back to what you were saying, because he really focused on those people who lost their jobs. I mean, to Chinese competition, to outsourcing, and he became their voice. They were completely uh, forgotten for like a decade or 15 years. People just forgot about them. So you do need, and I would say that I think you do need a level of economic nationalism, and you cannot be just completely globalized, because then, like you said, money becomes the driver and it will go all over the place. And it'll be at the detriment of that worker in that town and that area who will lose everything. And getting somebody skilled up again, retrained to something else when he's like 40, 50 years old, it's not an easy thing. So I'm with you. I think
No, I fully agree with you, and that's actually the perversion that a party you would expect that the Democrats are like, oh, we care about workers, No, they have given up on this aspect for the fucking identity politics, for the performative bullshit, and this is the reason why the same goes over here with the Social Democrats. They don't care anymore about, okay, people are poor, maybe we should create jobs, and give the opportunity. No, it's all about representation, it's all about the performative fucking identity politics. And this is, but the funny thing is, I do think that all the liberal, or call it social democratic party kind of, the Democrats, the Greens, they are destroying themselves as of now. Because if the jobs are gone, if the prosperity is gone, people will wake up because they have no other choice to wake up, because you have to put bread on the table. Or in Nuance's case, maybe rice. You don't eat bread so much, I guess, Nuance. Because Nuance, with carbs, hello, bad carbs. The thing is, they have given up on that. And they will, in the long term, that's not sustainable. And it's actually fascinating that someone like Trump, as you said, Trump saw that, hey, what's going on, man? We have so many people who cannot afford anything. The jobs are gone. Rust Belt. Look at Detroit. That should actually have been the job of the Democrats, But they didn't do it. They didn't give a shit anymore.
You're so right, Kaiser. I mean, it was actually not Democrats. It started with Bush. Bush, what he did was cause the decimation of U.S. manufacturing. Because I
But
can
go
show you the
back, Bill
numbers.
Clinton, Tabab. You have to be honest. It started with Bill Clinton, was one of the apocalyptic writers of neoliberalism, together with Tony Blair and others. It's fast because Bill Clinton. I think it started with Bill Clinton. Obviously, it got track under George W.
I'll show you the numbers, the trajectory. Things really changed once China became part of WTO. Now, look, there's putting China in the WTO is one thing. Maybe there was a good reason to do it, but then forgetting about the impact it had on all the U.S. manufacturing, these small manufacturing shops, and then just basically let them to completely be decimated, was the fault where the government really needed to, is at fault, right? So you allow China to basically come in and eat everybody's lunch in that area, and you didn't provide them an alternative. That's where I hold them at fault. Now, there was something else I wanted to tell you regarding what was it? Hopefully I'll remember. You can carry on.
I agree with you, Tabab. I think also with NAFTA and all these free trade agreements, the idea is good actually, but the implementation was deliberately so bad that it fucked over so many American workers. And that's crazy. And that was not a mistake. That was not like an accident. That was a feature, not a bug, so to speak. And this is why people are so nowadays so against free trade agreements, because we learned our lessons. If a free trade agreement is in principle can be very good, but the question is how it's implemented. In the case of NAFTA, it was so badly implemented, badly from the viewpoint of the American worker, and it was deliberate. That was no accident. Everything was, and you see, this is what Trump understood. And I think Trump was spot on. Maybe Trump's problem always was the wording, how he said things. If he would have been more smooth and more polished, actually,
you nailed it, Kaiser.
Yeah,
you nailed
because
it.
What Biden is doing right now with the Inflation Reduction Bill, he's copying Donald Trump. He's copying him.
Absolutely. I was telling this to my uncle years ago when Trump was still a president. I said, the reason why a lot of people think Trump is like not very bright is because he's not very articulate. Like sometimes he's not able to articulate himself. But when you look at his mind versus what comes out of his mouth, there's a gap. And therefore, a lot of people underestimate him because they think, oh, he's not really a bright guy. But he was the first president that reprioritized the U.S. in a massive way, which now Biden is copying and moving along. So I completely agree with you. I mean, if you look at the China policy that the U.S. has adopted, it really started with Trump. If it wasn't for Trump, we may have been, continuously in multiple additional wars.
To give it another example, how we addressed Black Americans, like it was like, okay, you guys don't like me, but what did the Democrats ever do to you, or positively? You know what he should have said is, look, guys, what is happening? If we continue these policies, what the Democrats are doing, and we will destroy our industrial base, like working class jobs. And most Black Americans are actually working class. So basically, if you're voting for Democrats, you are basically destroying the table you're eating from. This should have been how he should have worded it, and that is actually, it is reasonable because it's the truth. And he knew, he had this gut feeling, but how he worded it was absolutely stupid. This is how I would have worded it. The policies of the Democrats are absolutely against the workers. And when you look at it, who is mostly, let's say, in the working class today, besides whites, it's mostly migrants, Black Americans, Hispanics. So, guys, if you vote for this party, they will destroy your jobs. You will not be able to put bread on the table anymore. Nothing. You really want to vote for this party who just pretends to give a shit about you with performative nonsense words, but when the jobs are gone, when the industry capacity, the fundament is gone, it's gone. It's so hard to bring it back. This is how Donald Trump should have argued, And I don't know, man. But this is what but again, this is what the liberal parties around the West have been doing. They have been giving up on actually working class people who are actually paying, who are honest people who are paying their taxes because they have no other choice, who are actually the backbone of any society, for stupid fucking identity politics, which is just dividing people. And that you can ask, is this deliberate? I don't know. There's a lot of stupidity also involved. And what you're creating is hundreds of in-groups who try to fight for the best part of the cake. Where's the solidarity? Solidarity is gone. Cooperation, it's gone. Everyone is fighting against everyone. That's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. And that is the liberals or the social democrats in a European context. This is what they have been doing, and they can all fuck off. They are betrayers of they betrayed everything basically what they maybe once stood for. And yeah, I was a member, I said it several times, I was a member for almost 25 years of the Social Democratic Party in Germany. And I in 22, I said, okay, fuck that shit, I'm out of here. Because what you are doing, you're deliberately destroying the prosperity of your own people. I mean, what's going on here? Why? And why? Oh, because Putin is bad to LGBTQ community, which isn't even true. Which is stupid. And this is the same way how they argue now. But Israel is such an enlightened society. How they treat the rainbow community, and Hamas is so bad. Man, if you're a German politician or American politician or French politician, you should care about your constituency. Oh man, Zach will help me out here. Constituency. Thank you very much. Zach is sleeping already. Constituency. This is your prime job. This is why you have been elected. By the people, for the people, and all that shit. That is important. We the people, for the people, by the people. This is what a government should be. And they're selling out the interests of their own people.
You raise a good point, Kaiser. I don't know, many governments or plenty of governments around the world, what they try to do is win people over by handouts, or essentially they provide them handouts, but the sad reality is that does more harm than good to those people. Because what you really need to do is empower them, provide them better opportunities so they can get out of the poverty that they may be in, right? Instead of just giving them enough to live and still exist in that same poverty. So many governments around the world, essentially, it's the easy thing to do, and that's you win support by a large group of people. It's like a bribe system, essentially.
So spot on. Handouts. Look at this. How patronizing, condescending it actually is. Imagine a Roman emperor going around, here, my people, my peasants, here you have some bread, and be happy now, and shut the fuck up. This is what handouts are. This is what it's such an arrogant, condescending worldview. This is happening exactly here with what we have now, Bürgergeld. It's the same. It's almost a bribe, as you say, because but that's not what you should do. That's not even social. Social is to create prosperity, create the fundament that companies can do a good job, that you are competitive. That is your job. That is actually these handouts. They're so. Imagine a king, Louis XIV, the Sun King, and if they have no bread, give them cake to eat, the arrogance. Wow, and you think liberals are so stupid? They think that is something. Oh, that's so social, so progressive. No, you retards. This is what the feudal lords did for thousands of years. You fucking retards and morons. I'm angry because I feel betrayed. I'm telling you, I was 25 years member of such a party, and there's a good people on the base. They're good people, but the leaderships, the establishment, they've sold out their own people, and that hurts. That really hurts because it's betraying everything you believed in. And that's shit, man. Like sellouts. Who likes sellouts? Sellouts are the worst kind of people. Opportunists, the worst kind of people. I hate those people. They're the worst, the scum of the earth, who are selling their own people for their own selfish benefits. They don't give a shit. Traitors, yeah, they're traitors. For me, they're all traitors. And
the CDS, Kaiser, the CDS.
Kaiser, I'm going to tell you a funny story. Years ago, I used to work in Dubai. I lived in Dubai, and I worked there for a couple U.S. companies. I think I told you this before. So I would travel to Saudi from time to time, and in Saudi at that time, the previous king died, and there was a lot of back and forth as to who was going to be king. And then finally, the new king was elected, or not elected. The new brother became king, and he made his son the crown prince, which caused a lot of issues. But when he did this, he announced that he was going to give the entire population, even though they were not doing that well economically at that time, that he was going to give the entire population a stipend, a one-time gift from the new king. It was essentially like a royal bribe to to make sure that everybody's going to support him.
Exactly, Tamam. And that's a good thing. I mean, you can think about MBS whatever you want, but I think MBS has realized that that kind of governance is not, that doesn't work anymore. Like the old feudal kind of, if things go south, you just give a little bit of a handout and that's that. And MBS wants to, I think he really understood that if you want to create a prosperous future for your country, you need investment, you need some kind of a stable fundament. This is what he is trying to do now. And I think, because he understood you cannot, the old times don't work anymore. Like, and sooner or later, maybe if this would have continued in Saudi Arabia, sooner or later they would have faced the same fate like the French kings. One day you might be put on the guillotine. You never know when your day comes, because that cannot continue. The thing is with handouts. If the cash register is empty, it's empty. If you have no money to spend anymore, good luck. What you good doing now. You cannot bribe people forever. Better, this is why I'm always saying create prosperity, create win-win situations. This is how you create loyal citizens who will actually give a shit. And but with handouts, you are basically teaching people to be super selfish, and super. It creates animosity in society. Because then you ask yourself, okay, why should I go to work and pay my taxes if I can just get? Maybe I shouldn't do it. Maybe I should also get a handout. Imagine where this is going, Talab. But I mean,
I fully agree with you. And
you understand. We understand each other here very well.
Absolutely. The other thing is, when people are contributing, when they actually when you're giving them an opportunity, they educate themselves, they take an opportunity, and they rise, they feel good about themselves. There's a level of dignity and honor in whatever they do, as opposed to just waiting there and collecting handouts. I'm not saying, I'm not referring to any specific government. I'm just referring in general. It's just not the way to go. The more you empower and enable somebody, the more you free them. If you're just giving them handout, you're imprisoning them.
Tarap, you're so spot on. Many people have a misunderstanding of free cash. Oh, that's so awesome! I can do whatever I want. Actually, the reality is most of the times it creates depressed people, and you see it, for example, with people here. What I see in Germany, people who are long-term unemployed. And they're getting the social benefits, but what you're seeing, these people are so depressed. Often alcoholics then, becoming alcohol addicts or drug addicts. Because, it's not as self-worth. The thing is, Tava, when you come home from work, no matter how hard the work is, and you have this feeling, I accomplished something, that gives you a feeling which you cannot replace that feeling, no matter with how much money. And as you said, dignity. There's dignity involved with work. And what you see is you are creating depressed people. This is also what many of these people, like this liberal mommy, daddy, mommy's lawyer, daddy, doctor kind of liberals don't understand, with universal basic income. It's not about, look, you're creating a depressed society, people who have no motivation. Really, I see it. I can see it here, and people should see that, because that's the whole concept of UBI as it's now. Completely bogus. Most people, like the vast majority of people, actually want to accomplish something. They want to have the feeling, I earned my money. Obviously, you will always have free riders and lazy fucks. You will always have that. But that's not the majority of people. The vast majority of people want to have this feeling of accomplishment. I did something good and I earned my money. I earned my check. And you cannot replace this with handouts.
And that's, in Kaiser, I mean, you're spot on. The thing to do is to build that in the culture, right? If you have a culture where people are constantly aspiring, in the Muslim religion, this concept is baked into the culture called ihsan, which if you understand it and apply it, you have to constantly pursue excellence. Like you have to perform excellence regardless of what you do, even when, and it shouldn't be necessarily just for pay. You should pursue excellence for the sake of pursuing excellence. But I agree with you. And the other thing is, you're if you're if you're able to empower somebody with a skill or a job, you've basically now impacted a generational, you've had generational impact, because that person, that family is going to help his or her child to pursue economic opportunities, education, whatsoever. So I really think there needs to be a lot more investment on opportunities and education rather than just handouts. And you will always have a small minority that need the handouts. I foresee that also, that there's some people that just can't do it. So I can understand you have a small minority, but it should not. You should have limits on how much you can, how many you can cater.
Tabab, you are so spot on. And that is the concept of social solidarity. The default modus is that everyone should actually contribute in their powers, what they can do. Everyone has different skills. But if the moment comes and maybe, you have a bad streak of luck. Okay, don't you worry. We have your back. You don't fall completely down the gutters. And that is giving people a feeling, okay, I can work my way back up. And the concept what you're describing, this is the striving for excellence. I so much agree with that. That was the old concept, oh God, I'm sounding like a radio here, like the old Prussian concept of strive for excellence, not only because of money. Money is one aspect in life, but the strive for excellence for itself, out of principle, to always better yourself, and don't be complacent. Oh, I'm so awesome, I'm so great. No, no, no. You never say that about yourself. Let others do the talk. This is why, for example, Michael Jordan will always be the GOAT in contrast to LeBron James. When LeBron James said, now I'm the best, the GOAT. You don't do that, man. You're pathetic. Michael Jordan never did that. Michael Jordan let others do the talking, and okay, whatever, That is what you do. And this is, I can completely
I
feel what
think
you're
the
saying.
best goat was Kaj.
Catch?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but that's
okay. I mean,
yeah.
yes, I have to say I rose with Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan was phenomenal, but
I mean,
he's also fairly money centric. I don't know if you know,
yes,
but I agree,
yes.
and that's years ago. Going back to MBS, MBS had an army of what do you call it? An army of McKinsey employees, McKinsey consultants, that was constantly working for him for years to put the next 50-year plan. And so one of, I don't want to call him a friend, but somebody I knew fairly well, uh, he used to work for McKinsey, and then he decided to quit and started this uh, like Uber-like company in the Middle East called Kareem. And then later he sold it for 1.6 billion to Uber, him and his partner. So I was talking with him one day, and we used to travel a lot. And he told me back then he used to work for McKinsey. He said one of the challenges that he's faced with, he was working with the government of Abu Dhabi, and he said all these kids who were who come from very wealthy family have no drivers to pursue excellence. And he said, "How do I, what? How do you mitigate this challenge?" And we were just having a discussion, and a lot of the Western uh, I guess Western methods are just incentivized to incentivize them to pursue higher education. And I said, look, that's not going to work. In Abu Dhabi, these people have all the wealth they need. They're really wealthy. I mean, 8% of the world's oil comes from Abu Dhabi. and they have a small population. So each freaking family is probably a billionaire. So the way to really get these people motivated, you need to seep it into the culture. It cannot be based on incentives. It cannot be based on, money or reward system. It will never work. You need to have role models up top, and then you need to have the culture. Culture is like a gravitational force. It can have such a powerful impact on people if you do the right cultural reengineering. So that was my take to him on how to build the the concept of pursuit of excellence within your culture. Once you're able to do this and you're not worried about the money and the reward, that in and of itself has such an amazing impact on a society. So I don't know what he did with it, but I haven't spoken to him in ages because he became a billionaire. But so
No, no,
his
but Tawab, this is so spot on, and you see the same problem over here. Like the grandfather was founding a company, and he worked his ass off, and the son as well. But then the grandchild is coming and just wants to have the nice life, doesn't want to work anymore. And this is the thing. If a child is, but it starts with the how the parents educate, let's say how they teach their children. A spoiled child is the biggest catastrophe for any society. And but as you said, it must be ingrained in the culture, like to strive no matter. Okay, but only the parents can do that. And this is the thing where I always say, obviously you should treat your children well, obviously, no question about that. Then you should give them all the opportunities you can give, but you should never spoil them. If you spoil them, I mean, it's never good. Tawab, it never ends well. And I talked with my boss the other day actually, and he was like, he has now his daughter is now 18, and so she can make a driver's license. And he said, okay, you know what? I will buy you a car, but look, the maintenance of that car and let's say everything else, that is your job. I will not pay for that. So what did she do? She now works on Sundays in the bakery. And you must imagine this family has a lot of money, but it's educating that earned money is so much more. It's so different than to get free money. It's so different, and this teaches a lot of discipline, and I like that approach. Like, I mean, she's and my boss said, now she's waking up like 5 o'clock in the morning on Sundays, and she goes to the bakery and works there from 6 to 12, and she's earning money so that she can maintain her car, and that is a very good lesson. And yes, it's not nice. I mean, everyone, I was also 18. I know it. If it's Sunday or let's say a free day, I want to sleep, I don't want to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. But hey, if you want to have something, then you learn what it actually means, what you have to do for that. And I think it's a very, very, I like that approach very much. And but that is old school. But Tawab, let's be honest, we lose more and more of that kind of spirit, unfortunately. You see so many spoiled people going around taking everything for granted, and this never ends well, and so I don't know. But
well,
yeah.
there's another challenge, especially so going back to what you were saying, if you are able to re-engineer the culture, I mean, parents definitely play a role, but if you can also change or re-engineer the culture, that will also be a huge help to the parents, because sometimes parents are not equipped or able to do it on their own. In addition, I think the biggest danger or challenge to youth today, especially in the past 20 years, is entertainment, right? Uh, I did my master's in political psychology, if you remember, and the impact of entertainment, I mean, mass entertainment. Every darn product, the entertainment products, is competing for every brain cell you've got, right? There's there's not there's not enough time in the day, and there's not enough channels streaming channels, social media, sports games. I mean, the entire system is designed to basically make you an entertainment junkie. And for you to break free of that and to actually develop discipline, it is very difficult. Like, it's so pervasive. These freaking phones are addictive. And within these phones, you've got 1,000,001 forms of entertainment. So there are a lot of kids. They're like, they're kids. And when I was growing up, when you were growing up, people would go out and about, right? They would go and play and actually get out of the house. Now nobody wants to get out. They're like, I've got everything I need. Everything gets delivered at home. Nobody even wants to learn how to drive. This is a huge problem. It's like a disease. It literally it kills discipline. It kills hard work. There's so many problems with this culture of entertainment, and we're just pumping all this entertainment to the youth, and it's so difficult to control your children to not consume it all the time. I mean, you're literally there's all kinds of resources available for children in the U.S. and most of the Western world, but the problem is the will and the discipline to pursue it because they're always sucked into entertainment. I guess Twitter is
Tamar,
entertainment for us.
you're so spot on. It's the easy distract, and that's also. I mean, that's everything comes with two sides. It's technological progress is awesome, but it also comes with downsides. Let's call it the Spotify principle. It's awesome that today you have every song is a click away. It's awesome, but it's also. But when I go back, I'm that old. When I go back, I made my audio mix. I was okay. I want to. I was getting my driver's license, and you want to listen to your own music, and then you have this cassette. Audio cassettes. Maybe some of you don't even know that anymore. Then you're sitting there all day to get, let's say, 20 songs. Into your audio cassette, and it was like something. It was actually a lot of work, and it was something you appreciated because, and then your friends come around. Wow, great mixtape! Wow, where did you get that song from? Because not every song was available. You see, you could listen to it maybe on MTV or whatever, or on the radio, or you have to buy it. But you cannot, as a teenager, you cannot buy every single. You didn't have that much money, so you're sitting there and you're exchanging. You're making your audio mix, and it was really a feeling of accomplishment. And it was a lot of work. Yes, Spotify, it's awesome. I love it. I love Spotify, but it also takes away so much. I don't know, joy. You know what I'm saying, Tawab? It's like something is missing. Like if everything is so easily available, and
Instant
entertainment, yeah,
gratification.
it
I know
loses
what you
value.
mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Tryman, are you awake, my
Well,
friend?
I can't
I'm
hear
awake.
Kaiser. I walked into my house and I lost reception. But Kaiser tells me he has to go.
Yeah, I will go.
And it is getting kind of late, so I guess we'll close.
It was an awesome space.
Yeah, good times, good space today. I think
awesome.
Have a lot
Still
of interesting
200
people, some good
200
chatting.
people. Zach,
But, all
200
right,
people.
yeah. Thanks, Nuance Bro. Thanks, Kaiser, and I guess we'll see you next time.